Chapter 2058. Thunder rumbled, destroying the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini Southern Border was in a terrible state under the myriad destruction lightning forests rampage. Countless mountains collapsed, the ground was cracked and filled with countless craters. Combat Beast King had been fighting while bathed in blood. His injuries were getting more severe. His situation was getting worse. He was using his life to hold on, but he could not change the overall situation. Compared to the might of heaven and earth, even if I am a rank 8 Gu immortal, what can I do? Combat Beast King had been cultivating in the sovereign immortal aperture. His horizons were broadened. His strength rose greatly. He was full of confidence. But now, under the myriad tribulation, he could feel how insignificant and weak he was. Myriad destruction lightning forest's range had expanded again, while Feng Yuan's main body had to deal with the battle outside. He was at a huge disadvantage. Against the myriad tribulation, it was still dangerous for Feng Yuan to go all out, but now he had to expend more than half of his energy to fight Spectral Soul. This was a myriad tribulation. Countless rank 8s had fallen miserably at this round. Feng Yuan's situation was even more special. This was not his first myriad tribulation. Not only did he skip 2 in a row, but this myriad tribulation was also a violent evolution of the more than 3,000 heaven Tao marks that he possessed. Such a myriad tribulation was extremely rare even in the long history of the human race. Forced by the situation, Feng Yuan had no choice but to multitask. He dealt with the battle while inspecting the sovereign immortal aperture. He looked at the heaven path Tao marks transforming into lightning path and cloud path, forming this myriad tribulation. He suddenly had an epiphany. I understand a little. At that moment, he understood the essence of the calamities and tribulations. In the past, he already knew. Calamities and tribulations were controlled by the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao focused on balance. It took away surpluses and replenished deficits. Every Gu immortal and immortal aperture had a large number of Tao marks. They were objects that the heavenly Tao had to balance. Thus, every once in a while, the heavenly Tao would show its might and create calamities and tribulations to trouble Gu immortals. But why could they create all sorts of calamities and tribulations? Feng Yuan did not know. Right now, this doubt in Feng Yuan's mind was completely solved by the scene in front of him. It turned out that no matter what kind of calamity or tribulation it was actually a transformation of the heavenly Tao marks. The heavenly Tao marks could transform into any style, which was why there were the flying frost lightning tribulation, the 4 blazing clouds tribulation, the dragon roar tribulation, the heavenly drum thunder tribulation, the wind flower tribulation, the snow moon tribulation, the black white flying salt tribulation. These calamities and tribulations covered all sorts of paths. There were too many of them. Gu immortals could not guess them. It was hard to deal with them. And the heavenly Tao would even imitate Venerable methods, for example, thieving heaven demon Venerable's formless hands. The various types of calamities and tribulations were only on the surface. In essence, they were all heavenly Tao marks. The higher the Gu immortals' cultivation level, the more Tao marks they would accumulate, and the greater the difference between them and the natural environment. The more imbalanced it was, the more heavenly Tao marks would be drawn out, and the stronger the calamity and tribulation would be. No one in the world could cultivate heaven path, so even if a Gu immortal underwent tribulation, they would not be able to store heaven path Tao marks. These heaven path Tao marks would turn into Tao marks of other paths and remain in the Gu immortal's immortal aperture. Thinking about it, in Crazed Demon Cave, the heaven path Tao marks could create all sorts of strange small worlds, and after these small worlds were destroyed, they would turn back into heaven path Tao marks. And the immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move that Feng Yuan obtained from Lang Yi's sect had a similar principle. Immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move used the blessed land or grotto heaven as the refinement main body, using the killer move to connect with the 5 regions outside the immortal aperture, It could influence the calamities and tribulations, and use the calamities and tribulations to temper the immortal aperture itself. Lang, ye blessed land, had once been placed in Northern Plains Crescent Lake. Crescent Lake's surroundings were filled with dense water path and refinement path Tao marks. Every time immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move would be used to deal with calamities and tribulations. Normally, they would form water path and refinement path calamities and tribulations. After passing them, the immortal aperture would gain water path and refinement path Tao marks. This move was actually to influence the direction of the heaven path Tao marks evolution. Giant Sun Immortal's true inheritance also had luck path methods to weaken calamities and tribulations. For example, dog shit luck and fortune rivaling heaven. These were luck path Tao marks that interacted with the heaven path Tao marks to transform into calamities and tribulations, causing changes that were beneficial to the Gu Immortal, causing the power of the calamities and tribulations to decrease. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's killer, move myriad beings assimilation transformation, limited the transformation of heaven path Tao marks. It turned every calamity and tribulation into a transformation path beast calamity. Fang Yuan obtained the killer, move exposing heavenly secret from Shadow Sect's true inheritance. It could accurately deduce the contents of calamities and tribulations. Exposing heavenly secret used heavenly secret immortal Gu as the core. It clearly used the origin, heaven path Tao marks to make deductions. Thus, the results of the deduction were so precise. Immortal tribulation tempering aperture. Luck path methods, myriad beings assimilation transformation, exposing heavenly secret. All of these methods were in Fang Yuan's hands, but unfortunately he could not use them for the time being. The heaven path Tao marks restricted him. He could not use these killer moves freely. Only by using human path methods to resist heaven path could Fang Yuan gain some time and space to use other killer moves. Like earlier in Celestial Court, when Fang Yuan used unlimited Qi Si to break the primordial Qi wall. Fang Yuan set up a human path formation in the sovereign immortal aperture, with 1,000 wish tree as the core. But Providence was not stupid. It knew about Fang Yuan's details. Myriad Destruction Lightning Forest also appeared in mini Central Continent. It started to attack the human path formation. Fang Yuan was forced into a passive state. Roar! Beast roars resounded. A large group of soul beasts charged towards the lightning clouds in the sky. They charged with great momentum, disregarding their own safety. These were all soul beasts, a large number of desolate level soul beasts, ancient soul beasts, and 4 immemorial soul beasts. These soul beasts were mostly captured by Fang Yuan in Green Ghost Desert. Among them, these immemorial soul beasts were obtained when Fang Yuan helped Fang Clan obtain Divine Bean Palace. These soul beasts had always been kept in Mini Black Heaven. Right now, Fang Yuan was in trouble. He had to use this portion of his foundation. Fang Yuan acted decisively. He mobilized all of his soul beasts to disperse the lightning clouds, to give him a chance to counterattack. The soul beasts were extremely fragile under the myriad tribulation. They were like paper. In just a while, close to 100 desolate level soul beasts were annihilated by the lightning strikes. More than 10 ancient soul beasts died as well. Fang Yuan's heart was cold. He did not waver. The soul beasts were already useful. They attracted a large amount of firepower. They helped Fang Yuan gain some time. Even though these soul beasts included immemorial soul beasts, they did not have immortal Gu. They were only high-level cannon fodder in front of the myriad tribulation. But this was making the best use of them. Fang Yuan did not dare to use the soul beasts to deal with spectral soul. In fact, ever since those immemorial year beasts defected to spectral soul's side, Fang Yuan had given up on this idea. A huge force surged into spectral soul's body like a surging tide. Qing Cho struggled intensely, activating killer moves one after another, attacking its body. But spectral soul endured Qing Chao's frenzied attacks as he continued to absorb its strength. The reason why soul beasts existed in this world was because of Spectral Soul's soul path. Spectral Soul understood soul beasts too well. Not only could he make soul beasts loyal to him, he even had methods to absorb strength from soul beasts to replenish himself. Qing Chao's struggles became weaker and weaker. Spectral Soul looked at Qing Chou with satisfaction. The hatred goo in Qing Chao's body was getting close to completion. This fool was simply giving away treasures while sacrificing his life. Spectral Soul suppressed Qing Chou while putting most of his attention on Dragon Palace. From the start to the end, he did not relax at all. He kept staring at Fang Yuan's main body. The entire battle was still under his control. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. The atmosphere was majestic. 2 giant hands slammed the door from left and right, attacking Spectral Soul. These 2 hands were black and white. They were grand and powerful. They resonated with each other. It was a Qi Path killer move. Yin-Yang great killer move. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan's Qi Path clone had arrived. Spectral Soul snickered as soul smoke rose from his body. 2 immemorial soul beasts flew out of the smoke, crashing into the 2 Qi Path hands. The Qi Path hands squeezed fiercely, causing the 2 immemorial soul beasts to cry out in pain. But they could not be killed immediately. Qi Ancestor did not know whether he should let them go or not. If he continued to hold on to these 2 immemorial soul beasts, his attacks would be restrained. If he let them go, these 2 immemorial soul beasts would come and find trouble with him. Qi Ancestor grunted as he waved his hands. The black and white Qi Path hands flew away, bringing the 2 immemorial soul beasts away from the battlefield. Spectral Soul had already achieved his goal. He used the 2 immemorial soul beasts to block Qi Ancestor and also diverted Qi Ancestor's attention. After all, the Qi clone still needed to maintain the black and white Qi Path hands to capture the 2 immemorial soul beasts. The first round of battle between Qi and Spectral Soul was a simple exchange. Spectral Soul sacrificed 2 immemorial soul beasts, while Qi Ancestor expended a portion of his energy, immortal essence, and opportunity. Both sides were evenly matched. In fact, Spectral Soul was at a slight disadvantage. After all, the 2 immemorial soul beasts had rank 8 battle strength. But looking at the overall situation, Spectral Soul had the upper hand. He continued to control the situation. Because he secretly controlled Soul, pacifying Grotto Heaven. He had many immemorial soul beasts. It was not a big deal to give up 2 of them. Instead, Qi Ancestor did not make use of the opportunity he should have. He wanted to disrupt Spectral Soul, but was disrupted by him instead. He wasted his chance. Spectral Soul played to his strengths and avoided his weaknesses. He absorbed Qing Chao's strength to strengthen himself while weakening Qing Chou at the same time. All in all, he made a huge profit. This round of battle was only a miniature version of the battle, but it displayed Spectral Soul's rich battle experience and strategic vision. His control over the battle was so precise and flawless that even people like Fang Yuan felt suffocated. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up. While repairing Dragon Palace and getting restless, he ordered Qi Ancestor to attack again. Spectral Soul did 3 things at once. He suppressed Dragon Palace and used the black smoke whirlpool to kill it. He absorbed Qing Chao's soul beast strength, and he used killer moves to defend against Qi Ancestor's attacks. Dragon Palace, Qing Chou, and Qi Ancestor were all peak battle strengths in the current world. But even with 3 against 1, they could not turn the situation around. In truth, Spectral Soul's current strength was not too outstanding, but he had the complete advantage against Dragon Palace. He countered Qing Chou. He also had a clear understanding of Qi Ancestor's abilities. He has many soul path methods. Each move complements each other and is closely linked. It is an extremely outstanding combat system. In contrast, my Qi clone has not been around for long and has few methods. He can easily see through me. Fang Yuan's main body observed the situation. The Qi clone's main offensive method was Yin-Yang Great Killer Move. His main defensive method was Heavenly Astral Cloth Clothes. His foundation was too weak. In the eyes of existences like Spectral Soul, after a few rounds of fighting, he would be able to come up with countermeasures, be it battle strength, insight, or experience. Spectral Soul stood at the peak of the world. He was once an invincible demon, Venerable, who roamed the world unhindered. Among the Venerables, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was publicly recognized as the person with the greatest killing intent. He was an expert who had gone through intense battles. He fought his way out of the encirclement and created a path of blood. Chapter 2059. Qi-Si Ancestor. How is the situation on your side? During the intense battle, Fang Yuan's Qi-Si clone received Qin Ding Ling's transmission. Qi-Si Ancestor did not speak. He used an information path, Gu Worm, to record the battle scene and sold it to Qin Ding Ling through jewel yellow skies. The heavenly court quickly grasped the situation of the battle like the back of their hands. Qin Ding Ling's heart shook. Spectral Soul's strength far surpassed her previous estimation. Qi-Si Ancestor seemed to be unable to restrain Spectral Soul. At this rate, Spectral Soul was likely to kill Fang Yuan, defeat Qi-Si, and devour Qing Chou, becoming the greatest beneficiary of this battle. This was something Qin Ding Ling did not want to see. Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul were both powerful demons. It was best if they died together. It would be best if Longevity Heaven was implicated as well. This was the result that Qin Ding Ling was looking forward to. My side is using an immortal Gu House. If we join the battle now, we can still influence the situation. Even though Qing Chou is strong, using it to deal with Spectral Soul is a mistake. Looking at Spectral Soul's expression, he seems to be certain that Fang Yuan's main body is inside Dragon Palace. Then, has Fairy Myrtle succeeded in her deduction and informed Spectral Soul? Qin Ding Ling guessed the truth, but she was not certain. She looked at the operating wisdom path formation, then at Calamity Luck Altar. If Celestial Court could eliminate Fairy Myrtle and the rest, that would be for the best. By cutting off Spectral Soul's wings in advance, there were fewer factors influencing this battle. Unfortunately, Calamity Luck Altar was here, and even Longevity Heaven's experts were involved. Qin Ding Ling did not have much confidence in dealing with Fairy Myrtle and the rest. Longevity Heaven. Qin Ding Ling gritted her teeth. Among the Celestial Court Gu Immortals present, she hated Longevity Heaven the most. Back then, she was forced to become Giant Sun Immortal's immortal concubine. She endured the humiliation and successfully cultivated Luck Path, participating in the Fate War. But at the crucial moment, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's Giant Sun attack threw a huge wager on the scales of victory. Longevity Heaven, I will settle the score with you sooner or later, Qin Ding Ling vowed in her heart. Just as Qin Ding Ling was thinking, a rank 7 immortal Gu House flew over. This immortal Gu House belonged to Spirit Affinity House. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder had personally brought an important person from Celestial Court, Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong, hurry up and take action. Collect the dreamscape before us, Qin Ding Ling ordered. Yes. The immortal Gu House opened its door. Feng Kim Hong stood on the stairs with a solemn expression, quickly making his move. She had Dream Wings Immortal Gu and the modified Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation. In fact, this killer move was the result of Fairy Z-Way's deductions. Lumps of dream realms turned into human forms and flew into Spirit Affinity House's immortal Gu House. Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven's forces were in a commotion. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with divine light. Old man Zhang Yuan quickly asked, Fairy, should we make a move? After all, these dream realms belonged to Spectral Soul. They were related to his attainment level. Fairy Myrtle shook her head. Endure it for now. These dream realms are only a small portion. They are not the main point. Fang Yuan is our main target. Currently, Spectral Soul's side had a clear advantage. If this continued, it would be very beneficial to Shadow Sect. Fairy Myrtle also did not want to break the balance here and disrupt the overall situation. Feng Kim Hong was only a rank 5 Gu master. He was not even a rank 6 Gu immortal. But her identity was special. She was Feng Jioga's daughter. Once she was attacked, Feng Juga might be lured out. Feng Jioga's future self-killer move was likely to have disappeared. He was in the same situation as Bai Ningbing and He Lulan. But even so, with just Feng Jioga's strength, he could participate in the battle. He was a variable, especially when this variable was not beneficial to Shadow Sect. Fairy Myrtle felt that it was better to avoid trouble. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Saichuan also had the same consideration. He did not make a move. Feng Kim Hong collected the Dream Realms under the protection of Celestial Court's immortals. Qin Dingling had a complex feeling. She made use of Feng Kim Hong in the end, and also indirectly used Feng Jioga's influence and deterrence. When did the powerful Celestial Court fall to such a state? The pride in Qin Dingling's heart suppressed her, but the rationality in her mind told her. She had to use all the resources and strength she could. Qi Si Ancestor sent another message, requesting for Celestial Court's reinforcements. Qin Dingling rejected this request, hoping that Qi Si Ancestor could hold on for a while longer. Qi Si Ancestor took a step back. Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range is closest to Black Heaven Temple. Why don't we ask Black Heaven Temple to send immortal Gu houses to patrol the battlefield? If I am unable to stop Spectral Soul from killing Feng Yuan, Black Heaven Temple's forces can interfere. Qin Dingling thought about it. She did not tell Qi Si Ancestor that she had already ordered Black Heaven Temple. She rejected him. Black Heaven Temple's battle strength is not enough to interfere in a battle of this level. Qi Si Ancestor replied angrily, "This is a rare opportunity. If Celestial Court hesitates and misses this chance, it will be the Righteous Path's regret if either of these two demons grows stronger." Qin Dingling sighed. "Ancestor, how can I not know that? But the current Celestial Court is not as strong as before. We need to be careful. If Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortals join the battle, they will only be sending themselves to death. Ancestor, please forgive us." Qi Si Ancestor could not help but feel dejected. The leader of Celestial Court told him this openly. Celestial Court was truly different from before. They did things differently. Feng Yuan could not make use of them easily. While Qi Si Ancestor and Qin Dingling conversed secretly, Demon Immortal Qi Ju also asked Spectral Soul, "Feng Yuan's main body is here. Why are you not here yet?" Feng Yuan had set up a will in Myriad Year Flying Worship. He had also entrusted many immortal Gu and immortal essence to it. Under the disguise of familiar face, it was extremely lifelike. Demon Immortal Qi Ju informed Spectral Soul of this information, but the latter was still fighting with Dragon Palace. He showed no signs of leaving. All of this made Demon Immortal Qi Ju suspicious. Spectral Soul replied directly, "Don't forget that Feng Yuan still has familiar face. At present, we still can't determine his true body's location." Demon Immortal Qi Ju became even more suspicious. "Spectral Soul, are you hiding something from me?" Spectral Soul replied directly, "Don't worry, you just need to stall Myriad Year Flying Worship. There will be a huge reward for you." Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not buy it. He smiled coldly in reply, "No worries. I have a great plan to find out the true location of Feng Yuan's main body." Saying so, he suddenly stopped, ignoring Myriad Year Flying Worship. He flew towards Spectral Soul's location. Myriad Year Flying Worship was stunned for a moment before it flew into the sky, rapidly pulling away from Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Spectral Soul sensed something amiss. He quickly urged, "Qi Ju, don't be rash." Demon Immortal Qi Ju had a firm attitude. "Sometimes we have to take a gamble, right? Maybe you have some information that you just obtained. Can you tell me now?" Spectral Soul snorted coldly but did not reply. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was silent. He flew through the wind and clouds, his speed increasing rapidly. A few breaths of time later, myriad-year flying worship's figure appeared behind him again. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju saw this and laughed loudly. "Oh, Spectral Soul, look, I found out the location just like that. I am certain now that Feng Yuan's main body is inside Dragon Palace." If Feng Yuan's main body was inside myriad-year flying worship, he would have escaped long ago. But now that myriad-year flying worship had flown back and was trying to stall Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, it was clear that Feng Yuan's main body did not want Spectral Soul to receive reinforcements. He was trying to stall Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. At this point, Feng Yuan's deceptive tactic of splitting his forces was completely exposed. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was an old demon whose name was recorded in history after all. In terms of seniority, he surpassed everyone here. Even Spectral Soul was inferior to him. After sensing something amiss, he immediately took action to find out the truth. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. He had an unhappy expression. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's move caused the situation to go out of Spectral Soul's control. Spectral Soul was only tempting Chi-Ju. The two were wary of each other. They were making use of each other. The reason why Spectral Soul did not want to lure Demon Immortal Chi-Ju here was because he was worried that this person would change his mind and covet the huge benefits of killing Feng Yuan. But looking at Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's actions now, Spectral Soul's worry was very wise. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju clearly had his own plans. Spectral Soul did not panic. When he lured Demon Immortal Chi-Ju to participate in the battle, he had already realized this. But there was no helping it. Spectral Soul had not recovered for long. Shadow Sect had not developed yet. There were too many variables in this battle. Spectral Soul had to increase his bargaining chips as much as possible. Thankfully, Fairy Myrtle had contacted Longevity Heaven earlier. Bing Saichuan and the rest were temporarily on Shadow Sect's side. Otherwise, the situation would have been even more chaotic. Did Bing Saichuan not have any ulterior motives? Was he really going to watch as Spectral Soul killed Feng Yuan? Of course not. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path grade expert. She had deep considerations. She set up the formation in front of Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. On one hand, it was to restrain Celestial Court. On the other hand, it was to keep Longevity Heaven in check. This battle to kill Feng Yuan, even though it was not as grand as the Fate War, it involved at least 4 parties. Dozens of Gu Immortals, almost all of the top experts in the world were present. These people fought and schemed against each other. Spectral Soul acutely sensed that the situation was rapidly going out of his control. Immortal Killer Move, Chi Wall. In the intense battle, Chi Si Ancestor suddenly pushed with both hands, creating a tall Chi Wall. The Chi Wall was like a mountain as it pressed down on Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul pointed with his fingers as several immemorial soul beasts appeared, growling as they tried to hold up the Chi Wall. Chi Si Ancestor gave a deep shout as he stretched out his right hand. His palm was aimed at Spectral Soul from afar. Spectral Soul immediately sensed it. Black smoke swirled around his body, forming a spherical barrier that covered him. The moment Chi Si Ancestor finished preparing his killer move, he suddenly changed the direction of his palm, aiming at the black smoke spiral. Immortal Killer Move, Giant Chi Hand Explosion. Boom! With a loud sound, the black smoke spiral was blown to pieces. Black Chi scattered everywhere. Dragon Palace, which was heavily damaged, moved extremely quickly, drawing an orange-gold light in the sky as it escaped. At this point, Dragon Palace finally escaped. Spectral Soul's attention was drawn by Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. This small opening was discovered by Chi Si Ancestor. He even managed to seize the opportunity. Spectral Soul looked at Chi Si Ancestor deeply. Other than intense anger and killing intent in his eyes, there was also a trace of praise and admiration. Chi Si Ancestor's move was truly smooth. Now that Dragon Palace escaped, Spectral Soul had to follow it. He could only give up on the heavy Ching Cho. Chapter 2060. Feng Yuan, where do you think you can run to? Spectral Soul smiled coldly. Black smoke surged out of his body. An immemorial soul beast flew out of the black smoke like a giant python. It pounced towards Dragon Palace with strong winds. The orange light on Dragon Palace shook as a trace of pink smoke flew out. The smoke spread out as the immemorial soul beast was sucked into Dragon Palace. It was suppressed without any resistance. It was a mortal killer move, dreamy light smoke. Spectral Soul was only wary of Dragon Palace because of this method. But now that dreamy light smoke had just been activated, Spectral Soul created an opportunity to move like a phantom. His speed increased rapidly as he approached Dragon Palace. Immortal killer move, Chi Wall. Chi Si Ancestor pushed with his palms. Winds blew as a huge Chi Wall was formed, blocking in front of Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. He broke the Chi Wall, but he lost the opportunity. Dragon Palace changed directions as dreamy light smoke's aura intensified again. Behind it, Ching Cho roared. It wanted to chase, but it had no strength. It was left far behind in a few breaths of time. Dragon Palace, Spectral Soul, and Chi Si Ancestor fought intensely as they flew through the sky. Chi Si Ancestor played the role of a troublemaker. Spectral Soul's attacks were all in vain. Spectral Soul was annoyed. He decided to attack Chi Si Ancestor ruthlessly. But at this time, Dragon Palace started to retaliate to protect Chi Si Ancestor. Especially when dreamy light smoke was about to be unleashed, Spectral Soul had to be on guard. At once, the situation fell into a stalemate. Spectral Soul had not recovered to his peak strength. His battle strength was not far from Dragon Palace and Chi Si Ancestor. Once Dragon Palace and Chi Si Ancestor cooperated and shared the pressure, Spectral Soul felt a sense of helplessness. He could not take care of both sides at the same time. He could not do anything. At this time, Spectral Soul started to think about Ching Cho. I should not have weakened Ching Cho to this extent. I should have left it with a portion of its battle strength to disrupt their cooperation. Spectral Soul felt some regret. He was alone. He did not need any cooperation. But Fong Yuan, Chi Si Ancestor, and the rest were different. They had to work together to resist Spectral Soul. Ching Cho was blinded by hatred. Once it joined the battle, it would disrupt the cooperation between Fong Yuan and Chi Si Ancestor. Spectral Soul would have a lot of room to maneuver. However, Spectre's tactic was not wrong. Once Ching Cho was completely subdued, Spectral Soul's advantage would rise sharply. Victory would be assured. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by Chi Si Ancestor. In just a moment, Spectral Soul would have completely subdued Ching Cho. However, this little bit of skill was enough to make Fong Yuan disappear without a trace. Spectral Soul did not want to take a risk here. This time, Spectral Soul had the advantage of being in the dark while the enemy was in the open. But what about next time? If Fong Yuan was prepared, would there still be such a chance? Even Spectral Soul could not guarantee it. Even with Fairy Myrtle's divination method, did Fong Yuan not have a way to counter it? The Celestial Court was the best example. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch Fong Yuan. What happened in the end? Fong Yuan got stronger and stronger as he fought. In the end, he charged into the Celestial Court and destroyed Fate Gu. Even though many existences behind Fong Yuan invested in him and helped him, why did so many people invest in him alone? Were there no better candidates? Even otherworldly demons had quite a number of them. Fong Yuan was used by Providence, by so many people. He naturally had his own unique value. Ignoring everything else, just his escape skill alone was enough to make Spectral Soul admire him. Fong Yuan had deep attainment in escaping. He was truly vicious and crafty, especially when it came to making use of the situation to escape from the encirclement of various forces, while also growing his own strength. Spectral Soul had rich battle experience he knew deep down. To deal with an enemy like Fong Yuan, he needed to be extremely careful. Once he attacked, he had to deal a fatal blow. He could not give him time to rest or heal his injuries. An enemy like Fang Yuan was too good at making use of opportunities. As long as there was a chance, even if he was a dead fish now, he could make a comeback at the next moment. Fang Yuan was that kind of person. He could shine with a bit of sunlight, sprout with a bit of rain, and create trouble with a bit of time. That's right, Spectral Soul was wary of Fang Yuan. Even he had to admit this point, because he saw his own shadow in Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you will definitely lose if you defend for too long. How long can you last? I will definitely kill you. Spectral Soul said coldly. He did not forget to exert mental pressure on Fang Yuan. Qi Si, after this battle, even if you hide, I will kill my way into Eastern Sea. I will destroy your Qi Si first before slaughtering all of your subordinates in the two heavens. Spectral Soul turned around and threatened Qi Si ancestor. The Qi Si clone smiled calmly, so the so-called demon Venerable is just a braggart. Spectral Soul snickered coldly. Qi Si ancestor's expression changed. Black Qi coiled around his body and invaded his body. Spectral Soul used words to distract Qi Si ancestor. Even though this was not a flaw, in Spectral Soul's eyes, it was an opportunity he could make use of. Qi Si ancestor quickly retreated. Spectral Soul wanted to chase after him, but Dragon Palace flew over to protect him, greatly reducing the pressure on the Qi Si clone. Qi Si ancestor used all his strength to get rid of the hidden injuries on his body. After regaining his footing, he returned to join the battle. The situation was in a deadlock again, but this time, no matter how Spectral Soul provoked him, Qi Si ancestor did not dare to be careless. Like this, the three sides fought along the way. Countless winds and lightning were created as they moved towards the north with a grand momentum. They flew over Sorrowful Wind mountain range and entered Intestine Corridor. Black Heaven Temple's immortals were hiding in Intestine Corridor. Several immortal goo houses were hidden in the depths of Intestine Corridor. Their auras were not exposed. Seeing the approaching battle in the sky, Black Heaven Temple's goo immortals became excited. They're here! They're here! They're finally here. The battle is really intense. Is that female immortal the body that Spectral Soul borrowed? Dragon Palace has been destroyed to this extent. Fang Yuan really does not have the strength to fight anymore. I have never seen him in such a pathetic state. He deserves it. If not for him, Fate Immortal Goo would not have been destroyed. Be it Fang Yuan or Spectral Soul, they both deserve to die. Black Heaven Temple's immortals gritted their teeth. They treated Qi Si ancestor differently. When we fight later, let Qi Si ancestor go. This time, it's all thanks to him that the problem of the Heavenly Court's energy harvest fruit was completely eliminated. He is our ally, but he does not know that we are lying in ambush here. We cannot accidentally injure him. Even though Qi Si ancestor and Dragon Palace were cooperating closely, Black Heaven Temple's goo immortals were not surprised. Spectral Soul was too strong. They had to do this to resist him. Precisely because of Qi Si ancestor's hard work, Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul were fighting each other to the death. They continued to exhaust each other. We're close, we're close. Let's fight. Black Heaven Temple's goo immortals were eager. Whoosh! Right at this moment, Spectral Soul attacked. Black smoke rumbled as eerie winds blew. Under the cover of the eerie winds, several mountains and valleys were reduced to dust. Boom! To resist the eerie winds, Qi Si ancestor had to use the killer Move Chi Wall. Dragon Palace shone brightly with golden light, shooting out a grand light pillar, using offense as defense, shooting straight at Spectral Soul. Just as it was about to hit, Spectral Soul's body flickered as he vanished on the spot, easily dodging the pillar of light. The pillar of light tore through the sky. It was hundreds of meters long, creating a huge ravine on the ground. In an instant, dust clouds rumbled as countless mountains collapsed. A brand new man-made earth trench appeared in front of Black Heaven Temple's immortals. After this burst of attacks, Spectral Soul did not create any opportunity. He restrained himself and fought against Dragon Palace and Chi Si as he flew. Black Heaven temples, several immortal goo houses were silent. That burst of attacks earlier had shaken them both physically and mentally. So, this is their true battle strength. Many people were scared to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat after they realized what had happened. No one mentioned attacking anymore. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Eventually, Black Heaven Temple's first Supreme Elder coughed twice, breaking the silence. He purposely muttered to himself, "No wonder Celestial Courts, Lord Qin ordered us to wait for an opportunity. That's right, Lord Qin is very wise. What do we do now? Continue to lie in ambush. They have not discovered us yet. Maybe there will be an opportunity." That makes sense. Actually, even if there is no opportunity, we cannot come here for nothing, right? At the very least, we need to gather information about the battle and report it to Lord Qin. Rumble. Just as Black Heaven Temple's immortals were discussing, a battle erupted in the sky again. At once, the sky turned dark and gloomy, the ground shook. The aftermath of the battle spread in the sky, creating a huge shockwave. Trees were uprooted, rocks flew everywhere, countless beasts cried out and died. It was a scene of the apocalypse. Black Heaven Temple's immortals stared with wide eyes. They saw Spectral Soul's black soul ball being dodged by Dragon Palace. The soul orb fell into a valley far away. There was no sound. In an instant, with that valley as the center, the surrounding 1,000 li of mountains turned into black ash, dispersing with the wind. The originally lively mountain range had completely disappeared, leaving behind only a huge empty crater. Gulp. Someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The surrounding Go immortals could hear it clearly. What killer move was that just now? It is too strange. There are no records of it in history. It is not strange for Spectral Soul's method to have such power. But if it were to land on us, forget about us. Even the immortal Goo houses in our sects might not be able to withstand it. Let's go. Lord Qin told us to wait for an opportunity. He naturally allows us to retreat. Black Heaven Temple's immortals looked at each other before looking at First Supreme Elder. First Supreme Elder's expression was dark as he said solemnly, "We need to preserve our strength. We cannot waste it here. If we sacrifice ourselves, who will be able to support Black Heaven Temple? Lord Qin will not blame us. We need to plan for the future." Chapter 2061. Fang Yuan, this is the end. Spectral Soul chased for a while before attacking again. This time he was very confident. At once, dark winds howled. Black clouds covered the sky. It was like a huge wall blocking Dragon Palace. This is retreat. At this moment, Wu Shuai's expression became very nervous. He recognized this. It was a soul path battlefield killer move. Black clouds spread out. Dragon Palace and Chi Si Ancestor quickly retreated. Immortal killer move. Soul Taker battlefield. This was Spectral Soul's most famous battlefield killer move. Spectral Soul had used this to kill countless enemies. Once they entered the battlefield, dark blue soul beasts would appear from the dense dark fog. There were tens of thousands of soul beasts. They were endless. The souls of the living beings that died in this battlefield would be extracted by the battlefield, forming new soul beasts that could be controlled by Spectral Soul. If Dragon Palace was trapped by the black smoke whirlpool, there was hope of escaping. But if it was trapped by Soul Taker battlefield, there was little chance of escaping. Fang Yuan obtained a true inheritance from Shadow Sect. The true inheritance naturally included Soul Taker battlefield. He had a deep understanding of this move. But now Spectral Soul was using this method openly. It was likely that he had modified it long ago. In fact, everything that Fang Yuan knew could become a trap for Fang Yuan. At once, Fang Yuan, Chi Si Ancestor, and the rest did not dare to fight. They continued to escape. Spectral Soul moved the black smoke in the sky as he chased after them. when ordinary Gu immortals used battlefield killer moves. If they could not surround them, they would have to stop. But was Spectral Soul ordinary? He used a disassembly technique to split the soul beast battlefield killer move into different parts. The first step was to form black smoke. Spectral Soul could use it continuously and move around without any flaws. Soul Taker Battlefield was created by Spectral Soul in his early days. He used it until the end of his life. In his later years, he created an even stronger battlefield killer move, 100 million Slaughterfield. Why did he not use a stronger killer move? Did he not gather the necessary Gu worms? Fang Yuan guessed. Spectral Soul was also guessing. After escaping from Celestial Court, Fang Yuan has been flying towards the north. Where is he going? Northern Plains? If it was Northern Plains, where exactly was it? Crazed Demon Cave? Now that the 5 regions merged into one, the regional walls vanished. This was very beneficial to Spectral Soul. Without the help of the boundary wall, there were only a few places where Fang Yuan could shake off his pursuers. Spectral Soul was very familiar with the 5 regions. He was the first to guess Crazed Demon Cave. Even if the Spectre could not confirm this guess, he knew that stopping Fang Yuan from heading north was a wise choice. Therefore, Spectral Soul's soul fog and black smoke covered the sky, forcing Fang Yuan to change directions and fly over Sorrowful Wind mountain range again. At the same time, in another battlefield. Done! Feng Kim Hong was panting as he stopped his killer move. Her forehead was already covered in sweat. Activating the pure dream reality seeker transformation under such circumstances put her under immense pressure. Fortunately, everything was done. Under the gazes of dozens of rank 8 Gu immortals from Celestial Court, Shadow Sect, and Longevity Heaven, Feng Kim Hong collected all of the floating dream realms in the sky. There were no traces of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is not hiding here after all. The Gu immortals were disappointed, but also secretly let out sighs of relief. Qin Dingling immediately attacked. She moved the immortal Gu house towards the Wisdom Path formation. Fairy Myrtle, I have already given you so much time. Now, tell me, where is Fang Yuan's main body? Calamity Luck Altar quickly moved forward and blocked Qin Ding Ling Bing Sai Chuan's voice came from Calamity Luck Altar. Wait, immortal concubine of Celestial Court! He called Qin Dingling an immortal concubine, implying that Qin Dingling was once giant sun immortal's woman. But soon, Bing Sai Chuan turned to Fairy Myrtle. But immortal concubine Qin's doubts are also my doubts. Fairy Myrtle, I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer. Bing Sai Chuan could not hold back anymore, because Fairy Myrtle took a long time to make the deduction. It was not the same as before. Fairy Myrtle stopped the Wisdom Path formation and dealt with the Gu worms in front of everyone. She casually came up with an excuse. The situation this time is different from the last time. Fang Yuan is prepared, but I still managed to deduce his location. Where? Qin Dingling immediately asked. Fairy Myrtle had already kept the core immortal Gu, she answered. Fang Yuan's main body is still in Dragon Palace. She spoke the truth. There was no point in hiding Fang Yuan's location now. Because demon immortal Qi Ju had his own will, he was rapidly approaching Spectral Soul while Myriad Year Flying Worship was following him. Thus, Fang Yuan's main body's location was clear at a glance. Chase! Qin Dingling immediately ordered. Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses coordinated with each other as they flew away. Shadow Sect and Longevity Heaven also followed, but the 3 sides were quite far away from each other. The atmosphere between them was very subtle. Fairy Myrtle's side was powerless. She wanted to stop Celestial Court in advance, but Longevity Heaven's alliance was not solid at this moment. They were completely divided at heart. As for Celestial Court, Qin Dingling could not confirm whether Fairy Myrtle's answer was true or false. But since Fang Yuan was not in the Dream Realm, only Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Worship were left. Qin Dingling looked at Spectral Soul's performance. There was a higher chance that Fang Yuan was in Dragon Palace. And before finding the location of Fang Yuan's main body, Qin Dingling did not want to attack Fairy Myrtle, because it would take too much time to attack. If during this time Spectral Soul and Fang Yuan died, Celestial Court would not be able to target them. It would be a huge loss. On Longevity Heaven's side, Bing Saichuan also wanted to act according to the situation. He did not want to act rashly because his side did not have enough strength to suppress the enemy. He needed to use this opportunity to target Fang Yuan. Once they killed Fang Yuan, their battle gains would be extremely bountiful. All three sides' targets were Fang Yuan. This chance to eliminate Fang Yuan was too rare. It was 1 in a million. Boom! With a loud bang, the Dragon Palace crashed into the ground like a meteor, smashing through a mountain peak. Dragon Palace's momentum did not decrease. It was smashed deep into the mountain by the huge impact. Qi-Si Ancestor quickly activated a Qi wall to block Spectral Soul's pursuit. But Spectral Soul snickered as he moved towards Qing Chou. Qing Chou's eyes were bloodshot. It roared and pounced. Qi-Si Ancestor's attack was blocked by Qing Chou, but Spectral Soul used this chance to dive down. At the crucial moment, a huge tattered dragon palace shot out from the dust cloud. Spectral Soul missed its target. Not long ago, Qing Chou had joined the fight against Spectral Soul, but it ended up being used by Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan fell into danger again. Dragon Palace was heavily damaged. It was in danger. It could only escape to gain some time and space. The situation outside was very tense, but inside Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, even though the Grand Tribulation was still wreaking havoc, there was a chance to turn things around. Fang Yuan decisively sacrificed his soul beast group earlier. Not only did he take the brunt of the myriad tribulation's firepower, he even drew Providence's attention. Fang Yuan's pressure was reduced. He finally had a chance to activate the Human Path Formation again. The Human Path Formation erupted with power. A grand white pillar of light shot into the sky, shooting into the depths of the lightning clouds. At once, the grand lightning bolts in the sky froze. Using this chance, the old combat Beast King made his move, scattering countless goo worms in the sky. Fang Yuan's divine sense spread out as he quickly set up a formation. He had been preparing for this counterattack for a long time. Using his deep formation path attainment, a formation quickly formed in the sky. Providence reacted. It gathered all the lightning bolts in the sky and attacked. The old combat Beast King roared. He blocked the lightning bolts without dodging. He lasted for more than 10 breaths of time before his star armor shattered. He was covered in blood as he fell from the sky. With a loud sound, he created a deep pit. He fainted on the spot. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Lightning bolts continued to shoot towards the formation. At the crucial moment, the formation was finally set up. It condensed into a huge basin. The basin shined with profound light, creating a mysterious suction force that absorbed all of the lightning bolts. The myriad tribulation's fierce attacks were successfully converted by the basin, forming a pool of lightning liquid in the basin. Countless lightning bolts crashed down. The water level of the lightning pool rose rapidly. Lightning pools were not special. They were common resource points for Lightning Path Go Immortals to cultivate. Almost all Lightning Path Go Immortals had to construct them in their immortal apertures. It was like Light Path Go Immortals constructing 5 Light Mountain. But this lightning pool's appearance was of great help to Fang Yuan. It bore the brunt of the myriad destruction forest lightning tribulation's firepower. It was even better than the old combat Beast King. This was because this lightning pool's core was not ordinary. It was the rank 8 immortal goo that Fang Yuan had obtained. Lightning goo. However, good times did not last. Providence controlled the myriad tribulation to target the newly formed lightning pool. The lightning pool's water level rose rapidly. It was about to overflow. Immortal killer move. Unrestrained heavenly mark. Fang Yuan targeted this killer move at the deep blue lightning liquid in the lightning pool. These lightning liquid looked like lightning path Tao marks on the surface, but they were actually tiny portions of the 3,000 heaven path Tao marks. These Tao marks were restricted by the lightning pool. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Under Fang Yuan's killer move, they were rapidly refined with unprecedented efficiency. 1, 2, 5, 10. The lightning pool's water level stabilized before falling rapidly. The lightning in the sky suddenly stopped. Providence was not stupid. It knew that this would only result in failure. It would instead benefit Fang Yuan. It immediately started to transform the myriad tribulation. The heavenly path encompassed all living beings. It encompassed lightning path. It could turn into endless lightning. It also encompassed other paths. It naturally had other forms of the myriad tribulation. Since Fang Yuan restrained it, Providence immediately stopped. It changed to another method to wreak havoc in the sovereign immortal aperture. Normally speaking, myriad tribulation's content was fixed. It was whatever it was. But Fang Yuan's myriad tribulation was very special. It was formed from 3,000 heaven path Tao marks. Providence could freely manipulate it and change its form. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of Fang Yuan's tribulation by countless times. This is too much. The old combat beast king slowly woke up. He had already separated from the star sea snail. In a deep pit on the ground, his old body was buried in the fragments of the star sea snail. Looking at the myriad tribulation's transformation in the sky, this rank 8 Gu immortal showed deep despair on his face. At the same time, in the outside world, Spectral soul, I will lend you a hand. Demon immortal Chi Ju finally rushed over. Spectral soul received reinforcements, but he had an unhappy expression. He only snorted coldly in reply. Chapter 2062. Demon immortal Chi Ju rushed over and immediately attacked Chi Si ancestor. The secluded domain of heaven and earth above his head, Shi land, countered Chi path too much. Chi Si ancestor was Dragon Palace's greatest support. Now that he was suppressed, Dragon Palace's situation became even worse. But soon, Myriad Year Flying Warship also arrived and fought with all its might. Fang Yuan's side was surrounded by danger, but he managed to hold on with difficulty. Spectral soul shouted coldly. His figure moved like a phantom as he slammed his palm on Dragon Palace again. Countless soul beast figures appeared on Dragon Palace's surface. It was like looking at flowers on horseback. Dragon Palace broke apart. It was heavily damaged both inside and outside. Dragon Palace activated Dreamy Light, Smoke Killer, move as Spectral Soul quickly retreated. At the next moment, Demon Immortal Chi Ju pointed at Dragon Palace. The airflow suddenly converged and then exploded in an instant. The corridors and pavilions outside the Dragon Palace had been completely destroyed by the explosion, leaving only a bare main hall. But now that it suffered a heavy blow from Demon Immortal Chi Ju, a hole appeared on the roof of the main hall. It could be seen inside and outside. Spectral Soul saw this and smiled coldly, praising, "Chi Ju, well done!" At this point, anyone could tell that the Dragon Palace was in danger. If they put in more effort, Dragon Palace would be destroyed in an instant. Fang Yuan and Chi Si Ancestor could cooperate with each other. So could Demon Immortal Chi Ju and Spectral Soul. After Demon Immortal Chi Ju joined the battle, he suppressed Chi Si Ancestor and cooperated with Spectral Soul. Even though they did not have good teamwork, the two had rich battle experience. They could always find a place to cooperate. And it was this cooperation that pushed Dragon Palace to the brink of destruction. When Fairy Myrtle, Qin Dingling, Bing Sai Chuan, and the rest arrived, they saw Dragon Palace shattering into countless fragments that scattered everywhere. Fang Yuan and Wu Shuai, who were inside Dragon Palace's main hall, showed their true bodies. but Myriad-Year Flying Warship received them and brought them inside. Myriad-Year Flying Warship was much faster than Dragon Palace. It moved forward and continued to escape. The three immortals were stunned before becoming overjoyed. Quick! Fang Yuan can't hold on any longer. Dragon Palace was destroyed. Myriad-Year Flying Warship is fast, but in terms of defense, it is inferior to Dragon Palace. We must get rid of Fang Yuan and wash away the humiliation of Celestial Court. Fang Yuan destroyed Imperial Court, blessed land. We have deep hatred with Longevity Heaven. Kill him and take all of his true inheritances and goo-worms. Kill him and take all of his true inherit and goo-worms. Fang Yuan, it is finally time for Shadow Sect to take care of you. We cannot give Fang Yuan Sect's palace. We can't give Fang Yuan any chance to fish in troubled waters. Fang Yuan, Gu and Ju and Sea and Soul. And King Fang Yuan encountered the greatest difficulty since King and Emperor. And Fang Yuan, God and Sea Spirit, and Earth God and Father, and respectively, and Tian Demon of Emperor. Qin Dingling, Fairy Myrtle, and Bing Sai Chuan were famous Gu immortals in history. There was even a terrifying existence like Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan, you can't escape. Spectral Soul sneered in his mind when he saw that everyone was focused on Fang Yuan. He did not chase away the others. He allowed the immortals to pursue him. Stay alert. Be wary of Spectral Soul and Longevity Heaven. Qin Dingling instructed. This was truly a strange sight. Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and Shadow Sect worked together to pursue Fang Yuan, but they were wary of each other and held back. Fang Yuan did not create an internal conflict between the three parties because they were not ordinary Gu immortals. At the same time, Fang Yuan had deep enmity with them. The benefits he had were too great. Even if the three parties held back, their firepower was ferocious and their killer moves were strange and mystical. Myriad-Year Flying Warship did not fly for long before it became heavily damaged. Countless goo-worms and corpses were scattered along the way. At this rate, there is no way out. Wu Shuai shouted. Main body, our path to the north has been completely sealed. We can only escape southwest now. There is no hope. We can't hold on for long. Myriad-Year Flying Warship is much more fragile than Dragon Palace. Fang Yuan's main body was sitting cross-legged, resisting the myriad tribulation inside as he commanded. Then go underground and see if there is any chance of survival. Myriad-Year Flying Warship swayed rapidly in the sky, dodging a black soul ball sent by Spectral Soul, but it was still engulfed by the attacks in the sky. The silver-white hull resisted the killer moves with difficulty. Soon, a portion of the hull dimmed and turned into white ash, drifting in the sky. In the end, it was swept away by the intense winds, vanishing without a trace. Myriad-Year Flying Warship was like a flying fish that was getting injured. It plunged down towards the ground. Follow it. With 3 more rounds of attacks, this ship will definitely be destroyed. Fang Yuan must die. If we cannot win, we will destroy the sovereign immortal aperture as well. We cannot let outsiders benefit from it. Almost all 3 forces had similar communications and instructions. Boom! Myriad-Year Flying Warship was like a silver-white meteor, directly crashing into the ground. Dust and smoke surged as the ground shook, but it could not intimidate the pursuers behind Fang Yuan. They entered the hole created by Myriad-Year Flying Warship. Boom, boom, boom. All sorts of killer moves were unleashed on Myriad-Year Flying Warship. Myriad-Year Flying Warship quickly disintegrated. It was in grave danger. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan is muddle-headed. Under the ground, Myriad-Year Flying Warship can't move easily, so we can easily hit it. There is no path to heaven, no door to hell. Fang Yuan, you demon, you slaughtered the innocent and harmed the world. Today's situation is the result of your actions. Offending us, this is your miserable ending. The immortals roared. Fang Yuan's defeat and escape caused their morale to soar to the extreme. If they worked harder, Fang Yuan's death would be right in front of them. Inside Myriad Year Flying Worship, Wu Shuai was covered in blood. Under such intense attacks, Myriad Year Flying Worship could not be repaired in time. Rumble, the immortals prepared for a moment before attacking again, creating a frenzied wave of attacks. Countless killer moves were separated from each other, trying their best to avoid internal friction. Like a terrifying tsunami, they surged towards Myriad Year Flying Worship layer by layer. Die. Bam. At the moment of life and death, Myriad Year Flying Worship smashed through the soil and rocks in front of it, charging into a spacious underground space. Myriad Year Flying Worship had the space to move quickly, avoiding most of the killer moves and narrowly escaping death. It was like a swimmer that was about to drown suddenly inhaled some air. What's going on? We chased him to Earth Abyss. Is this Fang Yuan's plan? Chase. We cannot let him escape. The immortals were stunned for a moment before breaking through the soil and rocks, charging into the underground space. It turned out that Fang Yuan was chased by Spectral Soul from Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range in the north of Central Continent to the southeast. Demon Immortal Chi Ju rushed over from the east and cooperated with Spectral Soul to force Fang Yuan to the southwest. Finally, Fairy Myrtle and the rest joined the battle from the south. Fang Yuan had no choice but to go west. After going west, they finally reached Ancient Soul Sect's territory. Ancient Soul Sect was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. It had a long history. Under Ancient Soul Sect's territory, there was a huge underground abyss. Every layer of the underground abyss had an area of at least hundreds of millions of square kilometers. The space was vast and mysterious. There were all kinds of caves and tunnels. Some were like mazes, some formed huge underground lakes, and some were as empty as plains. There were countless life forms living here. In Fang Yuan's previous life, a terrifying beast tide surged out of Earth Abyss, wreaking havoc on the whole of Central Continent. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects spent several years to exterminate the beast tide on the surface of Central Continent. Afterwards, they disregarded their factions and invited both righteous and demonic Path Gu Masters and Gu Immortals to explore Earth Abyss together. In the end, they found that Earth Abyss was unfathomably deep. There were layers after layers. By the time Fang Yuan was reborn, he had already discovered 107 layers. It was impossible to estimate how many layers there were. The environment here is complex. There are many life forms. The deeper we go, the more immemorial, desolate beasts there are. This is indeed the best place to escape to. Wu Shuai, who was in Myriad Year Flying Worship, realized. Relying on Earth Abyss, Myriad Year Flying Worship's situation started to improve. But towards Fang Yuan's scheme, the pursuers led by Spectral Soul understood it clearly. Many Gu Immortals no longer held back. They used all their methods. They were on guard against each other earlier, but now that they had chased all the way here, no one was willing to give up. Fang Yuan's situation was still dangerous. Myriad Year Flying Worship's destruction speed was much slower, but it was still sliding towards the edge of the cliff of destruction. Fang Yuan and Wu Shuai worked together and used their brains to their fullest extent, but they were still unable to shake off the pursuers. At most, they were only able to create a gap between the pursuers. In the first group, the one closest to Myriad Year Flying Worship was Spectral Soul. Next were Demon Immortal Chi Ju, Chi Sea Ancestor, and Ching Chou. In the third group were Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and Shadow Sects, Fairy Myrtle. Boom! Myriad Year Flying Worship, which was on the verge of collapse, smashed through the rocks and entered the next layer. Countless bats flew around, escaping in panic. There were millions and millions of bats living in this level. They were like a black tide, vast and boundless. Ordinary bats were smashed into minced meat by Myriad Year Flying Worship, while the alarmed, immemorial black bats charged against the tide. On this floor, the black bat swarm was fully deserving of being the overlord. They were alarmed by myriad-year flying worship. They were determined to punish this daring intruder. Spectral Soul arrived soon after. He saw the sky full of black bats and was overjoyed. Fang Yuan, heaven is not on your side. It seems that this lair will be your burial ground. Spectral Soul suddenly roared. The whistling sound spread out, and wherever it went, the black bats died instantly. Even the ancient black bats were not spared. Only the immemorial black bats staggered in the air, barely holding on. Spectral Soul roared. Countless bat souls emerged from the corpses of these black bats. These souls quickly fused with his roar, turning into black fog that covered myriad-year flying worship. Myriad-year flying worship quickly disintegrated under the corrosion of the black fog. It could not hold on any longer. Collect the core immortal goo. Prepare to abandon the ship. Fang Yuan's main body ordered decisively, just like when they abandoned Dragon Palace. They tried to retrieve the core immortal goo at the final moment. Dragon Palace's core immortal goo, Dream Token, had already been retrieved. But the battle was dangerous when the immortal goo house was facing destruction. Retrieving the core immortal goo was only a matter of manpower. It was up to fate. Sometimes, because they were too anxious, they extracted the core immortal goo too quickly, causing the core immortal goo to be heavily injured and destroyed afterwards. At the next moment, myriad-year flying worship broke apart. Fang Yuan's main body and Wu Shuai were completely inside the black fog. He is here. I will block him. Wu Shuai blocked in front of Fang Yuan. I said it before, this escape is futile. Spectral Soul approached. His tone was cold as ice. Qi Si Ancestor and the second group of people had just arrived. They saw the sky filled with black fog. Silver-white fragments were scattered and dissipating. Spectral Soul was attacking Fang Yuan's main body. No. Qi Si Ancestor was too far away. He could only shout in his mind. Chapter 2063. When Fairy Myrtle and the rest chased after them, they saw an endless black bat group. In this layer of underground abyss, the black bat group was the sole overlord that ruled over all living beings. Now that they had been violated, they had completely fallen into a state of madness and rage. Immemorial black bats controlled ancient black bats. Ancient black bats enslaved desolate beast black bats. Desolate beast black bats swept through countless ordinary black bats. When Shadow Sect, Longevity Heaven, and Celestial Court chased after them, the furious black bat group vented their anger on them. Even the Gua mortals of the three forces, the top experts of the current world, could not help but freeze. Why are there so many black bats? We need to kill the immemorial black bats in the black bat group to disperse these beasts. There are too many of them. The size of these black bats is too shocking. We cannot waste time with them. Don't forget that our main target is Fang Yuan. The three forces charged into the black bat group. It was like they were attacking a fierce wave. These Gua mortals were all top rank 8s of the current generation. Even though the black bat group was huge, they could not match the immortals in terms of strength. But even though the immortals created a bloody path, myriad-year flying worship, Spectral Soul, and Qing Chou were nowhere to be seen. What happened? Where are they? They did not leave any clues behind. This is impossible. We clearly followed the traces of their battle and followed them here. The immortals were shocked and bewildered. Calamity Luck Altar burst out with golden light. The countless black bats around it melted and cleared out a large area of space. Bing Sai Chuan's impatient voice came from Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Myrtle, tell me, where did Fang Yuan go? Old man Zheng Yuan snorted coldly. How would we know? Qin Dingling sneered. Shadow Sect, do you really think we do not know your tricks? You are chasing after them, on one hand. You cannot catch up to them. On the other hand, aren't you interfering with us? Qin Dingling's tone was very sharp. Her words were meant to sow discord, and she told the truth. Instantly, the shadow sect became extremely passive. Fang Yuan, Spectral Soul, Qing Chou, Qi Si, and Qi Ju had all vanished. This was too strange. This made the three forces chasing at the back feel anxious. Fairy Myrtle frowned and said in a low voice, "We have also lost contact with his lordship. I strongly suspect that other forces have already interfered. The most important thing right now is to find them. If we fight among ourselves, it will only allow this power to succeed." Bing Sai Chuan's voice was cold. He did not conceal his killing intent. "Then I want to see the abilities of a wisdom path great expert." "Humph, just wait and see," Fairy Myrtle said, then immediately took action, activating a killer move and quickly deducing. Qin Ding Ling did not speak, but she did not conceal her killing intent. Once she found out that the Shadow Sect was playing tricks on her, the Celestial Court would definitely surround and kill the Shadow Sect. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The surrounding black bats swarmed over again. The other Go Immortals hesitated for a moment before taking action, helping Fairy Myrtle to resist the beast group. Fairy Myrtle's body was covered in a purple-gold fog. The fog spread and continued to spread. Fairy Myrtle's expression turned pale. Her immortal essence was expended intensely. Her body started to tremble as she opened her eyes, revealing a pair of eyes that were filled with purple light. The purple-gold fog quickly disappeared. Fairy Myrtle's eyes also returned to normal. Her aura was clearly weaker. She had used all her strength in the deduction earlier. Under the immortal's gazes, she let out a breath of air. I deduced it, a battlefield killer move engulfed them, causing us to miss our target. Battlefield killer move. Who could be lying in ambush here? Humph, what proof do you have? Fairy Myrtle sneered. As a wisdom path great expert, she would not make baseless claims. She split up the back group and guided the immortals to identify a trace of Earth Path aura that was about to dissipate. The immortals captured this aura and started to analyze it. It is an Earth Path immortal move indeed. It really seems to be a battlefield killer move. Watch my method, I will find it. A Gu immortal from Celestial Court made a move. He was very confident when he attacked, but soon he returned in defeat without any results. Soon, this trace of Earth Path aura dissipated, leaving behind a huge number of black bats that continued to attack the three groups of immortals. The immortals' expressions were very ugly. Some were still suspicious of Shadow Sect. Some were thinking about how to excavate the immortal battlefield, while some had no choice but to attack the black bats. On Longevity Heaven's side, Bing Saichuan was still skeptical. Fairy Myrtle's mood was the heaviest. She dealt with the black bats while shouting at Celestial Court, "You should be very familiar with this trace of Earth Path aura." Celestial Court, what do you think? Qin Dingling was silent for a while before speaking. That's right, this is similar to Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method. Our thoughts are the same. Find this immortal battlefield and destroy it. So it is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's force, no wonder. Bing Sai Chuan realized at once. Among the 10 Venerables in history, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the most skilled in immortal battlefield killer moves. In this aspect, he was publicly recognized as the #1 Venerable in the world. Right now, the reincarnation battlefield that he created was still in Central Continent, shared by the 10 great ancient sections. As for why Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables force attacked, none of the immortals present were surprised. Everyone knew about the conflict between Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered the world. He brought terror and chaos. The people of the 5 regions had no way to live. The righteous path declined and the demonic path rose. Ever since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable started cultivating, he had been trying to bring order to the world, to suppress demons and eliminate disasters, to benefit the people of the world. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had opposing ideologies. To find Paradise Earth's battlefield and destroy it, the difficulty. Bing Sai Chuan shook his head. Even an expert like him felt hesitant and troubled. Why did Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables force attack? Why did he set up an ambush here? Agu Immortal asked. This question made Fairy Myrtle's mood even heavier. Her expression was shrouded by a thick layer of dark clouds. It must be Fang Yuan. Even though there was no evidence, Fairy Myrtle still said it with absolute certainty. She had fought with Fang Yuan too many times. She was the loser every time. Fairy Myrtle had tasted this feeling of failure too many times. She was already used to it. Every time she thought that victory was in her grasp, Fang Yuan would cause trouble. The current situation gave Fairy Myrtle the same feeling. It was extremely familiar. Qin Ding Ling agreed with Fairy Myrtle's deduction. We are chasing after Fang Yuan, but from another perspective, we are being led by Fang Yuan. One chasing and one escaping. This route is controlled by Fang Yuan. If he cooperated with Paradise Earth's force, this situation would have been the easiest. But why is Paradise Earth's force cooperating with a demon like Fang Yuan? We have not seen it with our own eyes. Is this a force left behind by Paradise Earth? If it is, which Paradise Earth force is it? Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the most recent Venerable. He naturally had the most forces left behind. But different from the other Venerables, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not intentionally support any forces. Celestial Court was a force created by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Longevity Heaven was originally Giant Sun Immortal's Grotto Heaven. It was a foundation created by his inheritance. Shadow Sect was an organization created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul after his death, using Zombie Alliance as a shell. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was different. He supported and helped countless forces. For example, Eastern Seas Merman Imperial Court. He could not bear to see the merfolk being bullied. Or Southern Borders, Mushroom Man Paradise. He did not want to see the Mushroom Men being slaughtered mercilessly. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had methods to transform his immortal aperture into a paradise. He had helped a large number of Gu Immortals and many Grotto Heavens and blessed lands in his life. He even helped legendary immemorial beasts, like the blue dragon whale. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not just help humans, he also helped variant humans and all living beings. Thus, in this aspect, he was the most benevolent and compassionate Venerable. Even though Celestial Court's Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable also helped all living beings, he mostly focused on saving nature and restoring the environment. The other Venerables had offensive methods. Only Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had also left behind true inheritances in various places. Southern Borders, Mushroom Man Paradise was one of them. Thus, Paradise Earth's leader, Southern Border Gu Immortal Lu Weiyin, claimed to be Paradise Earth's inheritor. Nobody could refute him. Back then, before the Fate Formation, Fairy Myrtle had personally entered Mushroom Man Paradise and borrowed Benevolence Gu. The Immortals could not guess. Paradise Earth's actions caused many forces and Gu Immortals to be connected to him. It was hard to say which force was among them. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had been eliminating Spectral Soul's influence his entire life. He showed kindness and brought peace to people. Would his force cooperate with a demon like Fang Yuan? But this is not impossible. Isn't Celestial Court also cooperating with us temporarily? Fairy Myrtle's heart was filled with dark clouds. The more she thought about it, the worse she felt. The reason why Celestial Court cooperated with Shadow Sect was to let Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul exhaust each other. It would be best if they could eliminate these two demons at the same time. If they had such thoughts, why would Paradise Earth's force cooperate with Fang Yuan? With Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's status and nature, he would not do such a shady thing. But the Immortal Venerable had already passed away. nobody could say for sure what kind of nature his force or inheritor had. This situation is definitely out of Master's expectations. But there is an even worse situation. This is all Fang Yuan's scheme. He did not hesitate to give up Dragon Palace and Myriad Year, flying worship, to lure Master into this battlefield. No matter what the situation is, I need to do my best to save Master as soon as possible. Fairy Myrtle had a bad premonition. She was very anxious. She was a wisdom path great expert. Any premonitions or changes in her mood were important to her. Spectral Soul naturally had an advantage against Fang Yuan, but if he faced another Venerable force, it would be hard to say. And most importantly, this Venerable force was the Paradise Earth force that targeted Spectral Soul the most in history. At the same time, in the Earth Path battlefield, Spectral Soul looked at the surging yellow sand around him. His expression was cold as ice. Good, very good. You are Lu Wei-yin, the current generation, southern border inheritor of Paradise Earth? A Gu Immortal stepped on a yellow cloud as he bowed toward Spectral Soul. Lord Demon Venerable is wise. I have been waiting here for a long time. At the side, Fang Yuan urged, Lu Wei-yin, I have lured him here. Don't expect me to take action now. I need to see your sincerity. Ugh. Fang Yuan stopped talking and retreated rapidly. But it was too late. In an instant, Spectral Soul suddenly appeared in front of him, using an unknown method. Fang Yuan, you were careless. It has been hard on you to escape to this point, Dai. Spectral Soul stretched out his hand and grabbed Fang Yuan's neck. Chapter 2064. Spectral Soul was truly a demon venerable who had fought his way up. If it were anyone else, they would be on guard and wait for a chance to break out. Furthermore, his combat experience was too rich. Once he fell into a trap, he actually took advantage of this opportunity. Needless to say, his timing was perfect. Fang Yuan had been chased by 3 parties. He felt huge pressure. Now that he was safe here, it was normal for him to relax. Spectral Soul used words to confuse him while secretly preparing a killer move. His move was silent in the current 5 regions. Only southern borders Wuyong's Qi concealment method could match it. Thus, once he activated it, Spectral Soul immediately changed the situation. He grabbed Fang Yuan's neck tightly. And Spectral Soul's move was extraordinary. It was called Soul Shattering Hand. This move could only be used in close combat. After all, Gu Immortals rarely fought in close combat. Most of them fought from afar. Only a few paths like Transformation Path and Strength Path focused on close combat. Soul Shattering Hand's area of effect was extremely short. It had a huge flaw, but Spectral Soul still grasped it and could not bear to part with it. Because once it was hit, it would be extremely powerful. The person hit would not be able to escape. It had the effect of deciding the outcome. At the next moment, Soul Shattering Hand activated. A smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face again, but Spectral Soul's expression turned grim. Fang Yuan in his hand rapidly turned into sand, vanishing into thin air. It was a puppet made of sand. Sand flew in the sky. Fang Yuan's praise could be heard from within. Spectacular indeed! Friend Lu, you did not waste so much effort and time to create this illusory, sand-shifting shadow battlefield. Fang Yuan did not conceal his voice. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. He immediately searched for traces of the sand and arrived in front of Fang Yuan. Spectral Soul attacked again, but Fang Yuan did not dodge. At the next moment, Fang Yuan crumbled, turning into countless sand and dispersing again. Spectral Soul finally showed a rare frown. Lu Wei-yin's voice could be heard. Fang Yuan, you are too kind. Spectral Soul is simply too powerful. I had to use my most powerful battlefield killer move. I won't hide it from you. Although this battlefield originated from Paradise Earth's true inheritance, it has undergone several generations of innovation and has undergone many changes. The transformation just now is Zhao's substitute. It can confuse the enemy's senses and attract their firepower. Lu Weiyin, you don't want the Mushroom Man paradise in southern border? To think that I, the Shadow Sect, let you off back then. Spectral Soul shouted coldly, staring at Lu Weiyin's sand ape. He knew that Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin were purposely saying those words to lower his morale and pressure him. In a battle between experts, every word was a battle, especially in the hands of Information Path Gu immortals. Their words were even sharper. Every word was like a sharp spear. The opponent could not let their guard down. Fang Yuan ignored Spectral Soul. He continued to speak to Lu Weiyin. Such a powerful battlefield killer move. It was worth it to destroy 2 immortal Gu houses as bait to lower this old geezer's wariness. Next, we will have to rely on you. Lu Weiyin knew about Fang Yuan's tribulation. In fact, Fang Yuan's unrestrained heavenly mark was a gift from Lu Weiyin. The truth was, Fang Yuan did not trust Lu Weiyin. His main target was not Earth Abyss, but Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan did not know much about Lu Weiyin. There was not much information about him in his memories from 500 years ago. Right now, not only was Spectral Soul trapped in a illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield, Fang Yuan was the same. Moreover, Fang Yuan's 2 immortal Gu houses, Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship, were destroyed. He lost a lot of Gu worms. The core immortal Gu he brought back were all injured. Spectral Soul laughed sinisterly. Fang Yuan, hide well. Maybe Lu Weiyin will let you out? But it doesn't matter. Paradise Earth is gone. No matter what kind of Earth Path battlefield it is, it cannot trap me for long. Once I understand the profundity of this, it will be the day you die. Lu Weiyin did not reply. He activated the battlefield. Yellow sand flew around Spectral Soul. A figure charged out of the sand. It was Fang Yuan's Qi-Si clone. Qi-Si ancestor saw Spectral Soul and was stunned, as if he had charged through the sandstorm earlier. He did not expect Spectral Soul to be here. But at the next moment, Qi-Si ancestor immediately attacked, using Qi path methods to attack Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. He blocked the attack and was about to counterattack when he saw Qi-Si ancestor getting engulfed by the sand again, vanishing without a trace. Spectral Soul immediately chased after him, diving into the yellow sand, but he could not find Qi-Si ancestor's whereabouts. Another figure attacked. It was Demon Immortal Qi-Ju. Spectral Soul was about to greet him, but he saw that Demon Immortal Qi-Ju's expression was not right. He became vigilant. As expected, at the next moment, Demon Immortal Qi-Ju also attacked him. Spectral Soul blocked and shouted, "Qi-Ju, what are you doing?" Demon Immortal Qi-Ju smiled coldly. "Qi-Si ancestor, since you provoked me, I will show you the true power of Qi Path." Hearing this, Spectral Soul was stunned. He thought, "Don't tell me this is another ability of the Earth Path battlefield. It can confuse enemies and allies." Spectral Soul could recognize the sand puppet as Fang Yuan, but Spectral Soul could not. Then this battlefield could disguise him as Qi-Si ancestor. It was not strange that Demon Immortal Qi-Ju was deceived. Spectral Soul and Demon Immortal Qi-Ju fought for more than 10 rounds. Demon Immortal Qi-Ju was injured. He was engulfed by the sand again. Next was Qing Cho. "Spectral Soul, I want you to die. I want you to die." Qing Cho was still going crazy. The rank 9 Immortal Goora on its body was extremely dense. Spectral Soul's heart jumped. Like this, at times it was Qi-Si ancestor, at times it was Demon Immortal Qi-Ju, and at times it was legendary, immemorial, desolate Beast Qing Cho. They appeared and disappeared amidst the sand, engaging in continuous battles against Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul had incredible battle strength, surpassing any of them. But whenever he gained a slight advantage, Lu Weiyin, who was behind the scenes, would immediately switch targets. Spectral Soul could not do anything about it. Spectral Soul was attacked repeatedly. He was also covered by the sand. He could not get away for the moment. He could only fight passively. At the back of the battlefield, Fang Yuan was undergoing tribulation with all his strength. Wu Shuai, on the other hand, was guarding him with a vigilant expression. Beside him, countless army ants gathered into a hollow sphere, protecting him and Fang Yuan. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the myriad tribulation had already turned into a torrential flood. The flood engulfed the surrounding 10,000 Li Fang Yuan's mini-5 regions were all affected. A large number of small-scale resource points were destroyed. Mini Central Continent's Spirit Spring Forest, Kokitahara's Bone Burial Ground, Contact Heart River Bank, Mini Western Desert's Eerie Fire Dragon Python Pit, Sand Gull Soil Bank, Mini Southern Borders Become Dragon Mound, Heaven Sealing Mountain, and Mini Eastern Sea's Jade Beard Lake were all heavily damaged. And the resource points that were heavily protected by Fang Yuan were also greatly impacted. Fang Yuan's losses were severe. There was no choice. He had already used all his strength. Fortunately, his efforts and sacrifices were not in vain. The number of heavenly Dao marks that he had refined had already reached more than 20. The first myriad tribulation was the myriad destruction lightning forest tribulation. Fang Yuan finally came up with a countermeasure to deal with it. Under the control of providence, the heaven path Dao marks immediately changed the contents of the myriad tribulation. Fang Yuan's countermeasure quickly lost its effectiveness. If this situation happened to most Gu immortals in the world, it would be a desperate situation. But for Fang Yuan, every change in the myriad tribulation was a great opportunity for him, because he had the killer move Exposed Heavenly Secret. Exposed Heavenly Secret allowed Fang Yuan to accurately predict what the next calamity or tribulation would be. Even though he might not have enough time to prepare, this was already a qualitative change. After all, the biggest reason why calamities and tribulations were troublesome and dangerous was that they were hard to predict. Once they were accurately predicted, the threat of the calamity or tribulation would fall by several times. Of course, even if the predicted myriad tribulation was a myriad tribulation, it was still a myriad tribulation. Thus, the sovereign immortal aperture was flooded and countless resources were destroyed. Fang Yuan's losses were severe indeed, but this was not a bad thing. The power of the myriad tribulation continued to fall. Because the essence of the heavenly Tao was balance, the greater Fang Yuan's losses, the smaller the imbalance. Even with providence, it still followed the principles of the heavenly Tao. More and more heaven path Tao marks were refined by Fang Yuan. His refinement efficiency was rising rapidly. The first step was the most difficult. Fang Yuan sacrificed all of his soul beasts to break through this greatest predicament of his life. He succeeded. Even though the myriad tribulation was still rampaging, Fang Yuan had already gotten a breather. He was starting to turn the situation around. Spectral Soul fell into a tough battle. Lu Weiyin's illusory, sand-shifting shadow battlefield forced him into a passive state. Qi Si Ancestor, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, Qing Chou, and Lu Weiyin could even work together to attack Spectral Soul. Qing Chou was blinded by hatred. It was once used by Spectral Soul. But here, Lu Weiyin moved it around casually. Spectral Soul could not make use of it. Intense winds blew. Yellow sand flew into the sky. Suddenly, the fine sand turned into rocks. They spun on their own while flying rapidly. In an instant, countless flying rocks covered heaven and earth, enveloping Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul waved his hand and threw out a cloud of smoke. A small portion of the flying rocks vanished into the black smoke, but most of them pierced through the black smoke and arrived in front of Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul's body suddenly vanished. When he appeared again, he was already at the other side of the battlefield. He dodged almost all of the flying rocks, but when these flying rocks landed in the swirling yellow sand, they turned back into sand. Next, the sand in the sky condensed into a smooth yellow flying rock, flying towards Spectral Soul. This move is called Flying Sand Turning Rocks. Please take a look at it, Lord Spectral Soul. Lu Weiyin said calmly. Child's play. Spectral soul growled. His body shook as black smoke rumbled. With him as the center, it spread rapidly in all directions. Spin. Spectral soul vanished into the thick black smoke as he shouted. At the next moment, the black smoke started to spin like a whirlpool. Spectral soul was at the center. He breathed in and released the black smoke at the same time. When the flying rocks entered the black smoke, they were immediately corroded into sand before being swept away by the black smoke and absorbed into Spectral Soul's immortal aperture. This response made Lu Wei-yin praise. Amazing, as expected of Lord Spectral Soul. However, my battlefield killer move's location was carefully chosen. It is placed on the Earth Vein node. Lord Spectral Soul, no matter how many flying rocks you absorb, this battlefield of mine can absorb Earth Chi from the Earth Vein at any time to replenish itself. Thus, unless the Earth Vein's power is completely exhausted, these flying rocks will be endless. These words did not affect Spectral Soul. This former demon Venerable sneered with killing intent. Lu Wei-yin, do you think I used this move to break your flying sand-turning rocks? Oh no. Lu Wei-yin paled. He could not react in time. At the next moment, yellow sand fell to the ground. A layer of illusory, sand-shifting shadow battlefield's power was corroded by the black smoke, returning to a yellow land. My killer moved singing sand as rice was actually broken. So fast. Lu Wei-yin had an ugly expression. Spectral Soul moved stealthily. He was dealing with flying sand turning rocks on the surface, but he was actually targeting singing sand as rice. Now that this move was broken, the sand puppets were no longer obstructing him. Demon Immortal Qi Ju saw the truth, while Fang Yuan also revealed his location. Fang Yuan, how much longer do you want to hide? Spectral Soul pounced at Fang Yuan without hesitation. Wu Shuai tried to resist, but the defense created by the army ants was instantly torn apart by Spectral Soul. A dark soul ball flew out and arrived in front of Fang Yuan in a few breaths of time. Fang Yuan had been sitting cross-legged. He opened his eyes and smiled lightly. I don't need to hide. Rumble. An immortal goo house suddenly appeared, covering Fang Yuan and Wu Shuai. The dark soul ball landed on the immortal goo house and erupted with terrifying power. But this immortal goo house was like a mountain. It did not budge. Chapter 2065. An immortal goo house suddenly appeared in the battlefield. It was like a mountain, but it was not tall. From the bottom to the top, there were clear layers. The surface was smooth and round. Thus, it was like a tower piled up with dozens of drums of varying sizes. This immortal goo house was yellowish-brown in color. There was a layer of dense sand on the surface. It gave off a strong feeling of stability and stability. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. This Earth Path Immortal Goo House was an unexpected gain from Fang Yuan's Dream Realm exploration. It was different from most Immortal Goo Houses. The most fundamental difference was that this Immortal Goo House did not have a core Immortal Goo. It was constructed with an Immortal Killer move as the core. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had 3 core killer moves. The most important one was accumulating Soil Mountain. This move was very special. It could not be used for offense, movement, healing, or anything else. Using this move, the Goo Immortal could stack Earth Path Goo Worms and make them form an Immortal Goo House. Even if the Goo Immortal using the killer move had no formation path attainment level. Mastering this killer move was equivalent to mastering the foundation of this Immortal Goo House. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Thus, every Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had a different appearance. In fact, even the same Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress would have different forms and powers because of the different Earth Path Goo Worms added into it. Fang Yuan had already created Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress for a long time. He obtained the complete blueprints from the Dream Realm. He also obtained a large number of Earth Path Immortal Goo from the Blue Dragon Whale. In fact, He had already obtained this rank 8 immortal goo house before the Fate War. Right now, peaceful soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was taken out by Fang Yuan. It changed the situation. Spectral Soul's attacks on Fang Yuan were ineffective again. Lu Weiyin, Qing Chou, and the rest attacked one after another, forcing him to deal with them first. I thought that Fang Yuan was only bluffing earlier. I forced him too much. He had to give up Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Worship, these 2 immortal goo houses. But now, it seems that he was truly trying to lure me into an ambush. Spectral Soul's heart sank. In truth, Fang Yuan's action of abandoning the 2 immortal goo houses had greatly lowered his guard. After all, the Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Worship had been destroyed one after another. It was impossible not to feel that Fang Yuan was at the end of his rope. He didn't expect Fang Yuan to have such a hidden card. Lu Weiyin was also surprised, thinking, Fang Yuan is willing to pay such a heavy price to lure Spectral Soul. Was this a kind of trust in him? Or was this a test of their first cooperation? In fact, Fang Yuan had no other choice. Although he had been hiding this peaceful soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, there was a huge flaw. Their flying speed was too slow. If there was a ranking list of immortal goo houses, Fang Yuan's peaceful soil Heavy Mountain Fortress would definitely be at the bottom. There was no doubt about it. Honestly speaking, peaceful soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was like a tortoise among immortal goo houses. It moved slowly, only slightly better than an immortal formation. It was a terrible sight to behold. But there were gains and losses. Peaceful soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had a huge weakness in terms of movement speed, but its defense was terrifying. If Spectral Soul, Lu Weiyin, and the rest knew about Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress weakness, they would understand some of Fang Yuan's weaknesses. If they took out Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress in the battle earlier, Fang Yuan would not be able to escape far. He would become a sitting duck and suffer the attacks of Spectral Soul and the rest. Even though Fang Yuan had a short period of peace, the other forces were able to mobilize their troops and gather their methods to kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not stay in one place for long. This was Central Continent, the territory of Celestial Court. Even though Celestial Court was on the decline, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were still there. But now that Fang Yuan took out Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, the effect was completely different. Spectral Soul resisted the attacks of Lu Weiyin, Qixi Ancestor, and the rest while attacking Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress stood firmly. It did not move at all. Even an existence like Spectral Soul felt great discomfort. His main target was Fang Yuan. It had never changed. But if he wanted to attack Fang Yuan now, he had to destroy this immortal goo house. This huge obstacle made Spectral Soul feel a little suffocated. If Spectral Soul ignored Fang Yuan and focused on this battlefield and these enemies, he would give Fang Yuan precious time to recover. This was something Spectral Soul did not want to see. In the intense battle, Spectral Soul looked at Qing Chou, wanting to use it as a breakthrough point. But Lu Weiyin was prepared. Once he saw that Spectral Soul was targeting Qing Chou, he immediately used a battlefield killer move to teleport Qing Chou away. Qing Chou only targeted its greatest enemy, which was Spectral Soul. Lu Weiyin was not helping Spectral Soul. He was helping it. Qing Chou would not attack him. Spectral Soul's scheme was foiled. He transmitted to Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Qi Ju, you will be the main attacker. After we destroy this immortal goo house, the reward will definitely satisfy you. Demon Immortal Qi Ju hesitated. Spectral Soul, your battle strength is higher than mine. If you cannot do it, how can I? Spectral Soul snorted coldly. Who says I cannot do it? I just need to spend some effort. We lack cooperation. The most suitable thing now is for me to deal with this battlefield and the enemies while you attack Fang Yuan. You have the secluded domain of heaven and Earthshi. As long as you are willing to pay the price, how hard can it be to destroy this immortal goo house? Spectral Soul's main target was Fang Yuan, but now he had to change his target. Firstly, Spectral Soul could tell that this immortal goo house had high defense. It would take too much effort to destroy it. Secondly, Spectral Soul was only cooperating with Chi-Ju. Their relationship was shallow. Thus, Chi-Ju was an unstable factor. Spectral Soul wanted him to attack, to prevent Chi-Ju and reduce the chance of accidents. He could also break out of the battlefield and wait for an opportunity. It was safer and more stable. Spectral Soul had the greatest killing nature in history. He was not a fool who lost his rationality and was overwhelmed by killing intent. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju naturally did not want to be trapped in the battlefield. He did not doubt Spectral Soul's determination to break out of the battlefield. He thought about it and smiled. My Shi land can indeed destroy this Earth Path Immortal Goo House, but the price will be extremely high. After all, I cultivate Chi Path, not Earth Path. It is very likely that after I succeed, Shi land will be completely destroyed. But it is not impossible to make this deal. The crucial thing is, what kind of price can you pay for me to make such a huge sacrifice? What? You think I can't take it out? Spectral Soul immediately asked. You are a Venerable. Your foundation is extraordinary. I am looking forward to it. But until now, even though you have given me many types of true inheritances, they are lacking in any of them. I am truly disappointed. Humph. In your eyes, only venerable inheritances are worthy of being mentioned. Of course. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's tone was direct. Only venerable inheritances are worthy of my attention. To speak the truth, I am very interested in Spectral Soul's true inheritances. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was an old demon. In this situation, he actually asked for Spectral Soul's soul path true inheritances. This was a shameless move. Spectral Soul naturally did not want to be taken advantage of. He rejected in a forceful tone. Chi-Ju, don't forget our goal. If you do not use your full strength now, how can you kill Fang Yuan? You and I might get trapped in this battlefield and become prey for others. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was silent. The situation was tense now. The Earth Path battlefield was unfathomable. He had not explored it yet. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was only probing earlier. Since Spectral Soul was so forceful, it was better to cooperate and get through this crisis first. Even though Spectral Soul unraveled a layer of this Earth Path battlefield's transformation, Lu Wei-yin, Qing Chou, and Qi-Si ancestors' attacks still gave him huge pressure. Even though Demon Immortal Chi-Ju restrained Fang Yuan's Qi-Si clone, under Lu Wei-yin's control, Qi-Si ancestor tried not to fight with Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Instead, Qing Chou was often used. This fool dared to fight and charge. It was crazy and reckless. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was in a difficult spot. Battlefield killer moves were hard to set up, but once they were set up, the Gu Immortal would have a huge territorial advantage. Formation Path and Enslavement Path were both paths that could fight against many, because once these two paths were used to their full potential, the upper limit of one's strength would be very high. And this illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield was a killer move created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. After being modified, it became even more threatening. Furthermore, this battlefield was located in Earth Abyss now. It was connected to the Earth Vein. Using the endless power of the Earth, Spectral Soul, and Chi-Ju felt troubled. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the myriad tribulation was still ongoing. The content of the myriad tribulation changed again. It turned from a torrential flood to a blazing inferno, burning everything and creating endless heat waves. I have already refined more than 100 heaven path Tao marks. Fang Yuan made new progress. Each myriad tribulation's transformation was a crisis for him. Chapter 2066. At the same time, Fang Yuan had to pay a heavy price as well. The richest mini southern border in the mini 5 regions was already mostly destroyed. Immortal Succession Mountain was destroyed. It was cleansed by the flood. This immortal mountain was a middle-grade resource point. Fang Yuan took it from Heifan Grotto Heaven. It once had the ability to guide mortals to immortal ascension. There was also Heaven's Sealing Mountain. This mountain was created by Fang Yuan. It was small and unassuming. The belly of the mountain was hollow. Fang Yuan had once set up a gu formation here to seal the strength path immortal zombie body. Other than that, there were hundreds of other mountains. Among them, the greatest losses were Interior Rain Mountain, Copper Seal Mountain, and Bonebird Peak. Interior Rain Mountain was shrouded in a layer of dark clouds. Rain continued to fall from the dark clouds. This rain was not ordinary rain. It was the rank 6 immortal material interior rain. This was a resource point that could produce water-path immortal materials. It was now in ruins. Copper Seal Mountain still had a remnant body left. This mountain was originally red in color. It was Fangjing Square. It was like a huge seal that stood on Mini Southern Border. There was no soil on the mountain. It was made up of all kinds of copper. These copper materials were mortal and mortal. There were chaotic heaven copper, wisdom copper, snowflake copper, and other mortal copper materials. There were even immortal copper materials like gray profound copper and ascending dragon copper. Copper Seal Mountain was so special. It was heavily taken care of during the myriad tribulation, myriad destruction, forest lightning. But now it was half its original size. It was black and was emitting smoke and lightning. The entire mountain was completely melted. It gave off an intense charred smell. This mountain had once produced domination copper. It was a rank 7 immortal material. Unfortunately, after this calamity, there were no more. As for Bonebird Peak, it had a large number of flower-winged white bone birds. It was full of vitality. But now it had completely collapsed. The flower-winged white bone birds had already been killed by the lightning. The lightning collapsed the mountain. The flood destroyed the forest. Fang Yuan had obtained a large number of musical trees from Heifan Grotto Heaven. They formed many southern borders, vast primordial forest. After this myriad tribulation, how could there still be a forest? Not to mention the beautiful and colorful Chi Death bird and the fragrant tea stream. Mini Southern Border was in ruins. There were only a few places that were heavily guarded by Fang Yuan. Among them were the Coiling Thread Cavern, the Stalactite Cavern, and the Dark Inkstone Mine. These resource points were all underground, so it was easier for Fang Yuan to protect them. At the same time, these places were also inhabited by stone men. Firebird Mountain was an exception. Because of its remote location, it had luckily escaped the calamity. This mid-sized resource point had many types of fire path birds. There was still a fire phoenix in the crater of the volcano, imprisoned and suppressed by the great formation within the volcano. The roots of the sunset parasol tree on the mountain absorbed the magma as nutrients. Its branches swayed in the wind, and its leaves glistened. It emitted a beautiful glow like the sunset. It was a rare and beautiful scene. Apart from the lesser southern border, the other lesser 4 regions were also heavily damaged. The rocky shoal in Kokitahara was obtained by Fang Yuan from annexing Han Dong's blessed land. Now it had been washed away by the flood. All the pink spirit snakes living inside were killed. The little western deserts, Quan Desert, was created by Fang Yuan after he took Liu Yang's blessed land. There were more than 20 desolate dogs inside, and none of them had their corpses or bones left. The small middle continent, the small East Sea, and even the small 9 heavens were affected. Fang Yuan could not care so much anymore. The myriad tribulation had taken the lives of countless rank 8 Gu immortals. In history, it was the main cause of death for countless geniuses. If he did not deal with it properly, Fang Yuan would lose his life. Fang Yuan not only had to deal with the myriad tribulation, he also had to deal with the 3 pursuers outside. If giving up some resources could improve the situation, why would Fang Yuan not do it? Was his life more important than resources? The answer to this question was self-evident. Only with his life would there be hope and possibility. In the worst-case scenario, even if Fang Yuan destroyed all of his resources, even if his main body and clones died as long as he was alive, as long as he got through this predicament, even if he was on his last breath, Fang Yuan would be able to accept this outcome. A man should be unyielding. Success or failure did not matter. The destruction of these resources is actually of great help to me. The heavenly Tao is balanced. If these resource points are destroyed, the power of the myriad tribulation will decrease accordingly. Thus, my efficiency in refining heaven path, Tao marks, will continue to rise. Fang Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Rumble. With a loud sound, peaceful soil, heavy mountain fortress shook intensely. Hundreds and thousands of gooworms were shattered into pieces. This was an attack that Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had prepared for a long time. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. This old demon, who had once resisted limitless Demon Venerable in history, had ruthless methods. He had the terrifying strength to weaken and shake peaceful soil, heavy mountain fortress. If he continued to attack like this, peaceful soil, heavy mountain fortress would be destroyed by him sooner or later. It was not that Lu Wei-yin and the Qi-Si clone did not want to obstruct him, but Spectral Soul continued to attack and obstruct them. Spectral Soul's body was covered in black smoke. He attacked and defended at times. He tossed out immemorial soul beasts at times and used strange soul path killer moves at others. Not only did he protect Chi-Ju and give him ample time and space, he even probed the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield and obtained new results. He successfully got rid of another layer of variation in the battlefield. Lu Wei-yin, Qing Chou, and the Qi-Si clone attacked Spectral Soul with ease. And at this level, Spectral Soul is only a remnant soul. He is injured. He has not reached the peak of sovereign immortal fetus Gu when he underwent tribulation. Fang Yuan sighed internally. He had already experienced Spectral Soul's strength. We cannot let this go on. Wu Shuai, join in and deal with Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan ordered. In the current situation, Spectral Soul and the other two sides wanted to kill Fang Yuan. On the other side, Lu Wei-yin inherited Paradise Earths to eliminate Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan was the key, but so was Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan did not face much pressure from the outside world now. He was even more wary of Spectral Soul. He did not hesitate to target Spectral Soul. Wu Shuai joined the battle. At once, army ants gathered into an ant river that surged towards Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul split a portion of his attention to use killer moves to resist them. Wu Shuai was Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone. He mainly cultivated enslavement path. Even though he had not cultivated for a long time, he inherited the inheritance of the Dragonman race, as well as the true Wu Shuai inheritance. After several rounds of attacks, Lu Wei-yin was energized. He was overjoyed. Even though Wu Shuai does not fight personally, he has rank 8 cultivation level. His battle strength is quite impressive. Good with him around. It is Spectral Soul's turn to feel pressure. With him controlling the battlefield, even Qing Chou could be surrounded. Not to mention Wu Shuai, who was willing to cooperate. Wu Shuai soon integrated into the encirclement. His tempo became faster, and he exerted greater pressure on Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was the strongest in the current world, but his soul had not reached its peak state. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju and Qi-Si Ancestor could not defeat Spectral Soul, but they could fight him for dozens of rounds. With Wu Shuai's addition, there was a qualitative change. He was a crucial factor in the balance of battle strength. Lu Wei-yin and the rest's attacks could be said to be endless. Spectral Soul started to become passive. He started to get tired of dealing with the encirclement. Immortal Killer move, breathless breaths. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju stretched out 2 fingers, pointing at the top and foundation of Peaceful Soil, Heavy Mountain Fortress. At once, Peaceful Soil, Heavy Mountain Fortress was unable to move. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. His breathing was no longer smooth. Worse still, the immortal essence that he was injecting into Peaceful Soil, Heavy Mountain Fortress, started to become intermittent. Immortal Gu houses needed to expend a lot of immortal essence to activate. Peaceful Soil, Heavy Mountain Fortress was the same. After being hit by this move, its defense started to fluctuate between strong and weak. A huge weakness of Peaceful Soil, Heavy Mountain Fortress, was exposed. It was too slow. It could only take most killer moves head-on. Of course, its defense was extremely strong. It could expend a lot of the enemy Goo Immortal's immortal essence. Thus, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress tactic was a battle of attrition. Goo Immortals could heal inside. They could also use Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress to expend the enemy's immortal essence and investigate their killer moves. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress also lacked offensive methods. In fact, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju could ignore Fang Yuan for now. He could join forces with Spectral Soul to deal with Lu Wei-yin and the rest. Fang Yuan was entangled by the myriad tribulation. He could only rely on Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress to fight. He posed little threat. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Explosion. Spectral Soul suddenly turned around. He endured the attacks of Lu Wei-yin and the rest as he flicked his fingers, sending out more than 10 black dots. The black dots quickly flew to the sky above Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, turning back into more than 10 immemorial soul beasts. These immemorial soul beasts charged down towards Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. The mountain-like beast bodies stacked together, completely burying Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. At the next moment, rumble. The terrifying explosion killed these immemorial soul beasts on the spot. They sacrificed their lives in exchange for this terrifying explosion, creating a pure black sphere of light. The sphere of light expanded rapidly. In a few breaths of time, it reached an astonishing size of 100 li. Earth shook. The entire battlefield was shaking intensely. Lu Wei-yin's expression changed. He quickly got out and tried his best to protect the battlefield. If the battlefield collapsed, even a corner would collapse, the entire situation would turn for the worse. Spectral Soul is crafty and sinister. He actually had such a terrifying move. Chi-Si Demon Immortal squinted. He had already retreated to a safe distance. Soul Explosion is not rare. It is not surprising that he detonated the immemorial soul beasts. But he could perfectly fuse the power of the detonation of more than 10 immemorial soul beasts. How did he do it? Oh no, I wonder how the main body is doing? Wu Shuai and Chi-Si Ancestor were worried. Roar. Ching Cho was affected by the aftershock. It was heavily injured, but the more painful it was, the more frenzied it became. It ignored everything else. It charged towards Spectral Soul again. Wu Shuai and Chi-Si Ancestor could only follow behind it to prevent Spectral Soul from absorbing Ching Chao's strength. After Spectral Soul completed this attack, his face turned slightly pale. This time, when resisting Ching Chao's attacks, he focused on defense, recovering his mental energy. Evidently, that attack earlier expended a lot of mental energy. In fact, the price of this soul explosion was very high. Immemorial soul beasts had rank 8 battle strength. Spectral Soul sacrificed more than 10 rank 8s at once. I wonder how Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress is doing? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju quickly approached Fang Yuan. As the dust settled, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress appeared in front of the immortals again. This Earth Path Immortal Goo House was 30% shorter. It was damaged on the surface, but there were no holes. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju squinted as he sighed internally. This Immortal Goo House has the highest defense among all Immortal Goo houses currently. Immortal Killer Move. Accumulated Soil Mountain. Inside the Immortal Goo House, Fang Yuan injected Immortal Essence as he activated the core killer move. Countless Earth Path Goo worms flew out of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, entering the Immortal Goo House. In just 3 breaths of time, not only did Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress recover to its original state, its outer appearance even changed. It was no longer round. It looked like a tower with many straight lines and corners. Even a demon like Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's pupils dilated upon seeing this. He was at a loss. Isn't this a little too shameless? Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress not only had high defense, its recovery speed was also outstanding. After all, it was not easy to repair most immortal goo houses in the world. To place goo worms into the empty spots, these empty spots had to be specific. It was not as simple as placing them there. Most of the time, some goo worms or killer moves were needed to be used to place them in. Immortal goo houses were a type of immortal formation that could be moved at will. To repair immortal goo houses or immortal formations, one had to consider the influence and interference of the main body. But Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was not like that. For example, repairing other immortal goo houses was like building a wooden tower. The goo immortal would need to place the same goo worms into specific holes. During this process, the goo immortal would need to use all sorts of methods to hold the wooden tower and stabilize the wooden blocks around the holes, to prevent any accidents from happening during the process. But repairing Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was like dumping it, because the core was an immortal killer move, no matter how many Earth Path goo worms Fang Yuan put in. These goo worms would fuse with the wooden tower and become extremely stable. In fact, its characteristics were even different from before. Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable attacked Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress for a long time. They finally had some information about it. But after Fang Yuan's attack, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress became different from before. He had to let Qi Ju and Spectral Soul probe their strength again. Chapter 2067. If it were any other goo immortal, they would have given up all hope already. This scoundrel Fang Yuan is too good at turtling up. How can we kill him? Demon Immortal Qi Ju asked. His tone was filled with the urge to curse. Spectral Soul was silent for a while before smiling coldly. In an instant, terrifying killing intent condensed into solid form as it spread out from his body, making everyone's limbs turn cold and their hearts shake. After suffering this setback, Spectral Soul's determination to kill Fang Yuan became even firmer. Let me tear down this tortoise shell. Go and deal with the others, cover me. Spectral Soul's voice had just fallen when his soul flew out and devoured Lady Cold, Ash's body. A huge soul giant that was as large as a mountain appeared. The giant's body was black like ink. It had a thick body and bulging muscles. He had two heads. One had a sinister expression, while the other had a cold expression. Two pairs of eyes. One was red like blood, emitting a blood-red light, while the other was cold like ice, extremely eerie. It had 600 arms. Some were raised high, some were lowered, some were meandering, some were straight. It had the ability to hold up the sky and grab the moon. It had the ability to grab the stars and dance in the wind. Good giant! Lu Weiyin's body shook as he praised. Battle intent surged in his heart as he shouted, "Try this move!" He used all his strength to activate illusory, sand, shifting shadow battlefield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A strong gust of wind blew, and the yellow sand danced. Countless rocks flew around like a meteor shower, landing on the black soul giant's body. The black soul giant faced it coldly. It only raised its hand. About 200 arms stretched out and reached into the sandstorm. The 200 ghostly hands at the front of the arms opened their fingers and grabbed the sandstorm. The formless sandstorm was grabbed like silk in the sky. The black soul giant waved its arms. Ripping sounds could be heard endlessly. The sandstorm was torn apart. The wind dissipated and the sand fell. The battlefield became clear again. Lu Weiyin's eyes were wide open. His expression was pale. Spectral Soul broke through the battlefield so easily. He was deeply shocked. Let me. Qi Si Ancestor flew into the sky, looking at the black soul giant at eye level. Immortal killer move. Qi Breath Mountain. Rumble. A translucent mountain made of air currents suddenly formed and rapidly pressed down, as if the sky was falling. This move was part of the true teachings of the Premier. Duke Long had once used it to send Zishan Makoto flying, vomiting blood. Now that Chi-Si ancestor was using it, he could not be underestimated. Giant Spectral Soul looked at the descending mountain as he walked closer. Over 100 arms were raised, and in an instant it was as though a pitch-black ancient forest had appeared on the battlefield. More than 100 giant arms supported the airflow mountain, producing loud banging sounds. The 5 sharp, pitch-black, ghostly hands clawed at it, and the airflow mountain only lasted for a breath before it completely collapsed. Chi-Si ancestor grunted. He could only retreat in defeat. But Spectral Soul was unwilling to let him go. The furious head on his neck opened its mouth and spat out a vast soul river. The soul river was formed by countless vengeful spirits and ghosts, and it flowed without end. Billions of vengeful spirits wailed and screamed in pain. At once, the entire battlefield became sluggish. Chi-Si ancestor saw this move's imposing aura and his heart shook. He knew that this move was extraordinary. It was even more powerful than the immemorial soul beast's self-detonation earlier. At this moment, Spectral Soul erupted completely. Not only did he turn into the black soul giant form, his killer moves also changed. Their power rose sharply. They were strange and terrifying. Chi-Si ancestor's arms shook as he stretched out 2 hands from his wide sleeves. He used his index and middle fingers to draw a huge circle in front of him, causing rumbling winds and clouds to gather. Immortal killer move, Chi Current Scissors. Streams of translucent Chi currents flew out of his sleeves at an extremely fast speed. These air currents seemed weak, but they were actually extremely sharp. They drew a beautiful arc in the air and then converged into a translucent river of air currents. With a loud sound, the Chi Current Scissors river collided with the vengeful soul, Black River. The Chi Current Scissors were pushed back. The vengeful soul Black River was heavily injured, but it still charged forward. It soon got close to Chi-Si ancestor. Lu Wei-yin shouted as he activated the battlefield, creating a sand and stone barrier that blocked the vengeful soul Black River's weak point. Chi-Si ancestor's face was already red. He was having a hard time fighting against it. He used this chance to escape. Spectral Soul, why are you not dead yet? At the same time, Ching Cho roared as it pounced from the left. And on the right of giant Spectral Soul, Wu Shuai did not make a sound. He controlled the countless army ants to attack giant Spectral Soul's head like a black cloud. Pincer attack. Spectral Soul stood on the spot. 300 arms blocked Ching Cho, while 100 arms attacked Wu Shuai. Ching Cho charged with all its might, disregarding its own safety. Spectral Soul snickered, his black hands suddenly clenched. They were sharp like spears that countered soul beasts. At the next moment, close to 100 arms stabbed into Ching Cho's body. A large amount of green-black blood splattered all over the battlefield. Spectral Soul saw this blood, and the eyes of the furious face shined. The cold face laughed sinisterly. Soul beasts have no bloodline, but it seems that your body has already changed along with the refinement of hatred goo. Interesting. After this battle, I will cut you into pieces and research on you. The meaning was that Spectral Soul was definitely going to defeat Ching Cho. Ching Cho roared in pain. Its snake-like neck moved rapidly. Its roars almost pierced the immortal's eardrums. Its body was emitting smoke. It was also Black Soul smoke, almost the same as Spectral Soul's. Not just that, it opened its mouth and shot out more than 10 human-faced soul balls that were flickering with lightning. All sorts of attacks landed on giant Spectral Soul's body, but it was like a gust of wind hitting an ancient tree. The tree only shook slightly. Its huge trunk did not budge at all. Spectral Soul's arms that stabbed into Ching Cho's body went deeper. They dug and twisted. Ching Cho screamed in pain. It was heavily injured by Spectral Soul and could not break free. Its soul blood flowed like a river. It was a tragic scene. Seeing this, Wu Shuai, who cultivated enslavement path and had a weak body, did not dare to take the risk, he quickly retreated. He made up his mind, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would only attack from afar. The army ants were densely packed. They gathered and dispersed like smoke. They charged towards the eyes, nostrils, ears, and eyes of the black soul giant's head. Spectral Soul's cold head snorted lightly. A trace of black smoke came out of its nostrils. The smoke spread everywhere it went. The army ants died instantly. They could not resist as they fell in large numbers. As expected of the former demon, Venerable. Demon Immortal Chi Ju's eyes shined with bright light. He praised endlessly. Spectral Soul used his full strength and immediately changed the situation. Even though Lu Wei-yin and the rest had the terrain advantage and numbers advantage, they were still at a disadvantage. Spectral Soul attacked several times to block them, before turning around and staring at Peaceful Soil, Heavy Mountain Fortress, with his 4 eyes. Over 400 black arms stretched out, clenching into fists. Black chi surged on the fists as they attacked Fang Yuan's rank 8 Earth Path Immortal Gu House. Bam, bam, bam. Each punch caused the Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress to shake violently. Under the countless punches, black chi surged and corroded the Immortal Gu House. The surface of Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress's defenses started to fall off in large chunks. They were quickly destroyed. Fang Yuan quickly used his killer move, using Earth Path Gu Worms to replenish the damage. However, misfortune did not come alone. The myriad tribulation in his sovereign immortal aperture transformed again. Almost all of the heaven path, Tao, marks condensed into a lump, turning into a meatball monster. The meatball floated in the sky. It was huge like a mountain. It was 10 times the size of Spectral Soul. It cast a huge shadow on the ground. Countless black holes appeared on the meatball surface. The holes opened up and emitted an intense suction force. The suction force rumbled and spread endlessly, forming tornadoes. Under the cover of the tornadoes, countless resources and variant humans in the sovereign immortal aperture were forcefully sucked away and thrown into the meatball. At once, screams could be heard. There were heavy casualties. The meatball quickly digested all of this. Its size started to expand. Oh no! I have never seen this myriad tribulation transformation before. It also has the ability to grow. It can get stronger as it fights. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He had to deal with Spectral Soul's frenzied attacks and the myriad tribulation in his immortal aperture, regardless of which he needed to put in all his effort. Others could not help him at all. Fang Yuan could not split himself into 2. He had to make a choice now. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress can last for a while, but if the myriad tribulation continues to grow, it will surpass my limits. Choosing the lesser of 2 evils, Fang Yuan decisively chose to guard against the myriad tribulation. Most of his attention was focused on the sovereign immortal aperture. His control over Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress slowed down. The old combat Beast King was saved. He dragged his heavily injured body as he gritted his teeth and stood up, listening to Fang Yuan's instructions. Shui Air controlled the situation on the ground, controlling the ice crystal formation to resist the suction force of the tornado. The meatball monster slowly floated over. It was stable like a mountain. Shui Air felt immense mental pressure. Immortal Killer move unrestrained heavenly mark. Ever since he activated it, Fang Yuan had not stopped. But now, its power had fallen to the deepest part of the abyss. Countless thoughts collided in Fang Yuan's mind. It was a grand sight. Fang Yuan multitasked. He first activated a Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move. The number of thoughts increased rapidly. His mind felt extremely small at this moment. A vast number of thoughts collided. Fang Yuan's thoughts became extremely sharp. He had extra energy to activate other killer moves. Without any other choice, Fang Yuan used the human path formation to disrupt the heavenly Tao. The formation was activated. It buzzed and let out a bright radiance. Just this step caused more than half of the thoughts in Fang Yuan's mind to disappear. If he continued to activate it, the thoughts would be expended faster than he could produce. His thoughts would dry up soon. His mind would dry up. Fang Yuan would turn into a fool. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, but did not panic. He was prepared for this. He arranged many of Fang Yuan's wills in the human path formation. Fang Yuan's will took over the formation. It continued to operate. Fang Yuan's thoughts started to rise again. Fang Yuan only needed to activate the human path formation at the first step. Again, Fang Yuan shouted in his mind, activating a wisdom path killer move again. The thoughts in his mind were stimulated. They surged like a tsunami. They were about to clog up his mind. For wisdom path Gu immortals, it was not good to have too few thoughts. Too many thoughts would clog up their minds. There would be no space for them to collide and change. It was a terrible thing. Fang Yuan did not make a stupid move. He had expected it. Seeing that these thoughts were about to clog up his mind, he quickly focused his attention on the sea of clouds in the sky. Chapter 2068. In the boundless azure clouds, waves surged, waves splashed, and waves crashed onto the shore. It was like a sea, but not a sea, clouds, and mountains shrouded in fog, transforming endlessly with countless images. This was a killer move. This killer move was Fang Yuan's trump card. It was his trump card. It could even be considered his strongest defensive method currently. It was a mortal killer move, unlimited Qi Si. This move was mystical. After Fang Yuan's modification, it not only used rank 8 Immortal Gu Big Qi as the core, it also had 10 Qi Path Immortal Gu as supplementary Gu and hundreds of thousands of Mortal Gu as the foundation. Moreover, it included Qi Path Immortal Materials. It could expend immortal materials to increase the power of this move. This move was mystical. It could absorb all the Qi in the world: life Qi, death Qi, sword Qi, blade Qi, dusk Qi, dawn Qi. The more Qi Path Immortal materials it stored, the more powerful it would be. If it was used to attack, it would expend immortal essence and immortal materials. If it was used to defend, it would absorb external Qi currents. This move had vast power. Qi Xiang left behind this move, and Qi Xiang Grotto Heaven used this move to survive countless myriad tribulations. Myriad tribulations. Most rank 8 Gu immortals in this world did not even dare to go through one myriad tribulation. They would try their best to stall for time in their immortal aperture. Qi Xiang Grotto Heaven, however, was controlled by the heavenly spirit. It had survived countless myriad tribulations. After Fang Yuan annexed Qi Xiang's Grotto Heaven, he used the light of wisdom Gu to modify unlimited Qi Si before the Fate War. Next, during the battle, he used this move to forcefully break the primordial Qi wall, shocking everyone in the world and the 5 regions Gu immortals. The primordial Qi wall was primordial origins creation. It not only contained Qi Path Immortal Gu, but also Qi Path Immortal materials. One of the characteristics of Qi Path was that it could use Qi Path Immortal materials to replace Gu worms to use killer moves. Fang Yuan used unlimited Qi Si to break the primordial Qi wall. He also absorbed a vast amount of immortal material Qi currents from the Qi wall. Fang Yuan broke it once. He broke it a second time. Not long ago, in the Celestial Court, he once again used his boundless Qi Si to absorb the immortal materials Qi flow in the primordial Qi wall and broke it. Breaking his Qi Si twice in a row, in addition to the large amount of immortal materials Fang Yuan had obtained from exploring the Qijua paradise, caused the Qi reserves in his boundless Qi Si to skyrocket to an extremely shocking level. As a result, the power of this move rose to a level that even Fang Yuan found terrifying. Fang Yuan willed and decisively used unlimited Qi Si. His Qi Si churned, and a huge white pillar of Qi condensed. It pressed down from the sky and headed straight for the meatball-like monster. The pillar of energy was extremely thick. This scale had reached an unprecedented level. even Bai Xiang of the past sighed in amazement. Not only that, but the surface of the air pillar was also enveloped in a layer of dazzling golden halo, giving off an extremely tough and domineering feeling. Before the white pillar of air hit the meatball-like monster, a boundless, formless, and terrifying force surged from all directions, locking the meatball-like monster in midair. Boom! The white pillar of air was like a heavenly pillar. It crashed into the meatball-like monster and crashed down fiercely. The huge explosion caused Shui-Er, who was at the edge of the battlefield, to go deaf for a moment. The piercing white light of the Qi pillar forced Shui-Er, who was hiding in the ice crystal formation, to shut her eyes to prevent herself from being blinded by the intense light. The meatball-like monster could not resist the force of the Qi pillar. It was directly pressed down on the grassland of Kokidahara. The grass on the grassland, along with a layer of the ground, had long been swept away by the incomparably fierce wind before the pillar of Qi arrived. The meatball-like monster was heavily pressed down on the grassland by the Qi pillar. The ground shook. Hundreds of huge cracks formed on the ground below the meatball-like monster, spreading rapidly like a spiderweb. The white Qi pillar was still continuing, shattering mountains and splitting seas. The great meatball-like monster, transformed from myriad tribulation, was pressed down on the ground. It was as weak as a chicken, unable to resist. 3 meters, 6 meters, 10 meters, as the meatball-like monster sank deeper and deeper, its body also shrunk. It was continuously being destroyed by the white Qi pillar. The countless black holes on the surface of the monster were tightly closed, as if it was desperately trying to shrink. Waves of mournful wails came from inside the monster's body. This was the wailing of Providence. The white Qi pillar lasted for 20 breaths of time before it slowly disappeared. The sea of clouds in the sky had shrunk by 80%, and the remaining clouds had also become extremely thin. Fang Yuan immediately sent it away. Meanwhile, the meatball-like monster was in an even worse state. Its mountain-like body was now the size of a dragon palace. The meatball-like monster did not move at all. It was like a corpse lying at the bottom of the cave. And there was a distance of 100 meters between the ground and the bottom of the cave. Fang Yuan's main body breathed roughly. His head was throbbing in pain as he breathed. For this move, he had spent a lot of effort. He had used up too many thoughts. It surpassed the limits of his mind. The myriad tribulation formed for more than 3,000 heaven. Tao finally stopped for a while. It seemed to have been stunned by Fang Yuan's vicious counterattack. Opportunities were hard to come by. Fang Yuan quickly increased his strength, using unrestrained heavenly mark to refine heaven path Tao marks. In just a short while, Fang Yuan's newly refined heaven path Tao marks had already broken through 100. Together with his previous gains, Fang Yuan had more than 160 heaven path Tao marks. When Fang Yuan's total number of heaven path Tao marks officially broke through 200, the heavenly Tao finally reacted. The meatball-like monster at the bottom of the cave dissipated like smoke. Hail started to fall from the sky. However, Fang Yuan could have used this opportunity to deal with it, but now he could only barely deal with it. He placed his attention on the outside world again. Peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress was heavily damaged. Giant spectral soul had been attacking continuously during this period of time. The results were huge. Spectral soul swore to kill Fang Yuan. Even when Lu Weiyin and the rest attacked, Giant spectral soul did not hesitate to endure the attacks. He still maintained his ferocious attacks on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was trying his best to repair it now, but the situation was getting worse. Boom! Peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress could not block it anymore. A hole was created. The inside and outside were connected. Through this small hole, Giant spectral soul's 4 eyes shined with cold killing intent, because he saw Fang Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged in the room. He saw Fang Yuan's expression after using unlimited Qi. Fang Yuan was not in a good state. Spectral soul's heart jumped. His rich battle experience made him decide to use his trump card like Fang Yuan. Immortal killer move, eat heart. I comprehended this move from the legends of Renzu in my later years. Feng Yuan, everything is over. The current peaceful soil, heavy mountain fortress, will not be able to block this move. Spectral souls killing intent surged. As expected, at the next moment, Feng Yuan grunted. His expression twisted as he clutched his chest in pain. His heart was in intense pain, like he was bitten by a fierce beast. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 33. Renzu stared at the skull. Next, I will eat the most important part of the predicament. Strong Gu laughed loudly. This is a stupid move. O human, your choice is very foolish. The predicament shook its body as it shrunk rapidly. At the same time, countless tribulations flew out of its neck and attacked Renzu. The tribulations were like fire, they burned Renzu's bones. The tribulations were like hammers, they smashed Renzu's bones into pieces. The tribulations were like wind and rain. Renzu was left alone. The tribulations were like lightning. They struck Renzu continuously. Firgu shouted, "Oh heavens, this is too scary. At this rate he will die for sure." Courage Gu encouraged. "Oh human, don't be afraid." Self, Gu, and attitude, Gu shouted together. "I am very strong, I am very strong. All of the tribulations are like a drizzle. They are like a breeze." Weak Gu, betrayal Gu, and fear Gu flew together. They wanted to escape with Renzu. "Oh human, run. Don't believe Self Gu's words. It has already been deceived too thoroughly." Renzu was trapped in the tribulations. He could not escape. When the tribulations engulfed him, he could not leave even if he wanted to. "This is too scary. Let's go. Forget about him." Weak Gu, betrayal Gu, and fear Gu flew away together. "You traitors!" Self Gu was extremely furious. It grabbed these 3 Gu and bit them fiercely. The 3 Gu were injured, but they were not stopped by Self Gu. They escaped from Renzu. Self Gu wanted to chase them, but rules and regulations Gu persuaded. Don't chase them. Escaping because of weakness and fear in the tribulations, betraying self and courage will only lead to death. Isn't it good that they escaped? Weak Gu and betrayal Gu are useless. As for fear Gu, if the tribulations did not appear, fear would be futile. But the tribulations have already happened. Fear will only increase human pain. You are right. Self Gu was persuaded. Hope Gu shined as it supported Renzu. Oh human, as long as you have hope in the center of the tribulations, there is still hope. Strong Gu laughed loudly. Oh human, you are truly pitiful. You listen to hope so easily. Don't you know? Relying on hope in the tribulations will only cause the tribulations to continue. It is hope that prolongs human pain. When you do not have any hope, you will instead feel relaxed in the tribulations. Renzu did not speak. He resisted the attacks of the tribulations with difficulty. No matter how his skeletal body bent, he did not fall. Strong Gu soon found the reason. On Renzu's ankles, there was an independent pair of wings. Even though the wings were small, they flapped tenaciously, allowing Renzu to stand on his own. Strong Gu continued to attack Renzu. Oh human, I am starting to admire you. It is a pity that you cannot hold on for much longer. Look at your bones. They are filled with cracks from the torture of the tribulations. Renzu was silent. Originally, Renzu's bones were smooth and warm. There were no cracks at all, but now his bones were unrecognizable. They were filled with cracks. It was like they were going to shatter at any moment. The other Gu worms were silent. Only Hope Gu shined. Oh human, don't give up. The tribulations are not scary. The scary thing is when a human loses hope. Hope Gu's light penetrated Renzu's bones, shining into his bone marrow. All living beings in the world would have cracks in their lives, but that was where the light of hope shone in. Renzu's bones absorbed the light of hope. They started to devour the surrounding tribulations. Each crack was like a big mouth. The wider the crack, the bigger the mouth seemed to be, and the more calamities and tribulations it could devour. How can this be? Strong Gu was shocked. Rin Zu's bones were devouring more and more tribulations. His bones were getting tougher. Chapter 2069. The calamities and tribulations continued. Ren Zu's skeleton started to shine with golden light. The calamities and tribulations became more intense. Ren Zu's skeleton continued to burn. It turned into a dazzling golden light. Ren Zu started to straighten his back. He raised his head and puffed out his chest. Enduring all the torture, his skeleton seemed to be made of gold as he stood in the calamities and tribulations. It was the myriad tribulation golden bone. And on Ren Zu's skeleton head, a crown grew out. It was the connecting heaven bone crown. The calamities and tribulations that humans endured would become their crowns in the future. Even though the calamities and tribulations were still ongoing, Ren Zu finally had the ability to speak. I know, fate has its arrangements. The calamities and tribulations are its arrangements for humans. But I can persevere. Any calamities and tribulations that seem unbearable are actually bearable to me. Strong Gu was shocked and uncertain. Self Gu came to a realization. I understand now. O human, you are someone who walked out of ordinary abyss. That is why you can endure the unbearable calamities and tribulations. Strong Gu saw that the calamities and tribulations could not deal with Ren Zu. It forced itself to remain calm. O human, don't go back on your words. You have hope, Gu. The calamities and tribulations will continue. Don't tell me that the bet between us is going to be dragged on like this. I don't care. I will take it that you have passed the calamities and tribulations. Now it is our turn to eat you. What do you want to eat from me? Ren Zu sighed. Strong Gu laughed loudly, pointing at Ren Zu's ribs. Next, I will eat your heart. Ren Zu was slightly shaken. Strong Gu's choice was too fatal. If a person did not have a heart, how could they live? Quickly take out your heart. Let us eat it. Strong Gu shouted impatiently. Ren Zu sighed bitterly. He hesitated for a moment before taking out the sympathetic heart. Strong Gu directly placed the sympathetic heart into the predicament's neck and into its stomach. Its stomach became bigger. In predicaments, people often lose their sympathetic heart first. Ren Zu took out the noble heart next. The predicament swallowed it. Its stomach became bigger. It was hard to digest. Ren Zu took out his original heart. Oh, Hope Gu, quickly leave. I don't want to implicate you. Hope Gu was residing in Ren Zu's original heart. It did not fly out, it said. I am not leaving. This is my home. Man, you might as well throw me in as well. I don't blame you. Ren Zu was helpless. Under the urging of Strong Gu, he took out his original heart and fed it to the predicament. After eating, the predicament's belly swelled up a lot. Difficult situations often make people lose hope. Without the Hope Gu, the calamities and tribulations that plagued Ren Zu's life gradually disappeared. This greatly reduced the pressure on Ren Zu, but at the same time he felt a sense of loss. Quick, human, take out your final heart and let us eat it. Strong Gu pointed at the heart of loneliness in Ren Zu's chest. Ren Zu hesitated. The heart of loneliness was not only the self Gu, it was also his final heart. Without this heart, Ren Zu's life would be in danger. Strong Gu laughed loudly and threatened. Quick! If you don't take out your heart for us to eat, we'll make a move and eat you whole. Self Gu was deceived, it said indifferently. Oh, human, just give it to them. I don't care and you won't die. We are the strongest. Give them to me. Strong Gu snatched the heart of loneliness from Ren Zu's hands and threw it into the predicament's stomach through the wound on its neck. At this moment, Ren Zu lost all his heart. He fell to the ground without any signs of life. He could not get up any more. Ren Zu was dead. Oh, human, you are dead. We are free. Rules and regulations. Gu flew away. There is no helping it. This human is facing the greatest predicament of his life. Courage Gu, Edge Gu, and others also flew away. On Renzu's corpse, only Self Gu was moving around. Attitude Gu wanted to leave too, but Self Gu held onto it tightly. It did not succeed. Strong Gu laughed happily. Ha ha ha, oh human, you are only SOSO. Predicament, what's wrong? Strong Gu's predicament held its extremely swollen stomach, rolling on the ground in pain. Loneliness was extremely hard to digest. The stronger the predicament, the lonelier it was. Boom! Suddenly, the predicament's stomach burst open. Renzu's heart of loneliness, as well as his skin and flesh, formed into a boy. Strong Gu was dumbfounded. Who are you? The boy shouted, I am Renzu's son, great strength, true martial. Before he finished speaking, he jumped up and grabbed Strong Gu. Strong Gu struggled to break free, but Self Gu took the chance to fly up and bite it. Strong Gu was injured and became weak. Where do you think you are going? Great strength, true martial shouted. He grabbed Strong Gu and pushed it into his chest. Strong Gu landed on his chest and was locked in his heart, unable to get out. Don't waste your energy. This is my grand ambition. You will not be able to get out. Great strength, true martial laughed loudly. Next, he found the other hearts of Renzu from the predicament's corpse and placed them back into Renzu's chest. The human ancestor came back to life. Undeniably, a person's heart was the source of their motivation. It was one of their fatal weaknesses. The food path killer move Eat Heart that Spectral Soul created was much more outstanding than Eat Hardship and Eat Loss. Even if the last two moves hit the enemy, they would only add weight to the scales of victory and defeat. But Eat Heart was extremely fatal. Once hit, if one did not defend against it, the outcome would be certain. This was a method that could ensure victory. Fong Yuan was hit. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had outstanding defense. That was true. But Gu Immortals had many paths, but Food Path was rare. There were few defenses against Food Path. Thus, during the Fate War, Western Desert's Immortal Gu were all hit by the joint use of the two Celestial Court Immortals, sitting eating Mountain Empty. Food Path killer move, they could do nothing about it. Fong Yuan had some Food Path inheritances. He also knew that Spectral Soul had deep Food Path attainment. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was created by Fong Yuan. It could naturally defend against Food Path. But now, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was destroyed by Spectral Soul. Even the complete Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress could not block Eat Heart. Fong Yuan would still be hit. At once, the dense shadow of death shrouded Fong Yuan. He could not struggle. He had no strength to struggle. The heavenly Tao in the sovereign immortal aperture seemed to sense it. It stopped the myriad tribulation and spread out, restraining Fong Yuan's body. Fong Yuan could not use any methods to defend himself. He could only wait for death. Lu Weiyin saw that the situation was bad. He quickly mobilized the Earth Path battlefield. Yellow sand gathered like a dragon, coiling around giant Spectral Soul and tightening, trying to imprison Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul smiled coldly. His hundreds of arms barely held on. His defense was very passive. His 4 eyes were still staring at Fong Yuan. Most of his focus was on activating Eat Heart. Oh no! Lu Weiyin's heart sank. Qi Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai felt a chill in their hearts. They attacked with all their might, but Spectral Soul did not even turn around. Spectral Soul would rather get heavily injured to grab this chance. He had to kill Fong Yuan. Am I going to die here? Fong Yuan's mind was still dry. He barely had any thoughts left. This was the after effect of using unlimited Qi Si earlier. Spectral Soul was truly too strong. As expected of the former demon, Venerable, an invincible man in the world. During that era, he slaughtered until the world was shrouded in darkness. Nobody dared to make a sound. Billions of living beings could only tremble in his shadow. Only when Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable appeared and fought for his entire life did he heal the wounds of the world's living beings. Before Spectral Soul used his full strength, his individual battle strength was not much different from his opponent's, but he still had the upper hand in the battle. When he unleashed his full strength, his battle strength would surge and widen the gap between him and his opponents. What was even more despairing was that each of his choices was so ruthless and ruthless. They were instant. He did not give his opponents any chance to catch their breath, not to mention a chance to survive. No, even if there is only a trace of hope, I will try it to the end. Fang Yuan could not use any methods, but even if he could use killer moves, he could not defend against Eat Heart. Unless he had Reverse Flow Protection Seal, the painful expression on Fang Yuan's face disappeared. The corners of his lips curled up, revealing a mysterious smile that was extremely thought-provoking. At the next moment, he shouted, "If you don't attack now, when will you? Chi-Ju." Spectral Soul's eyes were wide open, but his other eyes squinted at the same time. "This Fang Yuan tricked me? No." One of Spectral Soul's heads turned around. He saw Demon Immortal Chi-Ju attacking Spectral Soul. Boom! Demon Immortal Chi-Ju activated a killer move. She landed above his head, shot out like a meteor, landing heavily on Spectral Soul's back. Spectral Soul staggered from the impact. He almost fell to the ground. Puff, 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 puff. All of a sudden, many large holes appeared on his body, and countless dark and gloomy soul energies spurted out of the holes like air leaks. Chapter 2070. Phew! This part of the Legends of Renzu was finally finished. Evidently, this was the longest part of the Legends of Renzu so far. This was the result of a week of planning. It was very difficult. I had modified it many times back then. Just from the imagery alone, I had to choose carefully. For example, predicament, weakness, calamity, and calamity. The predicament contained suffering, loss, calamity, and calamity. These three imagery were carefully chosen. At the start, there were at least 10 of these imagery. In the following days, I reluctantly cut down more than half of it. At the final juncture, I removed the words difficult and easy. Otherwise, the full text would be even longer. I needed to match the main text for this part of the Legends of Renzu. Thus, there were several scenes of Renzu suffering, loss, suffering, calamity, and finally having his heart eaten. They corresponded to Spectral Soul's food path killer move, as well as Fang Yuan's own situation. Many readers should be able to sense that the connection between the Legends of Renzu and the main text was more of a comparison. There was a faint resonance between the two lines. For example, in the Legends of Renzu, Renzu encountered the strongest predicament in his life. Fang Yuan was the same. Renzu struggled on his deathbed. Spectral Soul was the same. Fang Yuan was the same. Others like Wang Xiao'er were the same. Wang Xiao'er was an important supporting character. Everyone will know after reading. There was also the example of Renzu using attitude gu and self gu to deceive the predicament. It was the same as Fang Yuan using his own will to deceive Spectral Soul in Myriad Year, Flying Worship. These things were mutually resonating. Renzu was the main character in The Legends of Renzu. When he interacted with the predicament, what interesting reactions would his goo worms have? This was something that could not be ignored. I had thought about this for at least 3 days. There was also the problem of the 10 extreme physiques. In this chapter, there was finally some progress. The birth of great strength, true martial physique. When this part of the plot is finished, everyone can read it again. 1 chapter a day. Everyone might feel that the pace is slow, but if you read it, you will find something different. Venerable Gu, the feeling will be different when you read it the first time and the second time. Especially this chapter, other than Fang Yuan's struggles on the surface, resisting the pursuit, there was actually a deeper meaning to it. For example, the Legends of Renzu and the interactions between the various characters. Only by looking at it as a whole could one discover the beauty of this novel's layouts, or the schemes of the various forces and characters, especially Chi-Ju, Spectral Soul, and Fang Yuan. After everyone finished reading tonight's second update, they would understand more about Perfected Being, Zhao's Alliance Master. Recently, I saw a reader friend's book review, and I was deeply moved. The gist of it was that Venomous Person was actually a work with growth potential. In the beginning, it was more of a dark style, but in the middle and later stages, it became more majestic. It would be biased to say that this book was a dark text. This review triggered me to look at myself in a new light. Gu Dao Master had been written for about 6 years. After such a long time, the style had indeed changed. Just as the book reviewer had said at first, it leaned towards the dark wind, but then it gradually changed. On one hand, it was because of external reasons. Ever since the book was published, it had been reported many times, and it was still the same until recently. It did not become safer as time passed, but instead it became more and more dangerous. With the country in such a state, he had no choice but to change the direction of his writing. On the other hand, there were internal reasons. As an author, I've grown a lot. Especially during the period when I stopped updating, I had a special realization. When I was writing Venomous Person, I relied on my hot-bloodedness, unruliness, and unruliness. I focused on writing, not caring about the results or money. At first, there were few people paying attention to it, but as time passed, there were more and more people paying attention to it. Thus, when I reached the middle stage of Venomous Person, my ears were filled with noises, as if I was in a bustling market. All sorts of mundane matters came one after another, causing my mental state to waver and my heart to become restless. Now, when I reached the later stages of Venomous Person, because of the Legends of Renzu, there were too many clues in the main text, making it difficult for me to write. Often, I felt powerless and felt my own insignificance. The period when I stopped updating had saved me. Just like the bustling market around me, it gradually shrank. The sea of people around me became fewer and fewer, until there was only a study table at the end of the street, a dim table lamp, and a me. The voices that had been lingering in my ears also gradually disappeared, leaving only my pounding heart. When I was in seclusion, I did not look at any QQ messages or WeChat messages. I only focused on thinking and writing. Finally, I broke through the bottleneck in front of me. Actually, the biggest problem that Renzu faced in The Legends of Renzu, the biggest problem that Fang Yuan faced, isn't also the biggest problem that I have faced in writing? Now, when I read Venomous Person again, this book spanned 6 years or so. It had suffered many blows, tortures, curses, and doubts. Look at the book reviews. Those curses have never stopped. At first, I was filled with excitement, but as my emotions fluctuated, I finally settled down. All that was left was my desire and determination to complete this work. Regardless of the ranking, regardless of the income, regardless of the outside world, just this thought, the pure thought of writing. Let them report me. Let them question me. Let them be dismissive. Let them be furious. I only care about writing this novel. That's all I can do. Recently, I have come to realize how insignificant I am and that my ability is very limited. I will continue writing like this until the end of Venomous Person. From September onwards, I have set a small goal, that is to steadily update 1 chapter every day for a month. During this period, if there is a new alliance leader, I will try to update 1 chapter. But if I feel that I am unable to write the ideal text during this period, I will still choose to go into seclusion. When that time comes, I can only temporarily give up on this small goal. As for how long, I am not sure, but in order to overcome this difficulty, I must first satisfy myself. If you think it is good, then support it. If not, then I will not force it. So be it. Chapter 2071. Ah. Chi-Ju. Spectral Soul screamed. looking back at Demon Immortal Qi Ju angrily. Demon Immortal Qi Ju kept Shi Lan calmly as he retreated to prevent Spectral Soul from retaliating. "You fool!" Spectral Soul stomped on the ground. With a loud sound, he finally stabilized his body. Even though he had lived for so long, he was extremely furious now. Just as Fang Yuan was about to die at his hands, he was interrupted by his teammates. Demon Immortal Qi Ju floated in the sky, staring at Spectral Soul vigilantly. He first frowned, recalling the change in Fang Yuan's expression earlier. It was clear that Fang Yuan purposely made Spectral Soul reveal a flaw. Was Fang Yuan really at his wits' end at that moment? No, this is more likely Spectral Soul's deception to distract me. In fact, even if I was deceived, since we have reached this point, we can only continue to attack Spectral Soul. Demon Immortal Qi Ju quickly made up his mind. The killer move Eat Heart was broken. Spectral Soul also suffered a backlash. Fang Yuan used this chance to quickly repair Peaceful Soil, Heavy Mountain Fortress. At least that hole had already disappeared. While reorganizing his forces, Fang Yuan did not forget to attack. Spectral Soul, don't be too angry. In fact, long before you contacted Qi Ju, I had already made an agreement with him. You made an agreement? Impossible! I clearly inspected you secretly. There are no traces of an agreement on you. Spectral Soul retorted with a cold smile. I have just been reborn. I will not trust any information path methods. Spectral Soul, you used benefits to tempt me. But actually, Fang Yuan had already done so. Furthermore, he is much more generous than you. Before Demon Immortal Qi Ju finished speaking, he attacked again. Qi Path Killer moves were unleashed. His attacks rained down on giant Spectral Soul like a storm. Lu Wei-yin and the rest looked at each other. They were overjoyed. Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor did not know. Seeing Demon Immortal Qi Ju counterattacking, they were very excited. The situation was already in a deadlock. It was hanging by a thread. Demon Immortal Qi Ju suddenly betrayed Spectral Soul. The situation immediately turned around. Lu Wei-yin thought about it before realizing. After the Fate War, I used Lord Paradise Earth's method to confirm that Spectral Soul had regained freedom and was growing stronger. Soon, the secret of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was transmitted from Jewel Yellow Skies. I secretly contacted Fang Yuan and told him about it, wanting to work with him to deal with Spectral Soul and Shadow Sect. But initially, Fang Yuan was only suspicious. But not long after, Fang Yuan contacted me and agreed to this alliance. Now it seems that he secretly contacted Demon Immortal Qi Ju and used him to confirm my information. Lu Wei-yin was Paradise Earth's inheritor, and Paradise Earth had been setting things right all his life. He did not get along with Spectral Soul. One of Lu Wei-yin's objectives in participating in the Fate War was to eliminate Spectral Soul's remnant souls. After the Soul sect Dong, ancestor Lu Wei-yin naturally would not give up. He paid a huge price and used Paradise Earth's method to deduce Spectral Soul's condition, but he could not deduce his exact location. Lu Wei-yin thought of Fang Yuan. If Spectre wanted to rise again, he would have to eliminate Fang Yuan. After killing Fang Yuan, not only would Spectral Soul obtain Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo, he would also regain his attainment level. Lu Wei-yin used Paradise Earth's method and finally managed to contact Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was very wary of Lu Wei-yin. Fang Yuan had been reborn. He vaguely knew that Lu Wei-yin was not like what he looked like on the surface. He was fully supporting the Celestial Court. He had his own motives. In addition, during the Fated War, when Fang Yuan attacked the Celestial Court, he did not see any remnant souls. Thus, Fang Yuan already believed some of Lu Wei-yin's information. Subsequently, the secret of Fang Yuan's supreme immortal body was revealed in the Jewel Yellow Skies, which made Fang Yuan believe it a little more. After Demon Immortal Qi Ju was reborn, Fang Yuan secretly tried to contact Demon Immortal Qi Ju, but he did not succeed. Not long after, Demon Immortal Qi Ju came to find trouble with Qi Si ancestor. Fang Yuan used Qin Dinglings, helped to repel Demon Immortal Qi Ju on the surface. But he was actually colluding with Demon Immortal Qi Ju. In order to gain Demon Immortal Qi Ju's trust, Fang Yuan told him that Qi Si ancestor was his disguise. Demon Immortal Qi Ju obtained Fang Yuan's weakness. He immediately understood Fang Yuan's sincerity in cooperating with him. What Demon Immortal Qi Ju lacked the most back then was understanding of the current Gu immortal world. Fang Yuan catered to Demon Immortal Qi Ju's interest. He used all sorts of true inheritances as bargaining chips to transact with Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was moved, but he was still very wary. He did not agree to an alliance agreement with Fang Yuan. He was worried that Fang Yuan would use information path methods that he did not know about to harm him. Fang Yuan did not force him. He eventually formed an extremely loose alliance with Demon Immortal Qi Ju that could not restrict each other. Fang Yuan provided Demon Immortal Qi Ju with true inheritances of all sorts of paths, while Demon Immortal Qi Ju gave Fang Yuan the profundity of his Qi path revival. Furthermore, he had to follow Fang Yuan's arrangements to sell Qi path immortal materials in jewel yellow skies and purchase inheritances of all sorts of paths. After Fang Yuan obtained the profundity of Qi Ju's revival, he immediately had a huge breakthrough in terms of Qi harvest fruits. Thus, Qi Si ancestor was able to resolve the Qi harvest fruits. After that, Fang Yuan used the Qi harvest fruits of Celestial Court to successfully create the Qi Si clone. In fact, with just Fang Yuan's current Qi path attainment, he could not resolve the Qi harvest fruits so quickly. But not long after, Demon Immortal Qi Ju actually contacted Spectral Soul in jewel yellow skies. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was greatly shocked. After learning of Spectral Soul's intention, he immediately understood Fang Yuan's intention. Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Fang Yuan's alliance was very loose. They could easily betray each other. Demon Immortal Qi Ju naturally would not consider for Fang Yuan's sake. He kept this information to negotiate with Spectral Soul. In the end, he found that Spectral Soul's price could not compare to Fang Yuan's. A great demon venerable is actually so stingy. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was disdainful at first, but he thought about it. Oh, I understand. Spectral Soul is only the leader of Soul Path. He has a food path true inheritance, but he is hiding it and will not trade it to me. Even though Shadow Sect has been in hiding for many years, they have only found a few venerable inheritances. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was a crucial chess piece of Heaven's will and the 10 venerables. Many venerables invested in him. Thus he had read Lotus True Inheritance, Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance, Giant Sun's True Inheritance, Spectral Soul's True Inheritance, Reckless Savage's True Inheritance, Primordial Origins True Inheritance, Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, Paradise Earth's True Inheritance, and Limitless True Inheritance. Other than these, he also has Langya True Inheritance, Dragon Man Race True Inheritance, Food Path True Inheritance, Bo Qing's Sword Path True Inheritance, and so on. Hiss! Damn it, why is he so lucky? After Demon Immortal Qi Ju thought about it, he felt a complex emotion rising in his heart. Fang Yuan could be said to be the person with the most true inheritances in history. Even though Spectral Soul had been secretly managing Shadow Sect for so many years, it took a lot of effort to obtain venerable inheritances, and they were often incomplete. Venerables had their own reasons for setting up inheritances. Even if Spectral Soul could destroy them, it was hard for him to gain anything. His greatest gain was still the Red Lotus True Legacy. This was specially set up by Red Lotus Demon, venerable for him, so that they could cooperate. Demon Immortal Qi Ju could not help but feel jealousy and hatred towards Fang Yuan's gains. Fang Yuan was truly too rich, even though Spectral Soul was once a demon venerable. In this aspect, compared to Fang Yuan, he was a complete pauper. After understanding this, Demon Immortal Qi Ju gained a deeper understanding of Fang Yuan. No wonder this lad was chosen to become the crucial person to destroy fate. He is using me to defend against Spectral Soul. He is trying to frame him. He also knows my intentions, so even without the alliance agreement, he is not afraid of me betraying him. Fang Yuan was truly wealthy. He knew that Demon Immortal Qi Ju was going to deal with Spectral Soul. He was naturally generous and promised generously. In contrast, Spectral Soul did not know about this. He was facing the cunning and taciturn Demon Immortal Qi Ju. This formed a clear contrast to Fang Yuan. Of course, Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not completely side with Fang Yuan because of this. He had always been taking advantage of both sides and benefiting from both sides. On one hand, he told Fang Yuan what price Spectral Soul offered. On the other hand, he kept raising the price to Spectral Soul. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was trying his best to gain benefits for himself. He was still doing this even before he attacked Spectre just now. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's situation was not optimistic. The myriad tribulation changed again, turning into boundless, gloomy gray winds. Wherever the winds blew, ashes and sparks would appear. Eventually, they would be blown away by the gray winds like paper, leaving behind a huge, empty space. It was the myriad tribulation, starfire blowing gray wind. The heaven path Tao marks turned into wind path and fire path Tao marks, forming this myriad tribulation. Fang Yuan could not deal with it immediately. The gray winds not only ravaged the mini-5 regions, they even attacked the mini-9 heavens. Many of the resource points scattered around were destroyed. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had always been developed by Fang Yuan. It was at least 20% developed, but now more than half of it was destroyed. Fang Yuan could only try his best to protect his people. There were many humans and variant humans living in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. They lived in cities, snowy peaks, valleys, and other places. This was the greatest wealth. Fang Yuan could only give up on everything else to protect these people. Cough, cough, cough. Inside Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, Fang Yuan continued to cough blood. He was heavily injured. This was caused by Spectral Soul's Eat Heart killer move. The earlier scene was too dangerous. If it had continued for a few more breaths of time, Fang Yuan would have died. Even now, as long as Spectral Soul continued to use Eat Heart on Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, Fang Yuan would not be able to escape death. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress could not completely block Eat Heart killer move. However, Spectral Soul no longer had chance. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's counterattack changed the situation. Previously, Demon Immortal Qi Ju had Qi land above his head. He countered Qi Si Ancestor. He could even share some of Spectral Soul's pressure. But now, Qi Ju became Spectral Soul's biggest problem. Immortal Killer Move, Giant Qi Hand Explosion. Qi Si Ancestor activated a killer move. Spectral Soul sensed it. He waved his 100 arms as black smoke rose from his body. Qi Si Ancestor's face turned red. He felt like he was holding a piece of metal that was expanding. His killer move was about to be broken. Immortal Killer Move, gasping for breath. At the crucial moment, Demon Immortal Qi Ju used a killer move that hit Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul immediately felt his aura becoming uneven. His immortal essence infusion became even more intermittent. His defensive methods against Giant Qi Hand Explosion became weaker. Qi Si Ancestor saw this chance. He immediately increased his speed. Boom! Giant Qi Hand Explosion was finally unleashed. But at this instant, Demon Immortal Qi Ju used a supplementary move that doubled the power of the Giant Qi Hand Explosion. Chapter 2072. Swoosh! Some parts of Giant Spectral Soul's body broke open. Holes of various sizes formed. Pitch-black soul energy continued to spurt out of the hole at a rapid speed. As the soul qi leaked out, Giant Spectral Soul's huge body shrunk at a visible rate. Seeing this, Lu Weiyin's eyes shined with bright light. No wonder Spectral Soul had been using his physical body to fight and did not turn into a soul giant. So this move is only his explosive state. It cannot be maintained for long and is a huge hidden threat. Giant Spectral Soul quickly healed his injuries and sealed the holes on his body, preventing the soul chi from leaking out. While healing, he used offense as defense. Hundreds of arms waved all over his body, forcing Lu Wei-yin and the rest to retreat. Spectral Soul's momentum was even fiercer than before, but Lu Wei-yin and the rest were calm and collected. Their morale soared, because they saw the chance of victory. Buy me some time. Demon Immortal Chi Ju suddenly transmitted to Lu Wei-yin and the rest. Lu Wei-yin did not hesitate. He immediately mobilized the battlefield. The sandstorm concealed Demon Immortal Chi Ju's traces. Within the sandstorm, Demon Immortal Chi Ju had a solemn expression. Almost all of his attention was placed on his immortal aperture. A brand new killer move was carefully prepared by him, gradually taking shape. Spectral Soul sensed something amiss. He immediately charged into the sandstorm, attempting to destroy Demon Immortal Chi Ju's mysterious killer move. Qi Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai tried to block him, but they could not stop Spectral Soul. Qin Chou charged forward, but Spectral Soul easily dodged it. Seeing that Spectral Soul was about to get close to Demon Immortal Chi Ju, Lu Wei-yin stepped forward. His defensive methods were outstanding, but his offensive abilities were far inferior. But he was the best at delaying Spectral Soul now. Giant Spectral Soul fought with Lu Wei-yin, causing Lu Wei-yin to bleed from his mouth and nose. He could not break through the latter's obstruction for the time being. Demon Immortal Chi Ju obtained the crucial time to finish preparing his killer move. Immortal Killer Move Shishi. She landed above his head, shined with profound light, targeting Spectral Soul. Inside the pillar of profound light, the specter was howling, and there was a hint of panic in his voice. The profound light pillar released a terrifying suction force. It forcefully sucked the pitch-black soul energy out of Giant Spectral Soul's body. Giant Spectral Soul's body shrunk rapidly. The power of his soul path moves also fell. Spectral Soul's expression was grim. He used food path killer moves, Bitter Taste, and Suffer Loss. Demon Immortal Chi Ju was hit. His body shook intensely. He almost could not maintain the killer move and let Spectral Soul escape. At the crucial moment, Lu Wei-yin roused his mind. He pointed at Demon Immortal Chi Ju and shot out 2 yellow lights. A yellow light landed on Demon Immortal Chi Ju's body and spread to the entire battlefield. Immortal Killer Move. All life is bitter. At once, all the immortals felt the bitterness. Even the illusory, sand-shifting shadow battlefield was sharing the power of bitter taste. The second yellow light entered Demon Immortal Chi Ju's body. Immortal Killer Move. Suffering a loss is a blessing. Demon Immortal Chi Ju benefited from this. His injuries healed rapidly as he laughed heartily. Spectral Soul's expression was grim. After using 2 moves, Lu Wei-yin's aura became extremely weak, and he was immediately swept away by the yellow sand. His voice resounded in the wind. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, you have committed many evil deeds. You have brought disaster to the world. In the past, so many Gu immortals lost to these 2 food path killer moves of yours. Thus, Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created these 2 moves specifically to deal with you. It was too targeted. Spectral Soul's situation immediately became very passive because his 2 killer moves were broken. Once a killer move was broken, any Gu immortal would fall into a passive state. Spectral Soul was no exception, because the person dealing with him was also a venerable, and this person had been dealing with him for his entire life. Bitter Taste and Eat Loss were both countered. Spectral Soul wanted to use Eat Heart. This move was created in his later years. He had never used it before. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had little chance of breaking it. But specters couldn't do this. When he activated Eat Heart earlier, He destroyed many soul path immortal goo and expended a vast number of food path mortal goo. He paid a huge price to forcefully activate it. That was to say, he could not use Eat Heart a second time in a short period of time. Precisely because of this, Spectral Soul had been holding back on Eat Heart. He did not use it easily. After Spectral Soul escaped, he first seized Celestial Quartz treasury, then devoured soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven, obtaining all of its foundation. Spectral Soul recovered at full speed. He could rise up again very quickly. However, it was undeniable that he had very few food path immortal goo. He could not use food path's full strength. Food path was rarely passed down. This was both the advantage and disadvantage of Spectral Soul. There were too few food path goo immortals in history. Food path immortal goo were also extremely rare. The time given to Spectral Soul to recover was still too short. Ever since this pursuit of Feng Yuan started, Spectral Soul had been using soul path killer moves endlessly. It was tiring to deal with them. But in terms of food path, Spectral Soul only had 3 killer moves. And among them, Eat Heart was forcefully created by Spectral Soul. It was a trump card that could only be used once. Spectral Soul had too many soul path killer moves. They were strange and terrifying. They were hard to deal with. But in terms of food path, there was nothing to write home about. Just 3 moves for Lu Wei-yin and the rest who had fought for a long time. It was hard for them not to be familiar with them. Like Feng Yuan's Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. When he first used it, he was shocked. But after a few rounds of fighting, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was continuously probed. Its foundation was gradually exposed. Chi-Ju and Spectral Soul quickly became familiar with it. Trump cards were things that were used less and less often. Spectral Soul's 2 food path killer moves were countered by Lu Wei-yin. He immediately suffered a backlash and suffered heavy injuries. Killer moves could not be used carelessly. Once they were countered, the outcome would be terrible. But Spectral Soul's move was not a mistake in that battle earlier. Soul Path Killer moves could not change the situation. Food Path Killer moves were the wisest choice. But Lu Wei-yin had schemed. He was only Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's inheritor. He was not the main body. Lu Wei-yin purposely hid these 2 trump cards. Spectral Soul had already used Bitter Taste and Eat Loss Killer moves earlier, but Lu Wei-yin endured them. Finally, at the most crucial moment, he unleashed it in one fell swoop and created the greatest battle result. Mingyu, I will kill you, I will kill you. Spectral Soul was heavily injured. Ching-Cho roared as it charged over. It went berserk, disregarding its own safety. Its face was twisted. Its eyes were bloodshot. They were about to burst open as green-black blood flowed out. Its body was filled with hundreds of wounds. They were densely packed. They were still bleeding profusely. The injuries were shocking. Truly a wondrous creation. At once, Giant Spectral Soul squinted. Spectral Soul's attainment in Soul Path was definitely the number 1 in history. Soul Beasts only appeared after he created Soul Path. Thus, his understanding of Soul Beasts was extremely deep. No one could surpass him. But Ching-Cho was different. There was a qualitative change in its insides. Ching-Cho attacked him, but Giant Spectral Soul was not shocked. He was happy instead. Ever since they fought, Spectral Soul had benefited from Ching-Cho many times. Ching-Cho was a huge problem to others. It could even be fatal. But to Spectral Soul, it was like a timely rain. It came at the right time, allowing Spectral Soul to absorb its strength and recover rapidly. Ching-Cho charged extremely quickly. It truly disregarded its life. Its only enemy was right in front of it, but memories surfaced, causing its vision to blur. Escape, quickly escape. Who can save me? Qing clan's ancestors, why are you not attacking? Father, mother, where are you? Cries and screams filled the whole of Qing Prefecture. The desert winds howled. Qing Prefecture's warm wind blew. This was Western Desert Qing Clan's Blessed Land headquarters. It was located in a beautiful oasis in Western Desert. The sandstone was like a mountain, the lake was like a sea, the trees were lush, it was filled with vitality. But now this paradise, the beautiful home of Qing Clan's clansmen, had turned into a living hell. A terrifying massacre was happening. Blood flowed like rivers. Countless Gu masters resisted in despair, but they could not cause any trouble to the killer. The young spectral soul, Mingyu from southern borders Gu immortal world, wore a black robe. He stood proudly in the sky. Every time he attacked, tens of thousands of lives would be taken. He looked down at the countless people who were running for their lives. They were like pitiful ants. Qing Clan, you are a great western desert superforce. How long are you going to hide for? Mingyu sneered and provoked. What a disappointment. Are you going to watch your clansmen die like this? Hee, the so-called Qing Clan is nothing more than this. Qing Clan did not have many Gu immortals left. Right now, they were in the deepest part of the Blessed Land. Hearing Mingyu's voice, they were furious. This demonic path scoundrel is so arrogant and hateful. To think that second elder would die at his hands, it is truly unbelievable. Our great Qing Clan actually fell to this state. We are forced by a mere Mingyu to the point of not daring to fight. No, this is not Mingyu's contribution alone. Don't you feel that ever since news of Divine Bean Palace was leaked, something has been amiss? Qing Clan's Gu immortals discussed. Some had sorrowful expressions. Some felt powerless. Cough, cough, you are right. Qing Clan's first Supreme Elder woke up from his coma. First Supreme Elder. Qing Clan's Gu immortals were overjoyed. Some cheered. You are finally awake. Qing Clan's first Supreme Elder, however, still had a dark purple expression. His aura was weak. He sat up on the bed with difficulty. Mingyu has probably colluded with other forces to plot against us. Mingyu is a sharp blade on the surface. While the other forces are restraining us, they have malicious intentions. Not long ago, I was dealing with a conflict at the border and fought for a super resource point. I was ambushed and defeated. My injuries are severe, and I do not have much battle strength left. And recently, the clan's super resource points were attacked by demonic path Gu immortals at almost the same time. Right now, the clan's immortal Gu houses have all been sent out. Our headquarters are unprecedentedly empty. Cough, cough. First Supreme Elder, you need to rest. Don't overwork yourself. Yes, we will bear all of this. As long as our Qing Clan survives this tribulation, we will definitely teach those despicable people a lesson. Qing Clan's Gu immortals urged. But Qing Clan's first Supreme Elder shook his head. Don't go and die. Mingyu has great battle strength. He has overwhelming luck. He is not a simple person. We were too careless earlier. When we wanted to take him seriously, our attention and strength were diverted by other forces. We need to be very careful when dealing with him now. Chapter 2073. First Supreme Elder, do you have any good ideas? Qing Clan's first Supreme Elder forced a smile. The cause of everything, the source of Qing Clan's predicament, is one thing, that is Divine Bean Palace. Other than us, no one wants to see Qing Clan refine Divine Bean Palace. Even if we do our best and give up the territories outside to repel Mingyu, how can we deal with the major forces that will come after us? Cough, cough. Qing Clan's first Supreme Elder breathed heavily. Thus, our best counterattack is to refine Divine Bean Palace. An anxious Gu immortal asked, how can we refine Divine Bean Palace so quickly? Qing Clan's first Supreme Elder sighed. We have a way, let's try. Qing Clan's immortals' eyes shined as they stared at Qing Clan's first Supreme Elder. Qing Clan's first Supreme Elder revealed. Earlier, we used Hatred Gu to pry open Divine Bean Palace's defenses. We made a lot of progress. We only need some time to refine it. However, what we need now is time. We can only take a risk and use that killer move. What killer move? Don't tell me! Some Qing Clan Gu immortals were confused, while others' expressions changed as they thought of some rumors. Qing clan's first supreme elder nodded. Excitement appeared on his weak face. This killer move was created by me and second supreme elder. He is the main force, while I am the support. The killer move has incredible power. I will control it while the rest of you participate. As long as it is used, Divine Being Palace will not be able to resist it. Any rank 8 Gu Immortal will have to avoid it. No matter how strong Mingyu is, he is only rank 7. Then let's do it. First Supreme Elder, what is the name of this move? First Supreme Elder shook his head and smiled bitterly. We have not decided on a name yet, but Second Supreme Elder has already passed away. This old man was silent for a while before saying solemnly, "How about we call it Qing Cho? This is the grudge of Qing clan. Because of all the difficulties and pain caused by Divine Being Palace, we need to take revenge. Using Qing Cho, we can completely refine Divine Being Palace. Those super forces with ill intentions, every single one of them is my Qing family's enemy. Mingyu, who wreaked havoc in my Qing province, is the enemy of my Qing family. Using Qing Cho, we will take revenge, take back the blood debt of my Qing family, and return the pain you inflicted on us 1,000-fold. On this point, our Qing family will not be stingy and will be infinitely generous." These words stirred the immortals present. Qing Cho, what a good name. What the great elder said is absolutely right. We must take revenge. Let Qing Cho be the symbol of our Qing clan's rise. Qing Cho, Qing Cho, Qing Cho, Qing Cho. Qing Cho's vision cleared up. It remembered everything. All of its memories were complete. Facing Mingyu's attack, Qing clan's immortals decided to use Qing Cho killer move to refine Divine Being Palace. Then he would kill his way out and secure victory in one fell swoop. However, Qing Cho, which he had high hopes for, did not completely refine Divine Being Palace. Instead, it had a mysterious resonance with the Divine Being Palace, creating a sky full of green light. The mystical light swallowed the Qing clan immortals, digested the Qing clan's headquarters, enveloped Qing province, and even spread for thousands of miles. Mingyu was forced to retreat. When the mystical light dissipated, all the super forces came to search for him. The once powerful Qing clan was only left with a vast and desolate desert ruin. The indignant western desert Gu immortals searched everywhere, but they could not find any clues. Time passed. People went from disappointment to despair. They finally left this lifeless desert. Only a dark palace of a rank 8 wood-path immortal Gu house was left in a corner, as well as a killer move that was being prepared with hatred Gu as the core. This killer move was called Qing Cho. Qing Cho did not fail. It was only affected by something and underwent a mutation. It turned into a life form. Countless souls that died tragically gathered and fused. A soul beast with hatred Gu as the core was born. Initially, it was very young. It was as weak as a baby. It opened its eyes. Its gaze was clear like water. Next, it continued to grow in a daze. Its body grew larger and larger. Its body was distinct. It had claws. It had a tortoise shell. It had a head with long hair. Its body was the size of a rabbit at first. Then it was the size of a wolf. Then it was the size of a bull. Then it was the size of an elephant. And finally, it was the size of a hill. The screams of countless, vengeful souls. From the moment it was born, it had been echoing in its ears. It was echoing in its heart. Every time it grew a little bigger, a little taller, these echoing voices became a little louder and a little noisier. They were hissing. They were roaring. Qing Cho could not hear them clearly. It was deeply troubled. These voices were too annoying. They were too noisy. They did not stop. It was confused. It was annoyed. It was angry. Its thoughts became chaotic. It became ferocious and violent. It roared. It used its claws to tear apart the floor tiles of the hall. It used its back to break the pillars of the hall. Its head was bleeding from the collisions. Its hair was disheveled. The hall quickly recovered, but the voices continued. They were getting louder and louder. Qing Cho was helpless. It could not help but feel discouraged. It wanted to give up, it even wanted to die. But it did not do so. The voices of the vengeful souls seemed to be reminding it of something. What was it? These damned voices, what were they saying? Tell me, why are you torturing me like this? Why don't you just let me die? Ever since the pursuit battle, Ching-Cho had sent spectral soul. It had been in chaos because of hatred goo. Even though it had consciousness, it was not clear. It only knew to kill, it only knew to charge, it only knew to fight. It used all its strength, every drop of blood in its body, as long as it could kill spectral soul, destroy spectral soul. But now, at this moment, Ching-Chow's mind was no longer in chaos. It was extremely clear. It was like the clouds had parted. It was clear. Its memory suddenly became complete, and it understood everything from beginning to end. It finally understood the cries of those vengeful souls. These vengeful souls were screaming, crying. They were furious. They did not stop or weaken at all. Ching-Cho heard them clearly. These vengeful souls did not say that they were in pain or suffering. They did not say that they were wronged or wronged. They only said one word, Ching-Cho, Ching-Cho, Ching-Cho. You need to remember the meaning of your birth. You need to remember the mission that you have. You need to remember all of your enemies. Do not forget for even a moment. Do not rest for even a moment. Revenge. The deaths of our kin, the unfulfilled ambitions of Qing clan, the pain and anger that they inflicted on us, we need to pay them back. Spectral soul. Ching-Cho screamed, have a good taste of this. This is my Qing clan's hatred. It has been accumulated for 100,000 years. This killer move, Ching-Cho! Oh no! At this moment, giant spectral soul's expression turned cold. His heart sank. Ching-Chow's body underwent a qualitative change. The rank 8 immortal goo hatred goo that it had been accumulating finally broke through at this moment, becoming a true rank 9 immortal goo. Ching-Chow's mountain-like body burst out with a strange jade light that spectral soul was familiar with. Within the strange light, Ching-Chow's body moved like water. It stood up abruptly, its limbs turning into human hands and feet. The huge wings that it had grown during the battle had transformed into a full-body armor. Its tortoise shell turned into a shield that was held by its left arm. Its snake neck shrunk rapidly. The ratio of its head and shoulders became extremely appropriate. Next, the snake neck and tail turned into a large lump of light. It moved to its right palm and stretched, turning into a sinister spear. Giant Ching-Cho charged toward spectral soul. The sky full of jade light suddenly shrunk and entered the spearhead. The spear continued to move forward and slammed. Giant spectral soul changed his move. He had to change. Using the previous method to deal with Ching-Cho was courting death. Spectral soul grunted. He retracted his move at the last moment, causing him to suffer a backlash again. But he achieved his goal. He successfully changed his killer move. At the crucial moment, black smoke surged towards Ching-Chow's body, trying to block the attack. Seeing this, Wu Shuai, Qi-Si ancestor, and demon immortal Qi-Ju stared with wide eyes. Everything seemed to have happened over a long period of time, but it happened too quickly and suddenly. Ching-Cho suddenly became stronger. It turned into a giant. Its battle strength rose to a terrifying level. Before Wu Shuai, Qi-Si, and Qi-Ju could rejoice, giant spectral soul decisively retracted his move and counterattacked. Seeing that spectral soul was able to block most of their killer move's power, Wu Shuai, Qi-Si, and Qi-Ju felt disappointed. But they were also impressed by spectral soul's decisiveness and methods. He actually managed to change his killer move in such a short period of time. Lu Wei-yin smiled lightly. At the next moment, giant Ching-Chow's messy hair rose up like vines, intertwining and turning into the shape of a huge tree in the blink of an eye. The huge tree had lush leaves and branches. It was like a canopy. It was placed on top of giant Ching-Chow's head and emitted jade light again. Spectral Soul's thick smoke was blocked by the jade light. This is a Venerable's method. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerables Karma Divine Tree Killer Move. Chi Si, Chi Ju and Wu Shuai were shocked. Puchi, Giant Qing Chao's attack was unstoppable. The terrifying spear pierced through Giant Spectral Soul's body. Next, the green-scaled spear flowed like water, turning into jade light that entered Giant Spectral Soul's body. Giant Spectral Soul staggered a few steps back. His aura fell rapidly. He was at rock bottom. There were many holes on Spectral Soul's body. Soul Chi was leaking out. At the same time, jade green light was seeping out. Hundreds of arms covered the holes subconsciously, but they could not cover the jade light that was getting brighter and brighter. These lights were like sharp swords and spears. They broke out of Spectral Soul's body and illuminated the entire battlefield. Spectral Soul was defeated. This was a true fatal blow. Spectral Soul's expression was cold as ice. He muttered, "Genesis, Lotus, Paradise, Earth. Good, very good." Then he sneered. His killing intent didn't decrease, but increased to an unprecedented level. A long time ago, I swore that I would only let others struggle before their death. Are you prepared? Spectral Soul's words had a hidden meaning. The immortal's expressions changed. Oh no! Dodge! He is going to self-detonate. All of you die with me. Spectral Soul howled. Chapter 2074. Quick, faster, faster. Fairy Myrtle urged herself in her mind. She was the only wisdom path great expert here. The responsibility of unraveling the battlefield killer move naturally fell on her. Fairy Myrtle's soul had been modified by Spectral Soul. She was extremely loyal to him. She put in all her effort to deduce and unravel the battlefield killer move. However, Lu Weiyin's illusory, sand-shifting shadow battlefield was not ordinary. This Earth Path battlefield is stable, but it also has a layer of obscurity. I'm afraid it used Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's battlefield as the foundation, and was modified by later generations. Fairy Myrtle's brows were tightly furrowed. Her mind was working hard. She had already made some progress in her deductions. But overall, there was not much progress. Firstly, once the battlefield killer move was set up, it could hide in the void and isolate itself from the outside world. Be it from the inside or the outside, it was very hard to break. Back then, when Fairy Myrtle fought in Langya Blessed Land and unraveled Feng Yuan's Yama battlefield, she had also relied on Feng Joga's Fate Armor Immortal Gu to locate the battlefield inside Yama battlefield. Only by working together from the inside and outside could she make a sharp breakthrough in the battlefield killer move. Secondly, illusory sand shifting shadow battlefield was not ordinary. This was the work of an immortal venerable, and it was constantly being modified along with the times. Fairy Myrtle was able to quickly find the crucial location of the battlefield. It was already very impressive. She did not let down her wisdom path cultivation level. Fairy Myrtle used all sorts of methods. Sometimes she used Immortal Gu. Sometimes she used wisdom path killer moves. Sometimes she directly commanded Longevity Heaven or Celestial Court's Gu Immortals to probe the illusory, sand-shifting shadow battlefield. This was truly an unimaginable scene. Shadow Sect, Longevity Heaven, and Celestial Court were actually working together. At the outermost area, the Blackback group was like a pitch-black tide, attacking continuously. Celestial Court's several immortal Gu houses guarded it, forming a sturdy defensive line to kill the reckless Earth Abyss Blackback groups that dared to invade. Inside the inner circle, Fairy Myrtle was hovering in the air, surrounded by Old Man Zheng Yuan, by Ningbing, Fairy Miao Yin, and the others. At the center, two immortal Gu houses were facing each other. They were Longevity Heaven's Calamity Luck Altar and Celestial Court's Demon Judgment Board. Whenever Fairy Myrtle gave instructions, These two immortal goo houses would cooperate and use their methods to move a corner of the battlefield killer move. Qin Dingling, Bing Saichuan, and the rest did not doubt Fairy Myrtle's eagerness. They lacked wisdom path, great experts to begin with. They were willing to sell themselves. Everything was done with Feng Yuan as the goal. Originally, in the process of pursuing Feng Yuan, these three parties had interfered with each other and were secretly on guard against each other. But now that the battlefield killer move had engulfed Feng Yuan, Spectral Soul, and the rest, the three parties immediately focused their attention and energy on unraveling the battlefield killer move. Feng Yuan's craftiness and viciousness were deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Since Feng Yuan could set up an ambush here, he definitely had ulterior motives. He was plotting something. The three Gu Immortals felt that something was amiss. They immediately cooperated and tried their best to destroy Feng Yuan's plan. This was indeed a wise move. But Fairy Myrtle's body suddenly shook. She coughed out a mouthful of blood. This change attracted the attention of the other Gu Immortals. Fairy Myrtle wiped the blood off her lips. Her face was pale, but she gritted her teeth and continued to deduce. Celestial Court's nurtured immortals are really going all out for their master. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Saichuan's cold laughter resounded. His words dealt a huge blow to the two parties. Inside the immortal Gu house, Qin Dingling snorted coldly as she frowned. Why is my luck suddenly wavering? At the next moment, Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan attacked. Mystical lights danced and enveloped the Shadow Sect immortals as they shot out like a meteor. Bing Saichuan and Qin Dingling's hearts jumped. They did not have time to think. They subconsciously controlled the immortal Gu house to chase after Fairy Myrtle. Boom! A terrifying explosion suddenly occurred. Calamity Luck Altar had just moved when it felt an incomparably strong force attacking its back. Bing Saichuan growled, "Z-Wei is harming us." Calamity Luck Altar was heavily injured, but its momentum increased. It continued to charge towards Fairy Myrtle. Meanwhile, Feng Zheng, who was inside Demon Judgment Board, lacked experience. He could not compare to Bing Saichuan and Qin Dingling. When the explosion occurred, Demon Judgment Board was still at the same spot. This way, Demon Judgment Board took much more damage than Calamity Luck Altar. In an instant, Feng Zheng seemed to have fallen into a raging wave. He was caught off guard, and the entire Demon Judgment Board was swept away by the explosion. Rumble. This explosion came from Spectral Soul's self-detonation. After the explosion destroyed the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield, the three Gu Immortals who did not know what happened were in a terrible predicament. Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Judgment Board were both heavily injured. Even though Fairy Myrtle had deduced the explosion in advance, the time was too short. The explosion quickly spread to them and sent them flying, scattering everywhere. Many of the Celestial Court immortal Gu houses were also blown away like kites by the intense winds. The Black Bat group was in an even worse state. Hundreds of thousands of black bats, be they desolate beasts or immemorial desolate beasts, were instantly blown to pieces by the explosion. The ground shook. Heaven and earth collapsed. The scene became very chaotic. A tattered earth tower appeared in the sky. Ching Chou, who had turned into a giant, was blown into 3 pieces, falling to the ground. Shiland was in a terrible state. It was originally intact, but now only 30% was left. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was covered in blood. He barely managed to fly out of this secluded domain of heaven and earth. His gaze was like an eagle as he stared at the Earth Tower. The Earth Tower was peaceful soil, heavy mountain fortress. This rank 8 immortal Gu house had the best defense indeed. Even though it was damaged, it still blocked Spectral Soul's self-detonation. At the next moment, peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress was kept into Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. This immortal Gu house was too slow. He could not rely on it blindly. Feng Yuan appeared. In an instant, he attracted the attention of all the Gu immortals present. But Fang Yuan was not alone. He had Lu Wei-yin and Wu Shuai with him. Come and kill Fang Yuan. Calamity Luck Altar was in a terrible state. Bing Sai Chuan abandoned it and let others repair it, while he charged at Fang Yuan. This rank 8 great expert, who had once fought alongside Fang Yuan, did not conceal his killing intent towards Fang Yuan at all. Fang Yuan, what did you do to Master? Fairy Myrtle did not escape. Blood flowed out of her nose and mouth as she shouted. Demon Immortal Chi Ju had the appearance of a young boy. He had an old voice as he laughed coldly. Did you not feel the explosion earlier? Spectral Soul has already self-detonated. What? The immortals heard this, and their bodies shook intensely. The great spectral soul demon, Venerable, really died. That explosion earlier had terrifying power. It was clearly a soul path killer move. Was it Spectral Soul's final counterattack before his death? But how is that possible? The great demon Venerable. No, Spectral Soul is no longer a demon Venerable. Even so, he is still the strongest in the current world. But he actually died at the hands of Fang Yuan and the rest. Fang Yuan killed Spectral Soul? The immortals' expressions changed. Their pupils shrunk. Their gazes were scattered for a moment before focusing on Fang Yuan, even though Spectral Soul's death was a combination of the immortal strength. But Fang Yuan was undoubtedly the mastermind. Fang Yuan cannot be underestimated. He is too sinister. He actually caused Spectral Soul's death. He was a former demon, Venerable. He could even destroy Fate Gu. It is not strange for him to do such a thing. Kill him. We cannot let him escape. If such a demon remains in the world, it will be a great misfortune for all living beings. That's right, even if he was acting earlier after killing Spectral Soul, he must be in a bad state. If we don't kill him now, when will we? The immortals shouted madly. Fang Yuan, even if I die, I want you dead. Fairy Myrtle's expression was twisted. She gritted her teeth as she charged forward. On one hand, Fairy Myrtle was modified by Spectral Soul. She was extremely loyal. Spectral Soul's death made her extremely furious. On the other hand, she lost to Fang Yuan time and time again. In Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle lost many times. Even in Shadow Sect, she still lost to Fang Yuan. Kill! If Fang Yuan does not die, the first to die will be those who are chasing him. Demon Immortal Chi Ju roared. He also attacked Fang Yuan. At the same time, he transmitted to Fang Yuan secretly. Fang Yuan, earlier, when Spectral Soul self-detonated, you did not let me hide in peaceful soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. I will let it go. If you want to escape now, you need my help. Take out more venerable true inheritances. Show me your sincerity. Demon Immortal Chi Ju's Shiland was heavily damaged, but he still retained most of his battle strength. Earlier, this old demon was working together with Fang Yuan to harm Spectral Soul, but now he turned against them, using the 3 Gu Immortals to extort Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not in a good state. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's myriad tribulation was still ongoing. Beside him, Lu Wei-yin's expression was pale, his body was shaking. Even if he fainted at the next moment, nobody would be surprised. Wu Shuai was in a pathetic state. His rank 8 aura was unstable, but he still had battle strength. Right now, he could only be sacrificed to stall for time. Even so, he could not guarantee how much time he could stall for. As for Qi Si Ancestor, he was already kept into Fang Yuan's Immortal Aperture. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the Combat Beast King was still unconscious. Fang Yuan needed a Gu Immortal expert to control the situation. If not, Qi Si Ancestor would be forced to expose his identity in order to protect his main body. At the crucial moment, I can only give up on the Qi Si clone and Wu Shuai clone to stall for time and opportunity for me. Fang Yuan thought as he transmitted to Lu Wei-yin. Fellow Immortal Lu, what exactly is the method of escape that you mentioned earlier? When Giant Spectral Soul self-detonated, Lu Wei-yin made a move, using illusory sand shifting shadow battlefield to suppress the soul explosion miraculously. Even though it was only a few breaths of time, he managed to stall for the crucial time. During this crucial time, Fang Yuan's Qi clone and Wu Shui clone managed to hide inside Peaceful Soil, Heavy Mountain Fortress. Lu Weiyin used this chance to transmit to Fang Yuan that he had an escape method to leave Central Continent safely. Precisely so, Fang Yuan let Lu Weiyin into Peaceful Soil, Heavy Mountain Fortress as well. Firstly, Lu Weiyin saved Fang Yuan's 2 clones. He was very sincere. Chapter 2075. Lu Weiyin immediately replied to Fang Yuan, "Fang Yuan, please follow me." Fang Yuan, however, replied, "No hurry." At the next moment, he smiled coldly. His hands were behind his back as he faced the 3 groups of Gu immortals and immortal Gu houses. He smiled calmly. "Very good. Who wants to be the first to die?" As he said that, his aura surged. His rank 8 aura was smooth and unobstructed. He did not show any signs of fatigue. The immortals stared with wide eyes. Is he not at the end of his rope? The surging momentum from earlier immediately stopped. The immortals were hesitant. Using this time, Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he activated an immortal killer move, bringing Lu Weiyin and the rest with him as they turned into a sword rainbow, flying far away. Different from before, Fang Yuan had already refined many Heaven Path Dao marks. He broke free from the restrictions of the Heaven Path Dao marks and obtained precious space. It was much easier for him to use immortal killer moves now. Even though he still needed to use human path formations and other methods to charge at the Heaven Path Dao marks, he still had space to use them. Fang Yuan escaped. Chase him. He is toying with us. The immortals seemed to have woken up from a dream. They chased relentlessly. All sorts of killer moves were unleashed, bombarding Fang Yuan and the rest. It was as if the scene had returned to before, except that Spectral Soul, Qi Ancestor, and Qing Chou were not here, but Lu Weiyin was here. However, we need to be careful. The counterattack of a demon like Fang Yuan cannot be underestimated. Let the other 2 sides deal with him. We need to conserve our strength. Fang Yuan is crafty. In my opinion, there might be a second battlefield killer move or immortal formation ahead. That's right. Fang Yuan used a time path formation to trap the Righteous Path Alliance in Southern Border. Lu Weiyin is also a sinister person. This time he set up an Earth Path battlefield to ambush Spectral Soul. His method is the same as Fang Yuan's. I was truly wrong about him. The great Southern Border inheritor of Paradise Earth is actually colluding with Fang Yuan. The immortals were filled with righteousness and indignation. They secretly transmitted their voices and came up with a plan. As they chased and killed, their momentum was great. But at the same time, they felt a little guilty. The current situation seemed to be the same as before, but it had actually undergone an earth-shattering change. Fang Yuan's killing of Spectral Soul made the other 3 sides wary of him. And Fang Yuan had always done things sinisterly. He was despicable and cunning. He was ruthless and merciless. His battle achievements were deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. The Gu immortals of the 3 sides were very wary of him. On one hand, even if Fang Yuan was really an arrow at the end of its flight, his dying counterattack would cause any side to bleed, and the situation would collapse. On the other hand, Fang Yuan wasn't the only opponent of the 3 sides. There were still the other 2 sides. Previously, Spectral Soul and Qi Ju were the main force. The 3 sides were happy to chase after them and take advantage of the situation. But now that Spectral Soul was gone, even though demon immortal Qi Ju looked aggressive, he was actually extorting Fang Yuan for benefits. How could he attack forcefully? Speaking of which, the 3 sides were wary of Fang Yuan, but was demon immortal Qi Ju not wary of him? This lad Fang Yuan did not even make a move during the ambush. How much has he recovered? Right now, he is clearly using killer moves more frequently. How much strength is he still hiding? Is there a 4th immortal Gu house? Demon immortal Qi Ju thought to himself. Earlier, Fang Yuan destroyed Dragon Palace and Myriad Year flying worship. He immediately took out Peaceful Soil, Heavy Mountain Fortress. These 3 immortal goo houses were all rank 8. They were peak creations of Enslavement Path, Time Path, and Earth Path. Fang Yuan's wealth truly shocked Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Even if Fang Yuan took out a 5th immortal goo house, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju would not be surprised. How deep is Fang Yuan's foundation? The past Venerables have invested too much in him. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan retreated while using true inheritances to make transactions. His attitude fluctuated. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was hesitant. Should I make a move now or not? How much strength does Fang Yuan have left? If I get rid of him, will I gain more? But right now, I can chase him while receiving true inheritances. It seems like a good idea. Among everyone, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju enjoyed the process of being chased the most. We're here. It is 1 layer below this direction. Lu Wei-yin suddenly transmitted. Fang Yuan controlled the rainbow light and made a sharp turn, instantly breaking through the thick soil and rocks, arriving at the next layer. Rumble, Fang Yuan's group's ears were immediately filled with loud noises. Boundless earth chi surged like a raging river. The tides were surging. Fang Yuan and the other 2 were like ants in a river. They could not be detected. This is the manifestation of the earth vein. Fang Yuan was stunned before recognizing it. Lu Wei-yin nodded with a smile. That's right. The 5 regions merged into one. The earth vein will also become one. The earth vein will fuse and move, revealing its true form. Hurry up and land on that small island. Fang Yuan activated his killer move with difficulty. The sword rainbow shot down. The sword rainbow could not hold on any longer. It dissipated in the air. The 3 immortals landed on a brown-yellow island at the same time. They were in a sorry state. This island was very small. It was only a few acres in size. The island was desolate. There was not a trace of life on it. The island was flat, but there were 3 huge rocks at the periphery. They were like pillars that were rooted in the vast earth vein. Because of these 3 pillars, the island was able to remain unmoved even under the erosion of the earth vein. Fang Yuan, where are you running to? Chase, what is this place? At this time, the 3 pursuers also arrived at this layer. They chased after them. Someone activated a killer move, but found that the earth path Dao marks here were extremely dense, suppressing most of the variant paths. Goo Immortals had to expend a lot of energy to activate killer moves. Other than earth path, only immortal goo houses could move freely. Oh no! Fang Yuan came here on purpose. No matter what he wants to do, we need to stop him. Hurry up and destroy that island. The 3 goo immortals had aggressive auras as they got closer. Fang Yuan, Wu Shuai, and Lu Wei-yin attacked, destroying the 3 huge rock pillars around the island. Without the huge rock pillars, the island started to move along the flow of the earth vein. The 3 goo immortals chased after it, but the island's speed was too fast. The difference between the 2 sides was huge. The island pulled away dangerously in just a few breaths of time. It was far away from the 3 goo immortals. The 3 goo immortals were dumbfounded. What the hell was this? It was just an island, but its speed was so fast. We really got rid of them. What exactly was this island? And where are we going? Wu Shuai touched the hard ground of the island as he exclaimed in shock. Lu Wei-yin coughed out blood continuously. The destruction of the rock pillars earlier had worsened his injuries. He did not answer Wu Shuai. He looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you should have recalled it already, right? Fang Yuan nodded. The moment he saw this island, he had a flash of inspiration. When he landed on the island, he had already recalled it. This isn't flying Earth. Fang Yuan replied to Wu Shuai. Even though Wu Shuai was his clone, Fang Yuan did not copy all of his memories to him. This was a precaution. In the future, if Wu Shuai was defeated and captured, he would be subjected to soul-searching or other methods. Then these memories would be used to aid the enemy. In the 500 years of my previous life, the 5 regions were united. The 2 heavens merged into one. The earth veins of the 5 regions also fused together, forming many unique terrains. Since ancient times, people called them the 10 earths. They are Earth Abyss, Earth Trench, Earth Tunnel, Earth Cave, Earth Prison, Production Ground, Flying Earth, Battlefield, Treasure Ground, and Graveyard. This island is one of the 10 earths, Flying Earth. It is formed in the earth vein. It can travel through the earth vein continuously, moving as fast as flying. Its speed is extraordinary. Wu Shuai realized, so that's it. He continued to sigh. Heaven and earth have changed, but there are other interesting things in the depths of the earth. He knew the essence of this island. He asked, "Then where can we go?" Fang Yuan shook his head slightly. "I have only heard of Flying Earth. I have never personally come into contact with it. I only know that it can move along the earth vein, but the direction is hard to control. I wonder what methods do you have?" In this ambush battle, Lu Weiyin's performance was extremely outstanding. Fang Yuan placed a lot of importance on him. This current generation Paradise Earth inheritor of Southern Border was very strong. First, he set up the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield. This battlefield was so outstanding that it trapped Spectral Soul and Qi Ju. It perfectly displayed the power of a battlefield. Next, Lu Weiyin controlled the battlefield, allowing the immortals attacking Spectral Soul to cooperate better. During the intense battle, Spectral Soul had tried to attack Qing Chou several times, but Lu Weiyin stopped him. Secondly, at the crucial moment, Lu Weiyin displayed a powerful defensive method to block Spectral Soul's frenzied attacks, giving Demon Immortal Qi Ju time to use Shishi Killer move. This was the turning point of the ambush battle. Thirdly, Lu Weiyin used All Life is Bitter and Suffering a Loss is a Blessing to restrain Spectral Soul, causing it to suffer a huge backlash. Finally, he held on in the battlefield, suppressing the terrifying power of Spectral Soul's self-detonation, helping Fang Yuan's 2 clones escape. After the battlefield collapsed, it was he who led Fang Yuan to this place and escaped with his life. Lu Weiyin's battle strength was definitely top tier in the current world. What made Fang Yuan admire him even more was his temperament. He was skilled in enduring. He purposely kept All Life is Bitter and Suffering a Loss is a Blessing to use at the crucial moment, causing Spectral Soul to suffer a huge loss. With such a shrewd plan, Fang Yuan believed that Lu Weiyin definitely had a method to control Flying Earth. After all, this involved Earth Path. It was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's specialty. As expected, Lu Weiyin did not disappoint Fang Yuan. He nodded with a smile. "I am untalented, but Paradise Earth's inheritance has a corresponding method to control Flying Earth's direction and stopping point." Wu Shuai heard this, and his pupils shrunk. He could not help but be wary. Lu Weiyin continued to smile, as if he did not sense it. "Following this earth vein, we will pass through Western Desert, Eastern Sea, Southern Border, and finally Northern Plains. I wonder where Fang Yuan wants to stop." Fang Yuan smiled as well. "Didn't you invite me to Southern Border's Mushroom Man Paradise as a guest?" Lu Weiyin nodded. "Fang Yuan, now that Spectral Soul has been killed by us, I believe you have already seen my sincerity. This is not just my sincerity, it is also Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's sincerity." Chapter 2076. What? Wu Shuai heard this for the first time. He was stunned. Who did not know of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's benevolence and kindness? He spent his entire life trying to eliminate Spectral Soul's death. He did not have a single offensive move. His actions and words were to guide people to do good. He took pleasure in helping others. The number of people he had helped numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Not just humans, but variant humans and legendary immemorial beasts as well. He had even taken action many times to repair mountains and rivers, managing resource points for the world. Southern borders, Mushroom Man Paradise, Eastern Seas Merman Imperial Court, and the Blue Dragon Whale had all obtained Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's help. Even Central Continent's reincarnation battlefield was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable because he could not bear to see Central Continent's Gu Immortals kill each other. He created this battlefield killer move to resolve conflicts. As for Fang Yuan killed people like flies. He was cold and emotionless. For his own benefits, he destroyed Fate Gu. He disregarded the great cause of humanity. For the sake of cultivation, he plundered resources everywhere. Extortion, ambushes, robberies, he did everything he could. Everywhere he went, there was blood and disaster. Now that spectral soul was dead. Fang Yuan was the true #1 demon in the world. It was not strange that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had deduced Fang Yuan. The other 9 Venerables had also deduced Fang Yuan. But Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable actually wanted Fang Yuan to be his successor. He wanted Paradise Earth's forces to help Fang Yuan become a Venerable? This was a little too inconceivable. Is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's brain damaged? Wu Shuai reacted and thought of this. Next, Wu Shuai thought, is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable trying to guide my main body to do good? This is in line with his style. That was right. Fang Yuan was a demon. The battle earlier would definitely shock the world if it spread. Fang Yuan's position as the #1 demon in the world was confirmed. If such a demon could turn back to the path of righteousness, it would be a great thing for the world and all living beings. Wu Shuai was shocked, but Fang Yuan was expressionless. He did not show any surprise. The reason for that was because he had heard those words when he was communicating with Lu Weiyin earlier. At that time, Fang Yuan recalled the scene on the Red Lotus Stone Island. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable barged into the Stone Lotus Island and talked to Red Lotus Will. He did say that he wanted to snatch the inheritor, Fang Yuan. Thus, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable took Regret Gu and placed it in the Blue Dragon Whale. It was because of this that Fang Yuan ventured into the Blue Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven Paradise, took away Regret Gu, and released Xinshang. At that time, the ultimate mission that appeared on the merit list seemed to be inviting Fang Yuan to stay in the Grotto Heaven and accept this mission to become the master of the Blue Dragon Whale. But Fang Yuan did not accept this temptation. He resolutely chose to go out and participate in the Fate War, destroying Fate Gu. After the Fate War, Lu Weiyin took the initiative to contact Fang Yuan and offered his assistance. These two matters were actually of the same origin. It was not that difficult for Fang Yuan to accept it. Since rebirth, I have obtained many venerable true inheritances. This is the help that the Venerables gave me. They used me as a pawn to destroy Fate Gu. I thought that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had the same idea, but to think that he had other intentions. Thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind as they collided. He was in such a huge predicament this time, he had a slim chance of survival. The most dangerous moment was when Giant Spectral Soul used Eat Heart on him. Fang Yuan could not resist it. He could only take a risk. At that time, he forced a smile and disguised himself perfectly. He successfully deceived Demon Immortal Qi Ju into betraying Spectral Soul. This interrupted Eat Heart killer move and allowed him to survive. At that moment, most of Fang Yuan's body was already in the coffin. But what was the source of this danger? The external calamity was Spectral Soul chasing after him with all his might. He wanted to take back Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu and the Dream Realms. The internal calamity was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's scheme. He used over 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks to make Fang Yuan unable to retaliate. Fate Gu was already destroyed. Fang Yuan no longer had any value. However much help he received earlier, he was going to suffer a huge backlash now. The Venerables who had helped Fang Yuan before had already abandoned Fang Yuan. They were determined to kill him. In such a situation, there was a Venerable who acted alone at the crucial moment he helped Fang Yuan. What was Paradise, Earth, Immortal Venerable's intention? What did he see in Fang Yuan? Why was he so sure that Fang Yuan would become a Venerable? Why was he willing to pay any price to help Fang Yuan become a Venerable? The surroundings were brownish-brown. Earth Qi was surging. Flying Earth moved forward in the vast and majestic Earth vein. According to what I know in the Three Venerables theory, the next Venerable is Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Does Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable think that I have the potential to become Great Dream Immortal Venerable? Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. He broke the silence and probed. Lu Wei-yin replied, "The Three Venerables theory is deeply rooted in people's hearts. It is widely spread, but now that Fate Gu is destroyed, nothing is certain anymore. It is possible that the next Great Dream Immortal Venerable is still Great Dream Immortal Venerable, but it is also possible that it is not, right? Fang Yuan, there is no need to say much. When you go to Mushroom Man Paradise and receive Paradise Earth's true meaning, everything will be clear. At that time, I will definitely welcome you with open arms." Lu Wei-yin smiled lightly. He did not want to say much. After this battle, he was confident that Fang Yuan would definitely come to Mushroom Man Paradise, but not now. Lu Wei-yin knew Fang Yuan's nature. Fang Yuan was ruthless, but he was extremely cautious. Even if Lu Wei-yin contributed greatly in this battle, if there was a chance, Fang Yuan would definitely kill him. But Lu Wei-yin had always been on guard. He did not give Fang Yuan a chance. When Spectral Soul self-detonated, he saved Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor. While expressing his sincerity, he also told Fang Yuan that he had a way to escape, thus allowing Fang Yuan to bring him into Peaceful Soil, Heavy Mountain Fortress. And in Enclave, he had the method to control Enclave. He was still useful. Fang Yuan did not want to kill him. If he fainted, Fang Yuan would definitely kill him and soul-search Lu Wei-yin's soul. He would find out everything. Eventually, Fang Yuan chose to leave halfway. He was entangled by the myriad tribulation. The most important thing now was to get rid of it. His battle strength was low now, otherwise he would have attacked the heavily injured Lu Wei-yin already. Before leaving, Lu Wei-yin instructed Fang Yuan with a sincere attitude. "Fang Yuan, I am sure you have a deep understanding of the situation earlier. Many Venerables want to get rid of you. It is not just because of the previous situation. Our time is very tight. The true situation is far more dangerous than the Fate War. If you are slightly slower, you will die tragically. Thus, I hope you can fulfill your promise and come to Mushroom Man Paradise as soon as possible." Fang Yuan nodded and left with Wu Shuai. The two immortals left the earth vein and went up. An hour later, they came out of the ground and appeared in a desert. The surrounding 1,000 li was desolate and uninhabited. Wu Shuai suddenly laughed. "Lu Wei-yin seems to be in trouble. He helped us this time and is the leader of a variant human force. He will probably face the joint attack of Southern Border's Righteous Path." Fang Yuan nodded. There will indeed be trouble. Southern Border's Righteous Path is led by Wu Clan. Wu Clan's leader, Wu Yong, is an ambitious and ruthless person. He will not let go of such a good opportunity. But with Lu Wei-yin's ability, I believe that he has a solution. Wu Shuai asked again, "Before leaving, did Lu Wei-yin say those words just to scare you?" Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. He shook his head slightly. Wu Shuai's heart sank slightly. "Let's go." Fang Yuan said, "Let's find a place to rest. We need to make every second count." Earth Vein. That demon Fang Yuan really escaped. Inside the Celestial Court's Immortal Gu House, Qin Dingling stared with wide-open eyes. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. This was the situation she did not want to see the most, but it happened anyway. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Saichuan also sighed. He did not expect such an outcome. Earlier, Spectral Soul was so powerful, but in the end he died, while Fang Yuan, who was chased all over the place, was still on the run. The biggest surprise was Lu Wei-yin. This Paradise Earth's inheritor was simply cutting himself off from the righteous path. He was a disgrace to Paradise Earth immortal Venerable. Of course, there were also Earth veins and ascending lands. The 5 regions were unified, the regional walls disappeared. The Gu immortals of the 5 regions were all focused on the Fate War. The aftermath of the battle had yet to subside. Qi tides swept the world again. The Gu immortals had trouble dealing with them. Basically, no one had the leisure and elegance to go deep underground to investigate the anomaly. The Earth vein was vast and boundless. It was like a surging yellow river. It had a huge momentum. It was not easy to move in the fan surface of the Earth vein. The ascending lands that carried Fang Yuan had already disappeared. The immortals moved with difficulty on the ground. Their hopes of catching up to Fang Yuan dwindled. Everywhere the immortals looked, the Earth path resources around the Earth vein were as plentiful as the stars. And inside the Earth vein, there were even higher quality immortal materials. Heaven and Earth are changing. The Earth has become so unfamiliar. These Earth path resources are very plentiful, but it is very difficult to collect them from the Earth vein, unless one has outstanding Earth path attainment. Just looking at the Earth path resources we have seen along the way, if we use them fully, we can definitely change the situation. Ancient Soul Sect, which owns this Earth abyss, is really lucky after absorbing these resources. Their strength will definitely soar. These were the people at the top of the Gu immortals. They had broad horizons and great foresight. The underground resources were so plentiful, they had a huge impact. How to efficiently excavate these resources and how to use them would affect the entire world. Quick, take out the backup Gu worms. Another 300 Gu worms have been destroyed. Who will work with me to replace the new Gu? The immortal Gu house moved in this Earth vein. The Earth Qi was constantly corroding the immortal Gu house, causing more and more Earth path Tao marks to be carved on it. Unless it was an Earth path immortal Gu house, immortal Gu houses of other paths could not stay in the Earth vein for long. Fang Yuan has already disappeared for a long time. Unless we can find a flying island like theirs, otherwise, that Lu Wei-yin clearly has a method to control the flying island. He is Paradise Earth's inheritor. Paradise Earth immortal Venerable mainly cultivated Earth path back then. Even though the Celestial Court's Gu immortals did not say it explicitly, they were implying that they wanted to retreat. Qin Dingling maintained her silence. She was very unwilling, but in the end, she could only watch as Fang Yuan escaped. She knew that Fang Yuan had disappeared for so long, there was almost no hope of catching up to him, but she still subconsciously did so. After this battle, her wariness towards Fang Yuan increased by several times. Spectral Soul personally chased after him, but Fang Yuan actually survived. He even set up an ambush and killed Spectral Soul. Guyue, Fang Yuan, I still underestimated you. No wonder back then, even Fairy Myrtle, who cultivated Wisdom Path, lost to you time and time again. Chapter 2077. Today is my birthday. I am very grateful for everyone's support and blessings. Thank you to Nightmare 12, the leader of the Alliance, for your reward. I will add a chapter for you in the near future. I've read all of your lengthy comments, and I'm very touched by them. I really feel that I have not written for 6 years in vain. I have been reported all the way. This kind of perseverance is not wrong. Thank you to the friends like Nightmare 12. Thank you to you, XIN. Thank you to Ancestor Shi and the others for their congratulations and activities. But I don't know why Qi Jian did not activate the birthday blessing function. It's okay, I am really happy. Ever since I went into seclusion, I have deeply felt how insignificant I am. Being able to write this book is like trying to light an oil lamp in the dark. From time to time, There will be wind coming from the dark. I have to do my best to protect it and not let this small oil lamp be blown out. Sometimes I feel sad. Can't such a big world accommodate a small oil lamp? Can't the internet, where there is freedom of speech, accommodate a book called Venomous Person? Chapter 2078. Danger, danger. Lady White Rabbit's expression was pale. Dodge! Fairy Meow-een shouted. Demon Judgment Board enlarged rapidly in the three immortals' vision, soon filling their entire field of vision. Strong winds blew against her. Lady White Rabbit found it hard to breathe. Bam! At the next moment, the ground shook, rocks flew everywhere. The Demon Judgment Board fiercely smashed into the thick soil and rocks. Bai Ningbing and the other immortals split up. At the crucial moment earlier, they managed to avoid it. Demon Judgment Board got up and charged again. This time, it targeted Bai Ningbing. So fast! Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk. She concentrated. Demon Judgment Board was covered in a faint red light. It accelerated its charge. It did not use any killer moves. It only charged around and attacked quickly. Bai Ningbing could only dodge. She was exhausted from dealing with it. She could not find any way to deal with it. What do we do? Lady White Rabbit asked anxiously. Fairy Meow-een's expression was ashen. She said directly, "Let's go. This is an old grudge between the two of them. Let them fight to the death." Lady White Rabbit was grabbed by Fairy Meow-een. They were about to leave the battlefield. "Where are you going?" Guyue Fangzheng suddenly turned around. Even though he hated Bai Ningbing, he had never forgotten Qin Dingling's mission. White Rabbit and Meow-een were crucial clues to finding Fang Yuan. How could he let them leave so easily? Demon Judgment Board let out an intense blood-red light. The blood-red light illuminated the battlefield. Bai Ningbing and the other immortals were enveloped by the blood-red light. Their expressions changed. Under this blood-red light, they felt their blood being pulled by a strong force. It was as if all of their blood was being pulled into Demon Judgment Board. It was very uncomfortable. If we do not get rid of this light, our blood might really be sucked dry. Fairy Meow-een's expression was ashen. Immortal killer move by Xiang. On the other side, Bai Ningbing successfully activated her killer move. She turned into a white ice giant. The blood-red light was ineffective against her. Bai Xiang was the trump card of a Southern Border rank 8 Gu Immortal. It could allow the Gu Immortal to temporarily abandon their body and transform into another life form. This move was very powerful. It had once brought white terror to Southern Border. It left a mark in history. When Bai Ningbing used it, she immediately changed her situation. The white ice giant did not have a drop of blood on it. Demon Judgment Board's killer moves were all useless. Goddess Meow-een's heart sank. With Bai Ningbing's current state, it was time for her to retreat. But Bai Ningbing didn't do that. Instead of retreating, she attacked back and roared excitedly. "This madman!" Goddess Meow-een mumbled. Her expression was a little complicated. However, when Bai Ningbing's killer moves landed on Demon Judgment Board, they were like waves crashing on a reef. The Demon Judgment Board was like a reef by the sea. No matter how strong the wind or the waves were, it remained unmoving. Goddess Meow-een furrowed her brows and shouted urgently, "White Rabbit, use your move!" Lady White Rabbit nodded and grunted. She quickly used a killer move to protect herself and Fairy Meow-een. Fairy Meow-een was willing to take the risk and let others protect her while she used this chance to unleash her killer move. Wondrous hand, profound sound. She grew 5 new arms, giving her a total of 7 hands. His 7 hands formed hand seals. Her slender, white fingers shone with a dazzling light. Clang, clang, clang. Thud, 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 as he moved his fingers. Every time his fingers collided, a melodious sound could be heard. The crisp sounds reverberated in the surroundings, creating translucent sound waves that could be seen by the naked eye. Waves of sound waves raged like a storm, creating waves of attacks that landed on Demon Judgment Board. Fairy Miao-yin, ranked 37th on Demon Judgment Board. Rank 7 cultivation level, Miao-yin's true inheritance. Her wondrous hand, profound sound killer move can rise to rank 8 along with the core immortal Gu. Guyue Fangjing muttered. Above his head, countless blood-red characters gathered into a huge red name list. Be it Fairy Miao-yin Lady White Rabbit, or Bai Ningbing, they were all on the list. Fairy Miao-yin and Bai Ningbing worked together, but Guyue Fangjing still had a relaxed expression, because he was inside Demon Judgment Board. The rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board was extremely powerful. Normally speaking, a rank 7 Immortal Gu House that could block a rank 8 was already the foundation of a super force. And a top rank 8 Immortal Gu House could participate in the competition for pseudo-venerable positions. During the Fate War, Fang Yuan had used Myriad Year Flying Warship and Dragon Palace to fight against Duke Long. And in the pursuit earlier, he had used 3 Immortal Gu Houses to deal with Spectral Soul. These 3 Immortal Gu Houses were all rank 8. Demon Judgment Board was also at this level. It was more focused on investigative methods. Against rank 7 Gu Immortals like Bai Ningbing, Demon Judgment Board's battle strength was far superior. It was unreachable. Rays of bloodlight shot out of Demon Judgment Board. These bloodlights rained down on Bai Ningbing like a torrential rain. Bai Ningbing turned into a white ice giant. She looked tall and sturdy, but her movements were extremely agile. She dodged continuously. The bloodlights did not hit her even once. But as long as I get hit, I will be heavily injured. Bai Ningbing knew this. She focused on resisting. The dangerous situation made her excited. Suddenly, Demon Judgment Board shook, restraining Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing could not move. She was hit by dozens of bloodlights. The white ice giant was pierced full of holes. It was unrecognizable. It turned into ice shards. Lady White Rabbit screamed. While Fairy Miao-yin's heart sank, the difference in battle strength was too huge. They could not make up for it with numbers. Suddenly, a strong, cold light shone from the ice shards that were falling to the ground. The cold light shined brightly, turning back into the white ice giant. Bai Ningbing recovered to her original state. This was the strongest aspect of Bai Xiang killer move. As long as there was a shard, it could recover rapidly. Fang Zheng was not surprised. He knew a lot of information about Bai Ningbing. Since a long time ago, the two were enemies. Bai Ningbing had attacked many times. How could the Celestial Court not have any information about her? Furthermore, Demon Judgment Board could investigate. The Demon Judgment Board did not only have blood path demonic cultivators, but because of blood relation immortal Gu, blood path demonic cultivators could not escape from the board. Bai Ningbing turned around and fought Fang Zheng again. Miao-yin and Lady White Rabbit attacked together. A large portion of the blood light in the battlefield dissipated. The blood in their bodies was no longer restrained. Fairy Miao-yin and Lady White Rabbit had been waiting for a long time. They flew out and were about to break free. Fang Zheng smiled. It is still too early. The bloodlight that had dissipated condensed into a ball, floating in the sky of the battlefield. In an instant, the blood attraction force that had dissipated increased by several times. Bai Ningbing roared as she attacked. The ice path killer move hit the blood ball, only causing it to dissipate by half. Surrender! Fang Zheng's lips curled up. He activated Demon Judgment Board again. The formless pressure caused Fairy Miao-yin and Lady White Rabbit's expressions to change. At the crucial moment, Lady White Rabbit suddenly became ruthless. She shot out layers of dark shadows that covered her body. Almost at the same time, Lady Black Tigress appeared. Her eyes were pitch black. There were no pupils. Only a cold light was moving around. She had deep eye bags and thick eyeshadow. Her aura changed from pure and innocent to sinister and ruthless. Black Tigress attacked. Her dark path killer move actually surpassed Bai Ningbing's earlier attack. causing the blood ball to dissipate by more than half. Black Tigress and Miao Yin were almost captured by Demon Judgment Board. They managed to escape by a hair's breadth. Fang Zhang was not arrogant or rash. He raised his hand as Demon Judgment Board's aura changed. His methods changed like flowing water. Blood energy surged. Countless grains of sand instantly filled the battlefield like stars. This is the killer move, Blood Star Spot. When did he set it up? I did not sense it at all. Even if it was Qin Dingling who saw this scene, she would have to applaud. After Fang Zheng became the Demon Judgment Board Lord, he had improved greatly. He had already grasped all of Demon Judgment Board's methods. He even used them in a unique style. This time, even Bai Xiang was not spared, he was hit. The three immortals were corroded by the blood sand. Red spots appeared on their bodies. Their movements were restricted, and their thoughts became sluggish. Their immortal essence also seemed to be stuck in a swamp, becoming slower and slower. The difference in strength between the two sides was too huge. Normally speaking, when Gu immortals fought, if one side wanted to escape, the other side could not stop them, unless they activated a battlefield killer move and trapped them inside. But Demon Judgment Board was a top-tier rank 8 immortal Gu house. It was originally created to chase and kill demonic path Gu immortals. Thus, other than investigative methods, even if Demon Judgment Board did not have the ability to set up a battlefield, it could make it hard for demonic path Gu immortals to escape. Bai Ningbing and the other immortals were about to be captured by Fang Zheng. Suddenly, the ground shook. Countless amounts of earth qi shot up from below. The air currents were so fast that they pierced through the sturdy ground. Then, with a loud rumble, the yellow earth vein rushed up like a mighty yellow river. What is this? Bai Ningbing and the rest had not seen it, yet they were shocked. Even though Fang Zheng knew about it, at this moment he felt like he was looking at the evil dragon Dizongxing. Earth Qi surged and engulfed this battlefield. Earth Path Dao marks spread wildly, corroding everything in the surroundings. From the vast earth vein, Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Qi Ju suddenly emerged. Demon Immortal Qi Ju had Qi land above his head. This secluded domain of heaven and earth was extremely damaged now, but it was still very useful. This time, it was acting as a guide, attracting the boundless and vast earth qi upwards. And Calamity Luck Altar's complicated part was that on top of this foundation, the entire earth vein's direction was constantly deviated, finally creating this soaring earth vein. Longevity Heaven is actually cooperating with Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Fang Zheng was shocked. It turned out that under Qin Dingling's command, Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses surrounded Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Both sides were evenly matched. Celestial Court could not take them down, but Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Qi Ju could not escape either. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Saichuan contacted Demon Immortal Qi Ju, saying that the situation was not right. The two were extremely astute experts with rich experience. Qin Dingling's attitude made them suspicious and worried. Chapter 2079. To break through Celestial Court's encirclement, Longevity Heaven worked together with Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Using the Earth Vein, they completely broke Qin Dingling's encirclement. After Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Qi Ju came out of the Earth Vein, they split up and continued to ascend. Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses also appeared later on. Qin Dingling transmitted to Fang Zheng, "Stop them!" Even without this order, Fang Zheng had already prepared his strength. Boom! Demon Judgment Board shook fiercely. A blood-red light pillar shot out, sweeping towards Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Both Sweet Sound and Black Tigress were greatly shaken by such a vast attack. In order to capture the three immortals alive, Fang Zheng had been restrained all along. This attack was the true power of Rank 8 Demon Judgment Board. The blood-red light pillars shot over. Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Chi-Ju blocked it, but their speed was obstructed. Qin Dingling and the rest arrived soon after. Good job, Feng Zheng. After dealing with those 3 immortals, gather up and kill these people. Qin Dingling ordered again. At this moment, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's battle strength fell greatly because of Spectral Soul's ambush, but as long as he worked together with Calamity Luck Altar, they were still on par with Celestial Court. Where did Qin Dingling get her confidence from? Yes. Feng Zheng had a solemn expression. He had just received the order when Bai Ningbing, who was nearby, attacked. In fact, Bai Ningbing's Ice Path Killer move had been prepared for a long time, but Feng Zheng did not care about it. He had once controlled Demon Judgment Board to fight against Rank 8 Ice Path, Gu Immortal Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. He was hit by the Snowman race's Immortal Suppression Coffin Killer move. That battle was still fresh in Feng Zheng's memory. Compared to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Bai Ningbing was merely rank 7. She was far inferior. However, when Bai Ningbing used this move, Feng Zheng's expression changed. Bai Ningbing did not attack the Demon Judgment Board. Instead, she attacked Goddess Miao Yin and the Black Lotus Immortals. Guyue Feng Zheng had no choice but to change his strategy. Blood mist enveloped Sweet Sound and Hei Ting's bodies, blocking Bai Ningbing's killer move at the last moment. Bai Ningbing, you're crazy. How dare you attack us? Goddess Miao Yin broke out in cold sweat and cursed. No, perhaps this is the best way. Hei Ting's expression was shaken, but he soon understood. Fairy Miao Yin was stunned for a moment before realization struck her. Fairy Myrtle used to be the leader of the Celestial Court, so she knew everything about the Celestial Court. All sorts of methods related to immortal Gu houses were told to Wu Xie, and the rest, Miao Yin, Bai Ningbing, and White Rabbit, were not left out. Because earlier, even with Spectral Soul as the leader, Fairy Myrtle and the rest did not have immortal Gu houses. Compared to Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court, they were the weaker side. Fairy Myrtle increased the amount of information she had, trying to make up for the difference. Guyue Feng Zheng knew Bai Ningbing and the rest very well. Similarly, Bai Ningbing and the rest knew Feng Zheng and Demon Judgment Board very well, especially when it came to immortal Gu houses. Once they were built, it was hard to change their methods. The more outstanding the immortal Gu house, the more this was the case. Why? For example, Demon Judgment Board was a top-tier rank 8 immortal Gu house. Its performance reached a certain extreme. It was extremely hard to modify. Even if there were any good ideas, they might not be used on the entire immortal Gu house. Demon Judgment Board was extremely complex. It was constructed from the coordination of countless Gu worms. Changing a little would affect everything. It often meant a complete change. It would be better to build a new immortal Gu house instead. Fairy Miao Yin was not stupid. She just could not react in time earlier. But now she understood. Southern Border's Tai Clan's Demon Suppression Tower is most specialized in imprisonment, but Celestial Court's Demon Judgment Board does not have such methods. Celestial Court must have given orders to Feng Zheng to capture us alive. Thus, since the start of the battle, Feng Zheng's attacks have been restrained. He only used his full strength against Demon, Immortal, Chi-Ju, and Calamity, Luck Altar earlier. As for why they were captured, the answer was obvious. It was for Feng Yuan. Fairy Myrtle had constructed a wisdom path formation in front of the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals and deduced Feng Yuan's location. How could Qin Dingling not know the value of these people? Fairy Miao Yin immediately guessed. It seems that Feng Yuan escaped successfully. Celestial Court wants to capture us and use us to deduce Feng Yuan's location. Even though they do not have a wisdom path great expert, Central Continent's 10 great sects are unharmed. They have a large number of wisdom path candidates. And Fairy Myrtle's Z-Way True Inheritance has already been contributed to Celestial Court. The wisdom path formation is likely in this true inheritance. Fairy Miao Yin thought of Bai Ningbing. She gritted her teeth. Bai Ningbing, you lunatic! But at the next moment, Fairy Miao Yin stared with wide eyes. Bai Ningbing's insanity was more serious than she had thought. Bai Ningbing had purposely cancelled her killer move by Xiang and restored her flesh body. Come, Fang Zheng, attack! Bai Ningbing shouted. Her body turned into a white rainbow as she flew around Demon Judgment Board, shooting out countless icicles. The icicles could not pierce through Demon Judgment Board. They only left behind some snow-white ice marks. Ha ha ha! Black Tigress laughed loudly. She copied Bai Ningbing and cancelled her defense, joining the battle. This is also insane. Miao Yin sighed to herself with wide eyes. Black Tigress was ruthless and vicious. Her nature was completely different from White Rabbit. When she was ruthless, she did not even care about her own life. The three immortals attacked Demon Judgment Board, especially when Bai Ningbing and Black Tigress gave up on defense and focused all their energy on offense. Fang Zheng could not focus on one thing and the other. He wanted to capture these three female immortals alive. He did not want to accidentally kill them. Qin Dingling had told him to deduce Fang Yuan's location. The more clues he had, the better. If he accidentally killed one of them, the deduction might fail in the future. Fang Zheng knew that he had a huge responsibility on his shoulders. But the immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board's weakest point was that it lacked methods to capture them alive. Back when Demon Judgment Board was created, which of the ancestors of Celestial Court wanted to test this? Demon Judgment, as the name suggested, was to kill demonic path Gu cultivators. Why was there such a need to capture them alive? In this aspect, Qin Dingling sent Demon Judgment Board. It seemed like she had made a mistake, but she did not have a better choice. Among all the immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court, Demon Judgment Board had the strongest investigative methods. Even though Fang Jing's cultivation level was low, Demon Judgment Board had a large amount of rank 8 immortal essence, as well as the wills of the past Demon Judgment Board lords. Demon Judgment Board could display its full battle strength. However, all immortal Gu houses had a huge flaw. Their methods were not flexible. Demon Judgment Board was no exception. It was a finished product. It was hard to modify. After it was built, the number of methods and what they were used were basically the same until now. They had never changed their appearance. Fang Zheng fell into an awkward situation. He had the upper hand with Demon Judgment Board. Bai Ningbing and the other two were not his match. But with just Demon Judgment Board, Fang Zheng could not capture them alive. In terms of flexibility, Gu Immortals far surpassed immortal Gu houses. In the past Demon Judgment Board lords could solve the problem. But the current Demon Judgment Board lord, Fang Zheng, only had rank 7 cultivation level. If they let Fang Zheng leave the board, wouldn't they be giving Bai Ningbing and the rest a chance to turn the situation around? If only Fang Zheng had a rank 8 Gu Immortal helper now. But what helper? From Qin Dingling's point of view, was one Demon Judgment Board not enough? Did he need helpers? Celestial Court was already lacking manpower. It was far from enough to deal with the current situation. No, Lady Qin Dingling's arrangements are reasonable, but I met 2 lunatics. It makes all reasonable troop deployments become illogical, thought Fang Zheng. Who could be crazy enough to not defend and only attack when fighting a strong enemy? Wasn't that courting death? But Bai Ningbing and Black Tigress did it. What was even more amazing was that the results of the battle were extremely good. In the intense battle, Bai Ningbing laughed loudly. Gue, Fang Zheng, don't you want revenge? Kill me, don't you want to kill me? Do it. Gue Fang Zheng was silent. Bai Ningbing continued to clamor. So look, you are just a lackey of Celestial Court. Your enemy is right in front of you, but you don't even have the courage to try and kill him. You are far inferior to your brother, Fang Yuan. Hearing these provocative words, not just Fairy Miao Yin, even Black Tigress was shocked. She thought, Humph, I completely gave up on defense. It is already crazy enough. But compared to Bai Ningbing, it pales in comparison. Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress were on tenterhooks, while Guyue Fengjing fell into silence. Hearing Guyue Feng Yuan's name again, he raised his head and looked at the blood-colored words above his head. The blood-colored words formed a huge list. The names and positions on the list were changing from time to time. And not long ago, Spectral Soul, who was at the top of the list, had disappeared. He was replaced by the person at second place. Guyue Feng Yuan defeated Celestial Court, destroyed Fate, killed Spectral Soul, the number 1 demon in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Feng Zheng smiled bitterly, regardless of when or where. Even if he became the great Demon Judgment Board Lord, Feng Yuan's name was still engraved above his head. Feng Yuan's shadow was still shrouding his life. Eliminating all the names on Demon Judgment Board is the ambition of every Demon Judgment Board Lord. But I know that I am not Feng Yuan's match. In this life, I can only look up to his back and hear of his legends. But by Ningbing, you are merely ranked 27th on this list. You really think I don't dare to kill you? Where do you get your confidence from? Feng Jing shouted the moment he said that. Demon Judgment Board charged forward, arriving in front of Bai Ningbing in a breath's time. Intense winds blew. Bai Ningbing could not dodge in time. She would be smashed to pieces by Demon Judgment Board the next moment. She would die. No. Fairy Miao Yin shouted in her mind. Her 7 hands moved together and shot out a berserk, profound sound. The profound sounds arrived first, but they could not stop Demon Judgment Board. Black Tigress spat out a mouthful of blood. Her obstructive methods were also destroyed by Demon Judgment Board. Chapter 2080. Earth Abyss Battlefield. Boom! After being hit by Celestial Court's attack, Calamity Luck Altar shook intensely. Bing Sai Chuan's expression was grim. Legendary immemorial beast, Mao Liqiu shouted. Let Grandpa Mao go out and kill these people. 5 Elements Grandmaster shouted. Grandpa Mao, this place is too damaged. Please help me repair it. Mao Liqiu snorted. It fixed Calamity Luck Altar while muttering unhappily. It is so unbearable to take a beating. Bing Sai Chuan, Calamity Luck Altar is under your control. Don't ruin Master's reputation. Bing Sai Chuan frowned, replying, Mao Liqiu, take a look outside. Someone is in a worse state than us. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was the person Bing Sai Chuan was talking about. He was in a terrible state indeed. Spectral Soul's self-detonation caused his Shi Land to be heavily damaged. And Shi Land was his greatest support since rebirth. Even though he obtained many top-quality true inheritances, he did not have enough time to modify killer moves. Thus, his Chi Path killer moves were almost always the same. Only killer moves that used Shi Land as the core could be used in battles of this level. But now, Shi Land was heavily damaged. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's battle strength fell sharply. We cannot let this continue. Celestial Court might have strong reinforcements. Longevity Heaven, we need to work together again. Demon Immortal Qi Ju transmitted with much difficulty. Celestial Court is currently at its weakest in history. What reinforcements can they have? Mao Liqiu muttered. We cannot be careless. Celestial Court's foundation is unfathomable. Bing Sai Chuan replied to Mao Liqiu before agreeing to Demon Immortal Qi Ju's request. He also felt something amiss. Thus, Calamity Luck Altar retaliated first to provide cover for Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju gritted his teeth, activating Shi Land and drawing in endless Earth Qi. Calamity Luck Altar took over again, fiercely pushing up the gradually sagging Earth vein. Using the same trick again. You are really looking down on me. Qin Dingling suddenly left the immortal goo house and went outside, using a luck path killer move. The killer move's golden light burst out. Bing Sai Chuan's expression changed. It was like his finger was bitten by a poisonous hand. He quickly retracted his hand. So close! This killer move faintly countered Calamity, Luck Altar. Just one more step and Calamity Luck Altar would have to bear the pressure of the Earth Vein. It would be suppressed in the Earth Vein, and unable to escape, it would become a target. Bing Sai Chuan thought to himself. Qin Dingling's methods had far surpassed his expectations. Without the guidance of Calamity Luck Altar, the vast Earth Vein that had just risen fell back down again. But Demon Immortal Qi, Ju, and Calamity Luck Altar's efforts were not in vain. Giant pillar-like Earth Vein tributaries shot in all directions. An Earth Vein tributary was like a yellow-brown river that passed through the battlefield of the Demon Judgment Board and the three Immortals. The three Immortals were struggling to maintain the situation and resist Demon Judgment Board. Bai Ningbing was still alive. Even though she was crushed by Demon Judgment Board earlier, at the crucial moment, she used Bai Xiang killer move again. Demon Judgment Board dodged, unwilling to fall into the Earth Vein tributary. The heavens are helping me. Seeing the scene, Bai Ningbing's eyes lit up with joy. Her body grew rapidly. The small white ice giant that was only 5 meters tall immediately grew to 6 meters tall. This is the chance to escape. Bai Ningbing stretched out her hands towards Miao Yin and Black Tigress. The two hesitated for a moment before letting themselves be held by Bai Ningbing's hands. Bai Ningbing did not hesitate. She jumped into the Earth Vein tributary. Don't even think about leaving. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth, quickly activating Demon Judgment Board to charge into the tributary. The Earth Veins were extremely vast, and even the branch veins were incomparably huge. When the Demon Judgment Board entered, it was like a small fish and shrimp in the river. No, we can't escape. Demon Judgment Board is a rank 8 immortal goo house after all. Fairy Miao Yin had a pale expression. In just this short while, Bai Ningbing could not hold on anymore. A vast number of Earth Path Dao marks invaded her body. Bai Xiang was already on the verge of collapse. Even though Miao Yin and Black Tigress defended with their full strength, Bai Ningbing smiled coldly. She was not flustered. Of course, we cannot compare to Demon Judgment Board. Now, it is up to Gyue Fangzheng to make a decision. At the moment of life and death, Bai Ningbing laughed out loud. She turned around and dispelled Bai Xiang, revealing her true body. Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress had already made up their minds. They followed Bai Ningbing and charged towards Demon Judgment Board. What are you doing? Gyue Fangzheng looked at Bai Ningbing and the rest in shock as they dispelled their defensive methods. He had no choice but to use blood red light to cover the three Immortals. With Demon Judgment Board's help, the three Immortals finally escaped the tragic fate of being crushed by the Earth Vein. Gyue Fangzheng, however, felt a huge rock pressing on his heart. What was this? He had become Bai Ningbing's help instead. But Gyue Fangzheng had no choice but to do this. He had to complete Qin Dingling's orders and capture these three Immortals alive. Gyue Fangzheng, what methods do you have to capture us alive? If Demon Judgment Board had them, you would have used them already. In this situation, unless you leave the immortal goo house and use your own methods. Come, let's take a gamble. Bai Ningbing could not speak. She could only scheme in her mind. If they lost the gamble, they would become prisoners. They would not be able to do anything. When their value was squeezed dry, they would be beheaded. They would become sacrifices for the celestial court to regain its prestige. Gyue Fangzheng stared with wide eyes. He gritted his teeth. Bai Ningbing won the gamble. Fangzheng did not have any unique methods to capture them, unless he took a risk and brought these three Immortals into the immortal goo house. If Fangzheng did that, he would be a complete idiot, because he would be inviting a wolf into the house. How could Feng Zheng alone be the match of these three immortals? So crafty and ruthless, but so what? Feng Zheng said through gritted teeth, "If you were captured by me, you would still have lived for some time. But now you can only die. Congratulations to all of you. You have fought with all your might and obtained gratifying results." Feng Zheng left behind a mocking sentence. He gave up on the three immortals and controlled Demon Judgment Board to leave the Earth Vein. Even something as strong as Demon Judgment Board could not stay in the Earth Vein for long. In just this short period of time, most of the mortal goo in Demon Judgment Board were destroyed. Without Demon Judgment Board's protection, Bai Ningbing and the rest felt immense pressure. Their lives were in danger. They struggled at the edge of the cliff. Maybe Feng Zheng is right. Fairy Miao Yin smiled bitterly. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. "What is that?" Black Tigress suddenly called out. The three immortals were as small as mosquitoes. They were washed away by the Earth Vein tributary. In the boundless, yellowish-brown area, a pitch-black hole appeared. "Go!" The three immortals had no other choice. At the final moment, they jumped into the black hole. Almost at the same time, in the lush green forest on the surface, Fairy Myrtle, Yingwu Xie, and Old Man Zhenyuan were secretly moving forward. "This distance is not safe. Continue." Fairy Myrtle saw that Yingwu Xie was moving slowly. She transmitted to remind him. Yingwu Xie gritted his teeth. He had a dazed expression as he said dejectedly, "Now that our main body is gone, we will—" Fairy Myrtle looked at Yingwu Xie seriously. "Even if our main body dies, we still have you. Yingwu Xie, you are a split soul. From today onwards, you will be our master." But Yingwu Xie did not feel proud. He was extremely dejected. "Even our main body died in battle. In this vast world, it is no longer the era of specters." Fairy Myrtle frowned. She was about to console him when Old Man Zhenyuan suddenly said, "There's a situation. Don't move. Let me deal with it." At the next moment, he activated a killer move. His body shined with white light as he quickly covered the three immortals. After a few breaths of time, heaven and earth shook. Countless birds and beasts flew around in the forest. Loud noises could be heard from afar, filling the world. The three immortals raised their heads and saw that the sky was dyed jade green. An extremely grand immortal goo house was flying in the sky, covering the sun and sky. It seemed slow, but was actually extremely fast. This immortal goo house was so huge, it was definitely the #1 immortal goo house in the world. And its rank 8 aura surged like the sea, intimidating all living beings. Inside the immortal goo house, there was a commotion. It was filled with vitality. "This is Divine Emperor City." Yingwu Xie was shocked. Divine Emperor City was created from the combination of Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City. Isn't it the largest gathering point of Central Continent's surface human vein? It can actually be moved? Old Man Zhenyuan was shocked. Fairy Myrtle pondered. This house was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. There must be a reason for it to move. Strange. Why did Qin Dingling not move this house to Celestial Court during the battle earlier? So that's it. Old Man Zhenyuan used human path methods to investigate and found some clues. Too strong. This immortal goo house is too strong. Old Man Zhenyuan's body shook. He was shocked by his discovery. This immortal goo house contains countless people. It is filled with the profundities of human path. It can actually move the human vein gathering point and move it anywhere. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's plan is too huge. He had planned for too long. He only revealed it now. Divine Emperor City can gather the strength of countless people in the city. Be they goo immortals, goo masters, or mortals, they can all be used at will. In the current world, it is probably the #1 immortal goo house. Old Man Zhenyuan praised, sighing deeply. So that's it. It is a pity that Genesis Lotus plan was slightly off. This Divine Emperor City did not make it to the Fate War. Yingwu Xie said. Fairy Myrtle shook her head. How can a Venerable's plan fail so easily? There is a deep story behind this. Don't judge it rashly. The three immortals stopped and hid in the forest. They held their breaths and waited until divine Emperor City flew over their heads and entered Earth Abyss before they let out sighs of relief. Let's go. Fairy Myrtle was about to set off, but old man Zheng Yuan stopped on the spot and shook his head with a bitter smile. I cannot follow master anymore. Ing Wu Xie was curious. What's wrong? Old man Zheng Yuan sighed. The divine Emperor City has already become the center of the world's human path. I cultivate human path and am restricted by it. Earlier, it might have sensed me, but it might have an important mission and did not pay attention to me. To be safe, it is better to part ways with Master and Lady Ziwei first. Ing Wu Xie's expression was grim. He had suffered another blow. Before the pursuit battle in Celestial Court, Shadow Sect was filled with talents and was flourishing. But now, only he and Fairy Myrtle were left. It was truly tragic. Chapter 2081. Divine Emperor City was filled with commotion and clamor. The hundreds of thousands of residents living in the city were all looking at the sky at this moment. Divine Emperor City's sky was completely covered by a dark green profound light. Not only that, but the city gates in all directions were also tightly shut and guarded by layers upon layers of soldiers. What in the world is going on? You don't know? There was a notice at the city gates saying that the city gates would be closed for a period of time. There will be a phenomenon during this period. Don't panic. I heard of this notice too, but I did not expect it to be such a grand phenomenon. The residents in the city discussed with calm expressions. There was no large-scale chaos. Northern City District. Where did Hong Yi go? Chao Yu sighed as he walked out of the dark alley. Xie Lan was accompanying him. The two were disciples of Universal Life Academy. After Hong Yi disappeared, they were ordered to search for him. Regretfully, they had been in Divine Emperor City for 2 to 3 months, but there was no progress. Xie Lan frowned. These days, we have searched almost the entire Divine Emperor City. We have contacted more than 10 intelligence Gu Masters, but there is no news of Hong Yi. The situation is probably the worst. Chao Yu stared with wide-opened eyes. You are saying Hong Yi entered the painting world? How is this possible? Xie Lan quickly looked around and said in a low voice, Lower your voice. Such secret news has been spreading in the city recently. The painting world was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It can take in the residents of the city and return safely after a period of time. Especially recently, many Gu Masters have come to Divine Emperor City to try their luck at the immortal opportunity after hearing this news. Chao Yu was at a loss. If Hong Yi is really in the painting world, how are we going to find him? Xie Lan was silent for a while before sighing. If that is the case, we can only wait. Eastern City District. Master, please take care. A female Gu Master sent him off, respectfully. Most of the surrounding people were staring at the phenomenon in the sky. Only a small portion of them saw this scene and were stunned. The female Gu Master was a famous Refinement Path Master. She was ranked top 100 in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, but she was actually so polite to an unfamiliar Gu Master. And this unfamiliar Gu Master was wearing a long robe and a straw hat. His face was hidden in the shadows. The unfamiliar Gu Master acted cautiously, maintaining his silence, and quickly disappearing into the alley. What the hell is going on? Such a phenomenon. It must be the work of a Gu Immortal. The unfamiliar Gu Master raised his head slightly in the deserted alley, looking at the strange scene in the sky. Sigh. I did not expect to encounter such trouble when I came to the city to exchange for Gu materials. Hopefully, my identity won't be exposed. To be on the safe side, I'll choose a remote inn for the next few days and stay there until the city gates open. The unfamiliar Gu Master was filled with worry. He was Ben Duo Yi, Under Gu Immortal Yu Mu Chun's guidance, he had grasped the natural Gu refinement method. He cultivated day and night and improved greatly. But the cost of cultivating refinement path was very high. He was alone and had to sell the Gu he refined frequently in exchange for cultivation resources. He was a hairy man. He was only using a Gu worm to conceal his true appearance. In this human settlement, he had to be as cautious as he could be. There were all sorts of people in Divine Emperor City. There was no lack of rank 6 Gu immortals among them. But no one could have expected that Divine Emperor City was wrapped in profound green light. Not only did it leave its original location, it even flew towards Ancient Soul Sect and descended into Earth Abyss, fighting against Demon Immortal Chi Ju and Calamity Luck Altar. Immortal Killer Move. Single Breath Cloud Explosion. Demon Immortal Chi Ju's killer move landed on Divine Emperor City, but it only caused ripples on the surface of the profound green light. This is probably the #1 immortal Gu house in the current world. Even someone like Demon Immortal Chi Ju felt dejected at this moment. With his current battle strength, he could not shake Divine Emperor City. So Qin Dingling's trump card was this Divine Emperor City. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Saichuan had a grim expression. Calamity Luck Altar was left behind by Giant Sun Immortal, while Divine Emperor City was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. In the battle between the two, Divine Emperor City won against Calamity Luck Altar, and the gap was huge. Calamity Luck Altar itself was not huge. Compared to Divine Emperor City, it was even smaller. The largest immortal Gu house in history, Divine Emperor City, was like a huge and thick jade cloud. It had the power to cover heaven and earth, blocking Demon Immortal Chi Ju and Calamity Luck Altar's escape route. And at the back, Qin Dingling was leading the Celestial Court Gu Immortals. Demon Judgment Board was at the front of several immortal Gu houses. It was the vanguard. During the intense battle, Divine Emperor City suddenly became noisy before profound green light surged and formed a huge whirlpool. Spiraling green winds blew out of the whirlpool, enveloping Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Demon Immortal Chi Ju's expression changed. He could only barely maintain the damaged Shiland. But Shiland could not block this move. At the next moment, Demon Immortal Chi Ju was sucked into Divine Emperor City. Divine Emperor City suppressed Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Saichuan and the rest were shocked. Even though Demon Immortal Chi Ju only had a damaged Shiland, he had pseudo-venerable battle strength. But to think that after he was devoured, there was no commotion in the city. Divine Emperor City's power deeply shook the hearts of Longevity Heaven's immortals. No wonder Qin Dingling was so persistent and had such a huge appetite. This is urgent. Bing Saichuan exclaimed. He no longer hesitated, activating Calamity Luck Altar's strongest method. Calamity Luck Altar let out golden light that filled the sky. A damaged path was formed in the golden light. It extended far into the sky, passing through the ground without damaging a single rock. Longevity Heaven, where are you going? Qin Dingling knew that this was the crucial moment. She decisively interfered with Calamity Luck Altar. She cultivated Luck Path. Her life's goal was to deal with Giant Sun Immortal, and she was once Giant Sun's immortal concubine. She had a deep understanding of Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was disrupted by Qin Dingling. The newly formed golden path started to shake. It could not be stabilized. At this time, a huge whirlpool started to form in Divine Emperor City's profound green light again. Are we going to be captured by Celestial Court as well? Hei Lolan's heart sank to rock bottom. She had a bad feeling about this. At the crucial moment, 5 Elements Grandmaster hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. Let me hold them back. You guys leave. No. Little fellow, you cultivate formation path. You will be very useful in the future. Grandpa Mao is the most suitable. Mao Liqiu pushed 5 elements Grandmaster away. Grandpa Mao. 5 elements Grandmaster was stunned. Mao Liqiu's position in longevity heaven was much higher than his. He originally thought that sacrificing him was the most reasonable arrangement in this situation. He did not expect Mao Liqiu to stop him. One had to know the celestial court would definitely not be lenient in this situation. Mao Liqiu would probably die if he left. Bing Sichuan looked deeply at Mao Liqiu. Mao Liqiu said casually, Bing Sichuan, I will leave longevity heaven to you. Don't embarrass me, you must escape. Don't disappoint Master. Otherwise, I will curse you even after I become a ghost. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. Humph, so much nonsense. Even if you die, you have to die beautifully. He had fought side by side with Mao Liqiu many times. Even though the two were not courteous, they had deep feelings for each other. It was just that Northern Plains men only knew how to use tough words to express themselves. Mao Liqiu laughed loudly. Don't worry, I am the best at this. Bing Sichuan quickly opened the Immortal Gu House and closed it. At the crucial moment, Mao Liqiu had already charged out. Come, punks of the Celestial Court. Mao Liqiu charged forward bravely. At once, even Demon Judgment Board was sent flying by Mao Liqiu. Mao Liqiu fought so crazily, it was soon bathed in blood and had many fractures. Its laughter became louder and louder. Its aura continued to rise. Divine Emperor City sent out spiraling green winds towards calamity, luck alter again. Mao Liqiu clicked its tongue and flew up, using its body to block the spiraling green winds. At the next moment, like demon immortal Qi Ju, it was locked by the green winds and sucked into the profound green light. Taking advantage of this crucial moment, Calamity Luck Alter turned into a stream of light and followed the golden path, quickly leaving the battlefield. Divine Bean Palace, Painting World. Boom! Boom! 2 loud roars resounded throughout the world of the mural. The gap between them was not long. What's going on? Fairy by Xia and the rest were bewildered. They were cultivating diligently in the painting world. They did not know what was happening in Divine Emperor City. Something big happened. Fong Dichong. Xinshang had an excited expression as he arrived in front of Fong Dichong. Fong Dichong hid in a corner. His clothes were tattered and dirty. He had a bamboo cane in his hand and a broken bowl in front of him. He looked up at Xinshang and begged, Master, please give me something to eat. I have been starving for 3 days and 3 nights. Meanwhile, he secretly sent a voice transmission. Brother Xin, what exactly happened? Xinshang replied secretly, I am not sure about the specific situation, but at the edge of the painting world, 2 new paintings appeared. In one painting, Qi currents were moving and wind was howling. In the other painting world, there were beast roars. It was mysterious and unfathomable. Fong Dichong heard this, and his eyes shined with bright light. His interest surged. He was schemed against by Genesis Lotus Will and only managed to escape with a portion of his will. With Xinshang's secret help, the situation improved. Fong Dichong did not know what was happening outside the painting world. But this was the first time such a situation had occurred in the painting world. Maybe he could find out the deeper secrets of the painting world? Several days later, in a certain corner of southern border, the fog in the valley dissipated and 2 people walked out. One was handsome. He had a dragon horn on his forehead and intimidating dragon eyes. He was rank 8 enslavement path, Gu Immortal Wu Shui. The other had deep eyes. He had black hair and white skin. He was Gu Fong Yuan. We have finally refined over 3,000 heaven path Dao marks. What do we do next? Wu Shui asked. Are we going to meet Lu Wei Yin first? Fong Yuan stared at his palm with a complex expression. He was a little dazed, a little curious, and a little excited. Chapter 2082. Divine Emperor City, Painting World. 3 yellow leopards suddenly charged out of the dense weeds. 1 male and 2 female leopards. They growled at Yi Fan, who was at the center. Their sharp teeth were still covered in blood and flesh. They looked very fierce. Yi Fan was surrounded. His heart shook. These 3 leopards have strong concealment abilities. I only found out about them when they attacked. As for their battle strength, I will have to fight them to know. Thinking of this, Yi Fan threw out several goo worms. Bam, bam, bam. White smoke rose into the air before dissipating. 3 valiant rangers appeared beside Yi Fan with their heads held high and their chests puffed out. They were human path goo worms. Ranger Goo, go. Yi Fan gave the order, and the 3 rangers immediately moved out, each charging at a yellow leopard. Man and beast fought. After more than 10 rounds, the rangers won 2 and lost 1. Yi Fan nodded, making an evaluation. Ranger Goo is rank 3. It is specialized in moving and fighting. These 3 leopards are also very agile. They have rank 3 strength. Ever since the Refinement Path Convention, Yi Fan had been cultivating in the painting world. Not only did he have rank 5 Hero Goo and rank 3 Ranger Goo, he also had killer moves, chivalrous liver, righteous courage, and other cultivation methods. He had made huge progress. Even so, he was frowning slightly now. I have just entered this roaring beast painting world. The outermost ones already have rank 3 strength. It seems that this painting is of a high grade. I wonder what progress Hong Yi has made. Time is up. I should go back and meet up with him. Yi Fan was only here to investigate some things. He was in charge of roaring beast painting world, while Hong Yi went to investigate Chi howling painting world. Yi Fan returned and met Hong Yi on the way. The 2 were heroes. They had already become sworn brothers. In the cultivation life of the painting world, the 2 relied on each other and competed with each other. Their brotherly relationship became deeper. After knowing each other's situation, the 2 brothers conversed as they walked. It seems that there is a lot of trouble this time. Why did 2 paintings suddenly appear? Don't tell me the painting world can continue to grow? Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's methods are truly unfathomable. With just the 2 of us, we cannot explore these 2 new worlds. The best way is to rely on the residents of the painting world and borrow their strength. That makes sense. The city gate was guarded by soldiers. People continued to flow out of the city while a small portion of people returned. The 2 new paintings had a huge impact on the painting world. The space of the mural world was limited, but these 2 new paintings were vast, attracting the attention of the entire city. Therefore, a large wave of exploration was set off. Yi Fan and Hong Yi mixed in the crowd and returned to the city. They were inconspicuous. Yi Fan and Hong Yi mixed in the crowd and returned to the city inconspicuously. Shen Shang sat on the 2nd floor of the tea house at the city gate, observing Yi and Hong without leaving a trace while transmitting his voice to Fang Dichang. Look at the 2 of them. They've made extraordinary progress recently. These 2 people's auras were dense and extraordinary. They would definitely accomplish great things in the future. Brother Fangdi, if you return to your main body one day, you can ask about these 2. Maybe you can make use of them. Fang Dichang sat on the ground, still looking like a beggar. He secretly replied, "In the painting world, there is not much difference between immortals and mortals." Fang Dichang sat on the ground, still looking like a beggar. He secretly replied, "In the painting world, the difference between immortal and mortal is not big." Their exploration time this time was very short. Calculating their journey, they probably only explored the periphery of 2 murals. From this, we can deduce that these 2 painting worlds are of extremely high standards. Even Yi Fan and Hong Yi do not want to enter too much. Shen Shang chuckled. Brother Fang is indeed worthy of being the wisdom immortal of Fang clan. You can see the general trend from just a small clue. Yi Fan and Hong, you want to borrow external strength. We might as well save some effort this time. Look, the 10 children of human path are here. Actually, there was no need for Shen Shang's reminder. There was already a commotion on the other side of the street. With Xiao Qi Xing in the lead, Fairy Baixia, Sun Yuanhua, Sun Yao, Ingxingji, Qindejiang, and the others appeared together, causing a commotion. Passers-by looked around and praised these 10 people. Fang Dichang's gaze focused slightly. Xiao Qi Xing and the others were Xin Shang's 10 children of human path. Xin Shang had already commented that these 10 people were full of human qi. Even though they were inferior to Hong Yi and Yi Fan, they were far superior and would definitely shine in the future. This was only natural. These 10 people were chosen by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. They were Gu immortal seeds, specially nurtured by the Celestial Court. They were people who were strongly supported to develop into human path Gu immortals. Even a pig could obtain the support of the Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Their future achievements would not be low. The 10 children of human path started to display their talents in the battle of exterminating Fang Dichang. During this period of time, they showed off their abilities and improved rapidly, becoming famous people in the painting worlds. They obtained the recognition of the city's higher-ups and were almost entrusted with important tasks. Now that the painting worlds were shaken and 2 new paintings were added, the 10 children of human path received orders and became the main force in exploring them. Besides the culprit Genesis Lotus, the ones who destroyed my soul are these 10 people. Don't let me get any chance. Otherwise, I won't mind if some of you die. Fang Dichang snorted coldly in his heart. Even though he was only left with a will, his strength had recovered a lot and was no longer the same as before. This was all thanks to the mystical path of human path. Fang Dichang had been cultivating in seclusion for a long time. He had a deep understanding of human path. The most prominent characteristic of human path was that Gu worms could transform into humans. For example, Hong Yi's scholar Gu could transform into a scholar. Yi Fan's hero Gu could transform into a hero. These scholar and hero-type Gu worms had the intelligence of a normal person after transforming into humans, but their temperament, ideals, and behavior would be different depending on the type. The most crucial point was that these Gu worms could transform into humans and use other Gu worms. Moreover, the proficiency in using them depended entirely on the Gu cultivator themselves. This was very terrifying. After transforming a Gu worm into a human, a bunch of Gu worms could use it and instantly create a Gu cultivator. Mortal Gu worms could transform into humans and use other Gu worms to become Gu masters. Immortal Gu worms could transform into humans and become Gu immortals. This made Fang Dichang think of his main body's sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Sovereign immortal fetus Gu's effect and power were naturally not something these human path Gu worms could compare to, but there were huge similarities between the two. The crowd surrounded the 10 children of human path and set off from the city gate. This would be the largest wave of exploration. Quietly looking at this scene, Fang Dichang hid in a secluded corner and waved his hand. Men! Immediately, a few beggars rushed to him from their respective corners. Their attitudes were incomparably respectful as they said in unison, "Chief, what orders do you have for us?" "Go and gather some gang brothers. Follow the crowd and gather information," Fang Dichang instructed. Currently, although he was formed from a beggar Gu, he was already a rank 5/5 bag beggar. Not only that, he had also borrowed Xinshang's strength to purchase a large number of beggar Gu and use the sect Token Gu to activate the killer move, creating beggar gang. Right now, more than half of the beggars in the city were already under his command. Immortal killer move, myriad thought sword waterfall. Rumble. With a loud sound, a waterfall appeared. The silver-white waterfall had a grand aura as it fell from the sky and smashed into the hill. Every drop of water in the waterfall was a thought. They had the appearance of a sword. In just a few breaths of time, the hill was flattened. Fang Yuan retracted the killer move. The hill vanished completely, and a shallow pool appeared in its original location. The water was filled with flowing small, sword thoughts. As expected, the killer move's power has increased by several times, and it is even smoother. Fang Yuan carefully experienced the use of the Heaven Path Tao marks. After quelling the myriad tribulation, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to keep the appointment. He found a place to rest and reorganize in secret. The reason why he used Myriad Year Sword Waterfall was because it was not an ordinary killer move. Killer moves were mainly of a single path. Even if goo worms of other paths were mixed in, they were only supplementary. For example, Rule Path's 5 restriction Profound Light Chi, or Time Path's Time Cutting Edge. And some killer moves were special. They were compound killer moves that were based on 2 or more paths. For example, this Myriad Year Sword Waterfall move was the fusion of Wisdom Path and Sword Path. Fang Yuan had many such killer moves. There were Myriad Dragon, Yama, Great Thief Ghost Hand, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, Jade Flow Pearl, and so on. More accurately speaking, Myriad Dragon was a compound killer move of Enslavement Path and Transformation Path. Great Thief Ghost Hand was a compound of Soul Path and Theft Path, and Jade Flow Pearl was a compound of Refinement Path and Space Path. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon was even more complex. It was created by fusing Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, Myriad Self, Yama Sun, Yama Emperor, and Familiar Face. Every time he used Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, it would expend 4,000 Soul Path Tao marks on Fang Yuan. This compound killer move was much stronger than a single path killer move. The enemy would need to consider 2 or more paths to deal with it. It was harder to defend against. Normally, goo immortals who cultivated multiple paths would use it. For example, Qin Bai Sheng cultivated both Soul Path and Metal Path. He had a move called Burning Soul Supreme Gold. It was a compound killer move of Soul Path and Metal Path. All goo immortals who cultivated multiple paths would have such killer moves. Celestial Quartz, Thunder, Ghost, True Monarch had won because she cultivated both Lightning Path and Soul Path. Duke Long naturally had won as well. Because of conflicting Tao marks, goo immortals who cultivated multiple paths were extremely rare. Compound killer moves were also very rare in the goo immortal world. Fang Yuan cultivated many paths because of the sovereign immortal body. He accumulated many compound killer moves. Even so, these compound killer moves could not be used in top-tier battles. This was because even though Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body did not have conflicting Tao marks, the compound killer moves that he used would have a large amount of internal friction because of the conflicting Tao marks. But the existence of Heaven Path Tao marks helped me greatly improve this. Fang Yuan acutely sensed this. He had already verified his conjecture. Right now, when he used a compound killer move like Myriad Ghost Sword Waterfall, because the internal friction was greatly reduced, the killer move's power increased by several times. According to my deductions, if I use Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon now, the expenditure of 4,000 Soul Path Tao marks will definitely be reduced by a lot. Because the internal friction is reduced, I do not need to expend so many Soul Path Tao marks to balance out the strength of the various paths. Over 3,000 Heaven Path Tao marks are not enough to eliminate this internal friction. But what about more? In the future, will I be able to use the help of Heaven Path Tao marks to create killer moves that cover all paths? At this point, other than a few killer moves of a single path, Fang Yuan no longer cared about them. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.